Alright, you and I are diving into something wild today. Picture a normal day at kindergarten, but for kids with actual superpowers. Playing, laughing, just typical kid stuff. But that peace shatters when a monster suddenly attacks. The kids scatter in pure panic, except for one totally chill 4-year-old. Meet No Yoonha, the absolute main hero of our story. Zero fear. He casually takes down this beast one-on-one, keeping all his classmates completely safe. How is a toddler this incredibly overpowered at such a young age? Simple, he's a regressor. Let's completely rewind the clock and see how. Our real story kicks off with a grown-up Yoonha, about to become the ultimate hero. He's standing right over a massive, ugly monster he just absolutely wiped out. He's currently deep inside one of the world's 8 black dungeons, a terrifying place feared by literally everyone. Absolutely no one else had the guts to challenge this death trap. They call this hellhole the Abyss. As Yoonha pushes forward, more monsters block his path. He violently swings his blade, slicing one creature clean in half, but before he can even breathe, a giant snake-like beast suddenly lunges, sinking its fangs right into his arm. Yoonha quickly rips the gross thing off and violently slams it into the dirt. Seizing the perfect opening, he swiftly decapitates it. Instant kill. Just when he thinks the danger is over, another monster drops from the shadows. It lunges at him, and Yoonha desperately swings his sword to block the heavy hit. Snap, the beast literally bites his blade in half, then tail whips him flying all the way backward. Despite the massive hit, our guy absolutely refuses to stay down. He quickly whips out a backup sword and slashes its throat, ending it for good. Panting hard, he looks around, only to realize his entire team has been totally massacred. Staring at their lifeless bodies, he whispers that they're all gone. But then he spots another sword lying nearby on the ground, grabbing it firmly. Now pay attention, this is where it gets crazy. Even completely alone, he swears to fight the boss. He walks straight up to the boss room's massive front door. Pushing it open, all he sees inside is pitch-black darkness. He scans the endless empty void, fully realizing that the legendary Master of Darkness has to be lurking right here. Right on cue, the dungeon boss snaps its massive glowing eyes open. Instantly. Bam! A beam blows a literal hole straight through Yoonha's stomach, blasting him so far backward he crashes into the distant wall. But despite the agonizing pain, he actually starts laughing. He realizes this dark dungeon will officially become his grave. He quietly mutters to himself that this boss is just way too overpowered. For humanity, beating the Master of Darkness is literally impossible. He never planned to die in a place like this, but weirdly enough, he doesn't feel totally awful about it. Because he reached deeper into this nightmare than anyone else in history, nobody else ever dared to come this far. Right then, a desperate voice screams his name. A girl yells that he absolutely cannot die here. It's Yu Yang. She rushes over and instantly starts spamming healing magic on his wounds. Yoonha stares in shock, asking how she even survived. He begs her to run away immediately before it's too late, but Yu Yang completely ignores his warnings. Instead, she screams at him to just shut up, promising to save his life no matter what happens. As she frantically heals him, she thinks it's a total miracle he survived such a fatal hit. She claims that if she can pull off a miracle, she'll save him. Yoonha can't even speak anymore. But in his mind, he completely accepts his fate with zero regrets. He dedicated his entire life to hunting down monsters, and this is exactly where the game ends. He isn't sad for himself, but he's terrified for his teammate. He's about to leave her completely alone in this brutal world. He was never deeply attached to anyone. But the thought of this young girl, barely even an adult, surviving this hellscape by herself, it seriously breaks his heart and fills him with worry. Crying her eyes out, Yu Yang screams that she will save him, no matter what. She knows her powers have huge limits, normally only rewinding time for a short burst. But she's willing to sacrifice literally any price to keep him alive. Yu Yang triggers her ultimate miracle. Blinding golden light explodes through the air. The second the miracle finishes, Yoonha finally forces his eyes open for the first time, but in front of him, he just sees faces. He tries to say something, but the only noises that come out are literal baby babbles. Total confusion fills his mind, wondering what on earth is happening in this place. Yoonha's dad looks down, joking that he's the one who woke him up. But instead of paying any attention to his dad, Yoonha reaches out and happily grabs his mom's finger. His mom smiles brightly, so thrilled her baby is finally holding her hand. Yoonha's dad gets a little jealous and asks for some attention too, but our guy completely ignores him. I know exactly what you and I are thinking. Is this just a dream? Nope. He processes everything and realizes the insane truth. He isn't actually dead. This definitely isn't the afterlife. Somehow, he has time traveled all the way back to when he was a 1-year-old baby. Yoonha severely struggles to believe this is really happening. Rewinding time like this should be absolutely scientifically impossible. Then, it all clicks. Right before his death, Youyang must have maxed out her ultimate power. She created an unbelievable miracle and literally reversed his timeline. Realizing this, he honestly isn't even surprised by it anymore. Youyang was basically a god, ranking among the 12 sovereigns. If anyone could break reality, it was her. Meanwhile, Yoonha's clueless parents just happily watch him. His dad smiles, joking that the little guy doesn't really look like his mom. She just laughs, saying his big eyes are a perfect match to his dad's. Yoonha stares right at them, stunned. He never imagined he'd see his parents alive like this. In his original timeline, he lost them both when he was only 6. Monsters destroyed his home, starting his intense, lifelong hatred. But now, he's got a second chance. This time, he'll rewrite the future. Clenching his tiny fists, he makes a silent vow. Seeing him flex his tiny baby fist, his parents absolutely lose their minds. His mom tells his dad to hurry up and grab a camera to capture this cute moment. Lying flat on the floor, deep in thought, Yoonha fully realizes that he truly traveled back to the past. He kept every single memory of his brutal past life, but right now, he's trapped in a baby's body. At this exact moment, he is completely and utterly defenseless. So what do you and I take from this? Walking and talking are impossible right now. His daily routine is just eating, sleeping, and doing absolutely nothing. Alright, you and I are diving in. Right now, No's biggest challenge is just trying to roll over. Meanwhile, his sister Yoona is loudly cheering him on, telling him to push harder and flip. No just stares at her, explaining the situation. That right there is Yoona, his very loud older sister. But in his past life, his memories of Yoona are completely fuzzy. Compared to his mom and dad, he barely remembers her at all. There is one memory that stays burned in his mind though, the day the monsters attacked. The day he lost his parents. Through all that chaos, Yoona held him incredibly tight and swore to protect him. He still remembers that hug, how she promised nothing bad would ever happen to him. While thinking about this, No suddenly rolls all the way over, nailing the movement without even noticing. Seeing this, Yoona claps her hands, absolutely hyped. She calls him the absolute best little brother ever, trapping him in a giant hug. Fast forward, No is now 9 months old and actively absorbing mana into his tiny body. He breaks it down. Mana is everything. It is literally everywhere. Sometimes it is just a tiny drop, sometimes it is a massive wave, but it never goes away. Previously, his body was practically empty of mana, but this time around, he is grinding to max out his energy super early. Meanwhile, Yoona pops up right in front of No. He looks at her and realizes something wild. Her body is holding massive amounts of natural energy, but that kind of crazy power is actually super dangerous. If someone holds way too much raw energy, it causes fatal mana poisoning. No completely understands how deadly this is. Here is where things get wild, so watch closely. Before things get worse, he must help her control that power, while Yoona helps him. Walk, he struggles but stays totally determined. She really wants him to learn to walk properly. Time skip, No is now 4 years old. He proudly brags that since he is totally grown up now, walking and talking are a breeze. Plus, his daily allowance of outside exploration time has leveled up big time. No is hanging out with his sister Yoona. They're outside kicking it with a big group of kids. Yoona cheerfully waves at the squad, loudly announcing she brought No along today. No just stands on the sidelines, watching her interact with everyone. He quickly realizes his sister is basically a local celebrity with the kids and neighbors. Comparing his own vibe to hers, he knows it is not even a contest. People barely look at him. Suddenly, one girl in the group spots No and instantly glares. She demands to know what he is doing here, straight up telling him nobody invited him. No just shrugs coldly, saying he was dragged out here totally against his will. He casually calls her chubby Minji, which makes her absolutely hit the roof. She yells, reminding him for the 100th time to stop using that annoying nickname. Her actual name is Minji, and she demands some respect. No just hits her with a smug grin, firing back that since she literally never stops snacking, chubby Minji is here to stay. He then tells her to chill out and just stay quiet. Meanwhile, the rest of the kids huddle up to pick a game. One kid gets super hyped and suggests playing cops and robbers since they have a massive squad today. You and I both know he is rolling his eyes right now. He refuses to play dumb games with toddlers. After all, mentally, this dude is literally 32. Right when he is about to reject them hard, Yuna runs up looking thrilled. She excitedly tells him it is his first time playing cops and robbers, so she will teach him the ropes. Seeing her super bright smile, No sighs internally. For his sister, he can suck it up. Later on, No and Yuna are walking home together, covered head to toe in dirt from gaming with the squad. Yuna looks at her messy outfit and just laughs. She says getting dirty is fine because they had an epic time, which is all that matters. No totally disagrees, as they keep walking. They spot a sketchy dark alley up ahead. Suddenly, a vicious wild dog steps out of the shadows, growling. Yuna instantly throws herself in front of No, telling him to stay back. She promises to protect him, but her voice is completely shaking with terror. No suddenly gets a massive flashback. In his past life, he remembers Yuna holding onto him tight, saying those exact same words. But back then, he was totally helpless and too weak to do anything. This time, everything changes. No steps right up to the front line, determined to shield Yuna. He absolutely refuses to be a victim again. As he speaks, an insanely powerful aura erupts from his tiny body. Raw energy surges everywhere, heavy and totally overwhelming. Sensing that terrifying power, the wild dog freezes. Pure panic fills the beast's eyes once it realizes this is no ordinary 4-year-old kid. Meanwhile, No, looking super annoyed, commands the mutt to get lost. The second the dog hears him, it literally scrambles away in terror. With the threat gone, No powers down his crazy aura. Yuna watches in complete shock. She stares at No, trying to speak, but before she can say a word, he tells her to stop worrying about him. He confidently promises her that he is way stronger than he looks. Yuna, totally starstruck now, urgently asks No if that crazy trick was actual mana control. She practically begs her little brother to teach her how he did it. Her eyes are locked on him, glowing with curiosity and total respect. No lets out a sigh and agrees to be her teacher. Yuna gets even more hyped. Honestly, No was already planning to teach her mana control later anyway, so bumping up the schedule is fine. Flashing a huge, sunny smile. Yuna grabs No by the hand, dragging him homeward, and saying it is time to go back. As they walk, No silently vows to protect that precious smile forever. Ever since he triggered this regression, he knows exactly when the tragic disaster strikes. He remembers losing his entire family when he was just 6 years old. But trust me, you and I know this time is different. He got a second chance, and he will literally destroy anything to stop history from repeating. No kicks off Yuna's mana training session, instructing her to spin a wooden top using absolutely nothing but her raw energy. She gives it her best shot, but struggles to keep it stable. No watches her wobble and strictly tells her to focus up. He breaks down the technique. She needs to perfectly balance the energy on her right side with the exact same amount on her left. Only then will the top spin perfectly. Stick with me here. Hearing this, Yuna admits it is way harder than she expected. Meanwhile, No just stands off to the side, quietly watching her struggle. He points out that her mana levels are absolutely insane, but her control is basically zero. It is hilarious to him, all that raw power, yet she can barely even use it right. Now totally fired up, Yuna declares she is going to prove him wrong. She gathers a massive chunk of mana and blasts it straight into the spinning top. That sudden surge of energy makes the top spin totally out of control, flying everywhere. No just watches, dropping a comment that she still has a long way to go. Later on, he chills with his family to watch some TV. While he is watching, his mom looks over and drops the bomb. Next year when he turns 6, he has to start going to kindergarten. No glares back and flat out refuses, saying he does not need kindergarten. But his mom reminds him of their deal. He promised to go once he turned 6. He thinks about it for a second. He remembers fighting it super hard at first, but yeah, he really did promise his mom in the end. Now he is totally trapped. He lets out a frustrated sigh, unable to believe he has to sit in a room full of toddlers. Just thinking about all that crying and whining gives him a massive headache. But while he is spacing out, the TV anchor's loud voice suddenly grabs his attention. The anchor hypes up the crowd, announcing that the new year kicks off in just 1 minute. He adds that this fresh start is a huge deal for all of humanity. Watch closely here, you and I are about to see something massive happen. He tells everyone to keep their eyes glued to the screen as another reporter pops up. She is sitting inside a helicopter, looking down at the city. She announces they are flying right over the Zhongmong Shrine. That is the historical spot where the ancient king and queen were buried. She explains how this exact place marks the dawn of a brand new chapter for humanity. No listens closely to the broadcast. He thinks about how humans only recently figured out how to use mana, and once they tasted that power, everyone became completely obsessed. But here is the fatal flaw they missed. Whenever too much mana piles up in one single spot, it spawns terrifying monsters. That one mistake led to pure disaster. Back in 1999, an apocalyptic incident changed everything forever, earning the dark title of the end of the century. During this nightmare, endless waves of monsters spawned and attacked humanity. In South Korea alone, a staggering 30% of the population was totally wiped out. Absolute panic spread everywhere as people witnessed the true, gruesome horror of these creatures, desperately wondering where the heck they even came from in the first place. Governments, laws, and the entire social structure completely collapsed under the brutal weight of this catastrophe. Only the hunters, those rare people who could actually wield mana, had the raw power to fight back. Because of them, a brand new social hierarchy was born. The filthy rich elites seized total control of society, and right below them were the hunters, the only ones strong enough to battle the beasts. Under this crazy new system, humanity finally fought back and pushed the monsters away, but the damage was done. There were still tons of deadly zones the hunters simply could not reach. Places completely overrun by monsters, isolated villages, and ghost towns remained absolutely packed with bloodthirsty creatures. I know what you are thinking, how could anyone survive? But right in the middle of this dark nightmare, a tiny spark of real hope began to shine. On the TV, they show a gorgeous woman walking through the sacred shrine grounds. No explains that this girl is the legendary heavenly maiden, I Am Gal. She used to be a famous national actress, but she stepped up as the first heavenly maiden protecting Korea. Before her, other divine beings totally existed, but I Am was the very first to take on the heavy title of a true goddess. The heavenly maiden packs a totally unique power. She can control mana, stopping it from piling up and going wild. This epic skill lets her stabilize the mana flow across the entire country. To keep her safe, 12 ridiculously strong fighters were assigned as her personal guards. These ultimate protectors are known as the 12 sovereigns. Right then, the maiden pops up on the live feed. She steps forward, praying to the heavens and the earth, begging for the raw strength to protect her broken country. As she speaks, her insane power activates. Pure energy washes over all of Korea. It perfectly balances the mana, stopping it from clumping into dangerous monster-spawning traps. The hyped reporter announces the maiden has unleashed her divine power. As the maiden's epic magic ripples across the land, the sky above her turns into this crazy, deep, glowing blue. Seeing this, Yuna decides she has to go outside and witness the magic with her very own eyes. She runs out, and the rest follow right behind her. Meanwhile, Noah and his parents stay inside, clasping their hands together in deep prayer. Their neighbors also step out onto their balconies, joining the massive nationwide prayer. Seeing everyone do it, Yuna says she is going to pray too. She then asks Noah to pray with her, but his mind is in a totally different place. He honestly believes God does not exist. Since birth, he has only ever seen pure destruction and endless suffering. He figures that even if a god did exist, that guy must have died a long time ago. Yuna finishes her prayer, silently wishing her family can just live in peace forever. Seeing her pure sincerity, Noah cracks a tiny smile, clasps his hands, and decides to pray. He also hopes he can finally be happy with his family this time. Time skips forward, and Noah turns 6. The awful tragedy that ripped his family apart is creeping closer. Noah is now 6 years old and has arrived for his very first day of kindergarten class. His teacher, Teo, greets him and cheerfully asks him to introduce himself to the whole room. Noah stands up in front of everyone and casually drops his name. He states he is 6 years old and happy to meet them. Teo looks at him, totally waiting, and asks if that is really it. She tells Noah the other kids really want to be his friends, so he should probably say a little more. But Noah just thinks to himself, He has zero interest in making friends with a bunch of annoying toddlers. Just at that exact moment, a little girl suddenly screams at No. She glares right at him and loudly demands to know why he is in her class. No freezes. Trust me, you and I are gonna love watching how he handles Fat Minji in his class. Alright, stick with me here. Hearing that name makes Minji completely lose her mind. She screams at No, reminding him she hates being called that. Then, Teo jumps in, telling everyone to just chill out. He tells them there is absolutely zero reason to fight. Then he gives the whole class free time until lunch. Teo casually tells No he is free to do whatever he wants, even suggesting he try making friends with the other kids. The second the teacher says this, the rest of the class swarms right around No. One kid demands to know where he lives, while a little girl asks if he wants to play house with them. Teo watches this whole scene quietly, thinking to himself that he doesn't need to worry about No at all. Everything seems fine, but honestly, No could not care less about playing games with a bunch of toddlers. He smoothly slips away from the noisy group and heads straight for the kindergarten library area. Once he gets there, he thinks he has finally escaped the annoying kids to find some peace. No grabs a random book and just starts reading. While he is sitting there, a nearby girl notices him and watches closely. Suddenly, 3 older kids march into the library area. The guy right in the middle is Choi, with 2 lackeys backing him up. Choi stares down at the little girl sitting next to No and starts mocking her. He asks if she is hiding out here alone, reading another book again. Without any warning, Choi cruelly snatches Young's hair ribbon right off her and holds it high, calling it completely useless. Young begs him to give it back, but Choi just laughs in her face and refuses. He starts running around, waving the ribbon in the air while Young breaks down crying. She desperately pleads with him, explaining her dad gave it to her. Choi ignores her, sticking his tongue out and enjoying her pain, but that is when No steps in. He calls the whole thing super childish. Now watch closely, because Choi's face instantly drops. Pure anger takes over his face as he whips around to No, demanding to know what he just said. No simply takes a step forward, going face to face, and calmly repeats that they are being childish. Choi goes absolutely furious and throws a wild punch at No, but he dodges it effortlessly. He kicks Choi right in the leg, throwing off his balance and dropping him hard. During the fall, the ribbon slips right out of Choi's grip and lands perfectly in No's hands. He turns right back to the crying girl and hands over her ribbon. Choi, still stuck on the floor, glares up at No with pure rage. He screams that No won't get away with this, but No completely ignores the kid. He thinks to himself that he never expected to hear classic villain lines from a 6-year-old. He just stares blankly back at Choi, and right then, Choi completely freezes up. Without another word, he turns around and sprints away, screaming that he will definitely take care of No next time. Jun quietly approaches. She gently grabs onto his sleeve and gives him a super quiet, shy thank you for saving her ribbon. No looks back at her, totally lost in his own thoughts. He remembers Minji and Choi both have mana levels just slightly above average compared to normal people. But honestly, besides those 2 brats, pretty much all the kids here have zero special skills whatsoever. Out of pure curiosity, No decides to quickly check Jun's mana level. But the second he focuses his senses on her, he sees something completely unexpected deep inside. An overwhelming wave of mana radiates outward. You and I know he is overpowered, but his eyes actually widen seeing her massive energy. Young has insane amounts of mana. Her reserves are even bigger than his own sister's. And she doesn't just have vast energy, she actually has flawless, perfect control over it too. This kind of crazy talent is definitely not normal. Someone with a gift like this is almost certainly one of the legendary 12 sovereigns in the making. Or at the very least, she could have become a direct disciple to one. No watches Young super carefully, analyzing every detail. He starts thinking about how, despite going back in time and literally knowing everything about this world, he has never once heard of a girl named Young. If she really packs this much potential, then in the future she could become a massively famous player just from her mana alone. No looks right at Young and casually declares they should be friends from now on. Young, totally caught off guard, happily nods and shakes his hand. No keeps thinking to himself that he doesn't fully understand what is changing the timeline, but one thing is clear. This girl has immense, game-changing potential, and in a brutal world like this, staying close to talented people is always smart. Meanwhile, back at No's house, His mom is standing by the mirror, adjusting a little brooch. She smiles so warmly looking over at No, telling him that the little carnation he crafted for her is absolutely beautiful. He just watches. His thoughts drift to the super simple craft he put together back in kindergarten. He never expected her to appreciate it so much, but she is wearing it proudly. Right then, his mom turns toward Yuna, hyping her up too, and saying she also did a wonderful job making her own little carnation. No watches the scene closely, thinking to himself that Yuna actually isn't particularly skilled at making arts and crafts, and the very next moment she excitedly hands him one too, her face totally lighting up. Their mom watches the sweet exchange, and then with a playful smile, she turns back to No. She mentions seeing him make an extra carnation earlier, asking if he made it for Yuna. No replies it was actually for Grandma. As he stands right there, dark memories from his past life suddenly start flooding back. He had lost his entire family. He had no parents left, but every single year at school he still had to make a carnation. Whenever he brought it home, his grandma would check it out, and then leave it on the shoe rack as an ornament. Year after year, this sad routine just kept going. But despite making one every time, he never gathered the actual courage to give it directly to his grandma. Back in his past life, he always felt that if he handed it over himself, he would somehow lose his burning drive to kill those monsters. The exact same brutal creatures responsible for his family's death. He was terrified his rage would just fade. He held back until the day she passed away. But trust me, we are watching him fix those mistakes right now. No remembers how the heavenly maiden government once constructed a massive highway leading to a previously restricted zone. This road was designed to perfectly connect the normal world with the danger zone. Stick with me here. Regular folks finally got the chance to enter this newly opened road. To keep everyone totally safe from any crazy emergencies, a massive squad of hunters was placed on standby. But then, on the exact same day this highway officially opened, the absolute unthinkable happened. Boom! A massive kraken monster spawned out of nowhere. It surged up completely unannounced. And because of its insane size and godlike power, tons of innocent people lost their lives instantly. Among those tragic victims, No's own family, who were just traveling to visit his grandma. Suddenly, his dad's voice snaps him right back to reality. His dad casually mentions the upcoming holidays and asks if they'd like to make a trip to visit their grandma. Hearing his dad's words, No thinks to himself that the fateful day he's been waiting for has finally arrived. He makes his mind up right then and there. Nothing is changing his decision. His family is absolutely not visiting her. Then we get some deeper backstory about his dad's side of the family. No's grandma is actually related to him on his mom's side. His dad grew up as an orphan, feeling totally lost and broken, but No's maternal grandma stepped up and took care of him. She gave him unconditional love and support until her dying breath. While No is deep in thought about all this heavy stuff, his dad interrupts, admitting that the old road to Grandma's house used to be extremely dangerous. But now, a brand new, much safer route has been built and heavily guarded by hunters. Dad figures they'll be perfectly safe and nothing bad will happen, but No flat out tells his parents they absolutely cannot go visit their grandma. Noticing his weird, serious tone, his mom steps closer and asks why he'd say that. Doesn't he want to see her? He even made a sweet little carnation just for her. Realizing he urgently needs a solid cover story, No backtracks. He tells his mom he definitely wants to visit, just not today. Since he's stuck in a kid's body, he knows he needs an excuse they'll actually buy without getting suspicious. So, he smartly brings up the upcoming Children's Day holiday. He begs his parents to go to the amusement park, saying he's wanted to ride the roller coaster forever. Hearing all this hype, his little sister Yuna, who's standing right nearby, totally jumps in, demanding that she wants to hit the amusement park too. No's dad, giving in to their puppy dog eyes, realizes neither kid has ever been to one. Mom explains they usually avoid long trips because of random monster threats nearby. So, Dad happily agrees to take everyone to the park tomorrow, while Mom promises to pack them an absolutely awesome picnic lunch. Yuna immediately requests sandwiches and chicken nuggets. No feels relieved, but also deeply conflicted inside. He knows he can't stop the kraken from spawning. But watch closely here. If he just keeps his parents far away from that danger, he might actually rewrite history. Right at that exact second, his mom gets a sudden phone call. As she answers, her face drops in pure, utter shock. She frantically tells the caller she'll take care of her mom. Noticing her intense freakout, Dad asks what's wrong. She drops the bomb. Grandma just collapsed out of nowhere. Hearing this, No is completely stunned, wondering how this happened. His grandma had always been in perfect health. Everything had been totally fine until he left for the player academy. No's mom insists that even though her condition probably isn't too serious, she still desperately needs to go check on her right now. His dad immediately agrees to go with her. He calms her down, saying he's just as worried about her mom's health and will absolutely tag along. But then, No's mom starts worrying about leaving the kids behind. Dad points out there's no way they can take them to the theme park during a family emergency. They'll just have to drive to Grandma's house the next day, right when that brand new highway officially opens. After a heavy pause, No's mom walks right up to him. She gently explains that he needs to understand Grandma's health isn't doing so great right now. She totally gets how hyped he was for the amusement park, but she begs him to understand how serious this situation actually is. You and I both know that messing with time is risky. No wonders if trying to fix the future will just make things way worse. His grandma is already suffering because he tried changing the past. If he keeps trying to manipulate the timeline, he might seriously break everything. Knowing he can't stop the Kraken from meeting his family makes him feel totally powerless. But in a sudden burst of frustration, No pulls himself together. He firmly reminds himself that this timeline is different. The biggest difference, it's him. He's been absorbing power to change his fate since he was super young, and his skills have grown insanely fast. Now he has actual combat experience, unlike before. And with that veteran knowledge, he knows exactly how to fight the coming monsters. Making his ultimate choice, No tells his mom he understands and will go see Grandma. He calms his racing heart, promising himself that if he can't keep his family away from the Kraken, he'll just have to crush the beast himself. While mentally preparing, No breaks down the monster threat levels. According to the official Player Association rankings, beasts are ranked on a scale from 9 down to 1, with rank 1 being the absolute deadliest. Every single rank jump means a massive spike in raw danger and complexity. The Kraken is a heavy-hitting rank 3 monster. Super powerful, yeah, but still a couple tiers below the true nightmare beings. A rank 1 monster was actually the one that killed No in his past life. A literal walking natural disaster with unbelievable destructive power. No's resolve to fight the Kraken turns to pure steel as he hypes himself up. He knows full well that even though this Kraken is rank 3, it only got downgraded later because hunters naturally got stronger over time. But right now, the situation is completely different. The guards on that road are only E to C rank hunters. They'll get absolutely wiped. Since No can't solo the Kraken right now, his game plan becomes crystal clear. Trust me, you won't want to miss this next part. He must stall that Kraken until one of the 12 sovereigns arrives. Alright, stick with me here. Our MC needs to destroy a massive Kraken, but he packs a box cutter and scissors. Looking at them, he realizes these are the only weapons he can carry without looking totally suspicious to his family. He thought about grabbing a huge kitchen knife, but nah, his mom would definitely start asking way too many questions. Still, even these tiny tools can do some serious damage if he coats them in mana. Right then, Yuna pops in. Time to roll. He gives a quick nod, confirming he is ready. Moments later, our guy is just chilling in the car. His mom gently tells him to take it easy and rest up. Yuna is out cold, but our MC is wide awake, deep in thought. He is sitting there wondering why the Kraken hasn't showed up yet. Did the timeline change? Maybe the monster is a no-show. He prays silently, hoping they can just cross this bridge safely. But boom, instant chaos erupts as the bridge starts cracking. Rocks and concrete debris start raining down, completely crushing the cars below. And right there, right in the middle of all this absolute destruction. Now pay close attention here. Our MC finally sees it, the massive creature emerges. This terrifying boss towers over them, whipping its giant tentacles and just absolutely slaughtering anyone in its path. People on the other side of the bridge are sprinting for their lives, totally desperate to escape the monster's insane fury. But then, the standby hunters finally arrive on the scene. They charge straight into battle, fully intending to protect the civilians. Sadly though, all their heroic efforts are completely useless here. The Kraken swings a single tentacle and absolutely crushes the hunter leader, taking him out instantly. Seeing their top guy go down throws the rest of the hunters into pure panic mode. They literally turn around and run away terrified. The civilians are furious. They start screaming at the fleeing hunters, calling them total cowards for running when they were supposed to be the heroes. Our MC's dad looks around at the absolute devastation. He immediately turns to his kids, telling them they need to evacuate this zone ASAP. He tells them to stay calm, stick together, and they will get out alive. He begs them to trust him and follow his lead. Our guy quickly catches on to his dad's plan. His mom, sensing the crazy urgency, steps right in. She tells the kids to listen to their dad. They have to ditch the car and leave the area immediately to survive. The whole family quickly scrambles out. But Yuna can barely stand up. Her legs are shaking completely out of control. She cries out, asking why her legs won't stop shaking when she desperately wants to move. Her dad sees her absolute terror. He steps up and tosses her right onto his shoulder. Seeing this, the dad asks our MC if he can walk. He nods, totally ready. Meanwhile, a hunter yells at them to follow him fast. Our MC and his family chase after the guy, but his mind is racing 1,000,000 miles an hour. He realizes the hunters already figured out this is a rank 3 Kraken. They know they literally stand 0 chance against this absolute beast. Their only goal is evacuating everyone away from the danger. But our guy knows the Kraken isn't the only threat here, while his family follows the hunter to escape. They watch as the hunter gets instantly impaled by a spear that rips right through his body, tossing him into the air. I know you saw that coming, right? Well, rank 7 diver monsters start climbing up the bridge, and our guy spots them immediately. These divers don't waste a single second. One bites a hunter clean in half, more monsters swarm in, viciously attacking every single person they see. Hunters included. Civilians and fighters completely scatter in every direction, desperately trying to survive this ambush. One guy starts screaming for healing magic after a girl takes a massive hit. But before anyone can even move, a diver throws a spear right through the healer. Even more of these ugly monsters invade the zone. They absolutely shred hunters and civilians alike, leaving nothing but pure carnage behind. Our MC's dad, determined to keep his family alive. He calms his kids down, telling them to trust him and follow his lead. He makes it crystal clear, do not look back, no matter what. Grabbing Yuna in his arms, he and the rest of the family sprint toward the other side of the bridge. But as they rush forward, the Kraken uses its massive tentacles to grab multiple cars and literally chuck them through the air. They crash down hard, blocking their main escape route. Our MC notices this immediately and desperately warns his dad, but they are forced to slam the brakes. Boom, a massive explosion goes off right in front of them as the cars detonate, totally blocking the path. 2 nearby hunters start screaming at each other, realizing backup still isn't here. One of them yells, "Where the heck are our reinforcements?" The other guy just snaps back that it's way too late for that. Now they have to face these deadly monsters all alone until help arrives, if it ever does. Hearing all this insane chaos around him, our MC thinks back to his past life. He remembers how last time, it took the 12 sovereigns 30 whole minutes just to show up. The hunters here aren't crazy powerful, but they're somehow holding the monsters back for now. Still, he knows that if they can't contain that Kraken, if that thing doesn't fall fast, everybody is doomed. Our guy pulls himself together. He tells himself he prepared for exactly this. He knew everything could go wrong. He is totally determined to protect his family, even if it means risking his own life right now. Reaching into his bag, he pulls out the scissors and that trusty box cutter. Turning to his parents, he warns them to stay put. He tells them not to move an inch until backup arrives. His dad is completely confused, listening as our MC calmly explains the hunters can protect them for now. His mind calculates the worst-case scenarios, knowing he has to leave Yuna. Trust me, you'll want to see what's next. Let's dive right in. He stays back to fight the monsters, promising his dad that Yuna can totally handle herself, without wasting another single second. No starts sprinting straight toward the Kraken, firing up his heavenly step technique. This majorly boosts his speed. But he quickly feels the heavy strain. In his past life, using this exact skill was incredibly easy. But in this tiny body, it is way harder to maintain, despite the effort. No's pure determination keeps him moving. He knows he is not built for this, But he is pushing past every limit to reach the Kraken, moving crazy fast. Ignoring people screaming at him to stay away from the danger zone. As he charges in, multiple diver monsters suddenly block his path. No whips out his magic-coated cutter and slashes the first diver's throat, taking it out instantly. Another beast lunges, but he kicks it back and slices its neck. A third monster charges him, and he drops it with a lightning-fast strike. But a fourth one kicks him, making no stumble back, though he stays locked in. The divers keep swarming, but No never hesitates. He cuts them down one by one with absolute precision. As the fight rages on, memories from his past life flood his mind. He remembers his old title from a forgotten era when he was an undead warrior. With every strike, he becomes that beast again. His old memories fuel his power, and he keeps fighting with relentless strength, tearing through the monsters like he is driven by some unstoppable hunger. When No lands, a diver appears under a nearby car. Before it attacks, No leaps and stomps hard on its head, instantly crushing the creature. Another monster throws a spear at No. He barely dodges, dashes straight forward, and drops the beast before it can strike again. In the pure chaos, No realizes his cutter is totally broken. Frustrated, he pulls out his scissors, realizing they are also broken. Rushing the Kraken, he uses heavenly steps to close the distance. Now watch closely. He finally faces the Kraken. It hurls a car but No barely dodges, moving super fast. He runs up a massive tentacle straight toward the Kraken's face. Gripping his broken scissors, he furiously stabs and slashes into the monster's tough skin. The Kraken thrashes wildly, but No never stops. He keeps stabbing with absolutely everything he has. Fighting back, the Kraken swings another tentacle to crush him, but No dodges at the very last second and lands safely on the ground. Checking his scissors, he notices one blade is partially broken. He checks the remaining piece and mutters it will just have to do for now. The Kraken relentlessly tries to grab No with its massive tentacles. He expertly dodges and climbs right up them, ready to strike again, but right as he goes for the hit, a giant tentacle suddenly sweeps toward him. Stuck in midair, he cannot dodge. The tentacle smashes him, sending him flying. Despite that brutal hit, No absolutely refuses to quit. He is battered but totally locked in. His stamina is almost gone, but he refuses to yield. As he stands on the bridge, the tentacle strikes below him, shattering the support pillars. The structure crumbles, and No feels the ground completely collapse beneath him. He falls but somehow regains balance. The Kraken lifts a massive truck and throws it at him with terrifying strength. No swings his weapon, slicing the truck clean in half right before it crushes him. However, you feel that too, right? His weapon is completely shattered, and completely exhausted, his body just stops responding. His vision blurs, and he knows he is blacking out. For a second, he thinks it is game over. But through the heavy mental fog, he violently forces himself to stay awake. He knows that if he completely loses control right now, all his effort is totally wasted. It cannot end here. His eyes close, but using raw willpower, they violently snap open. Fully determined to finish this, he swears he will make things right today. He will fight to ensure his family has a happy future. As the Kraken's tentacle violently thrusts toward him, No braces himself, realizing he is not ready to die yet. He genuinely wants to live. But then Yuna arrives, screaming at the Kraken to stay away from her brother. Right then, a blinding golden light erupts from her, swallowing the entire area. Every monster touched by the flash literally disintegrates into thin air, one by one. No watches in absolute shock. Unable to process what is happening, he mutters that this just cannot be real. It has to be a miracle, a legendary gift that only a very rare few possess. No realizes that back in his original world, barely anyone could use gifts like this. Now, seeing Yuna literally wielding this insane power, it hits him. She might be a genuine miracle user, a super rare prodigy with a gift that changes absolutely everything. A golden aura surrounds Yuna as she tells No everything is okay. Looking at his own hands, he sees his injuries are totally healed. The golden light heals him while also shielding them from the monster. But what do you and I take from this? These wild miracles always demand a seriously heavy price. No quickly turns to Yuna, asking if she is okay or feeling any pain. Yuna, looking incredibly exhausted. Let's dive right back in. She mumbles she's just sleepy before completely passing out. He looks her over, not spotting anything alarming. The life force holding Yuna together is almost totally drained. The only thing keeping her alive right now is her heart, still beating faintly. He has zero clue the miracle she used to heal them completely drained her own energy, her literal life force. He carefully lays Yuna down on the ground. He tells her to rest, promising he's got everything handled from here. His mana is totally topped off now, and he readies himself to solo this kraken. The kraken fully reveals its massive, ugly head, and its eyes lock dead onto him. Seeing this, he cracks a smile, muttering the monster finally realized he's a serious threat. The kraken instantly lunges, swinging its massive tentacles to slam him over and over. He fights back, slicing through the tentacles with every bit of strength he has left. He realizes he hasn't unlocked any crazy new powers. He's literally just running on pure willpower to survive. His body is healing. But he is nowhere near strong enough to take down this kraken. The only thing keeping him standing is knowing his family is safe for now. His strategy shifts. He doesn't need to win. He just has to stall long enough for one of the 12 sovereigns to show up and handle it. Flashback to a minute before the kraken attack. A guy is sitting in his car, totally stuck in bumper-to-bumper traffic, going nowhere fast. Super frustrated, he mumbles to himself, complaining about how insanely boring this is. He glares at his driver, asking if he even knows how to drive right. The driver quickly explains the jam is because the new bridge just opened, and literally everyone is heading straight for it. Still annoyed, the guy grumbles that he should have quit his 12 sovereigns job. He only joined up to fight strong opponents, not to play bodyguard for normal people. He never signed up to protect civilians from danger, but right then. Now watch closely, because things are about to get crazy. The driver and the red-haired guy suddenly sense a weird presence. His phone immediately starts ringing. The caller says he must have felt it by now. Wasting zero time, our guy gets straight to the point and asks what rank the monster is. The person on the line confirms the monster that just popped up is a rank 3 kraken. Hearing that, the red-haired guy gets totally hyped and demands the exact coordinates. Seeing his crazy grin, the driver thinks to himself, a super dangerous monster just showed up. But instead of being worried, this guy looks absolutely thrilled. The caller keeps talking, explaining they still don't know the exact damage caused by the kraken, but the destruction over there is massive. The hunters already deployed just aren't strong enough to survive it. They tell him not to sweat it and promise to pick him up soon. Meanwhile, he just hops out of his car and stretches his legs. He stares off toward the monster's location and decides to just sprint there himself. Casually, he pulls a massive sword right out of the car. Shocked, the driver asks if he's seriously going on foot, reminding him the spot is 2 hours away. But the guy just smirks, claiming he only needs 30 minutes tops. The second he says that, he boosts his body and blasts off at insane speed. In an instant, he just vanishes into the distance. The driver watches in pure shock, then smirks, saying this is exactly the kind of crazy stunt he'd expect from the clan leader. He notes his boss is always itching for a high-level fight. That man is none other than the flame demon himself, Kang. The Blaze clan leader, Kang, has been sprinting non-stop for 30 straight minutes, and finally arrives right where the kraken is wrecking stuff. He shreds any random monsters crossing his path, but then something catches his attention, the lingering energy from Yuna's miracle. You and I both know what he's thinking. Feeling that massive mana presence, he instantly realizes no average player here could have ever cast it. That means someone new and seriously powerful is in town. Meanwhile, our guy is staring down the kraken. But before it strikes, Kang arrives just in time, instantly slicing off a tentacle. Our guy sees him and instantly recognizes the absolute legend, Kang, the flame demon. One of the 12 sovereigns. The wounded kraken quickly dives deep underwater to put out the roaring flames burning up its body. He explains that Kang's gift is flame manifestation, letting him completely control fire. That's exactly why he got the flame demon title. Kang closely studies Yuna and our main guy. He spots the mana flowing around Yuna, wondering if she's the one who cast that insane magic from earlier. He also notices she's totally out cold. Probably because she burned through all her mana. Our guy, on the other hand, has been guarding her from the kraken this entire time. Kang thinks to himself, these kids are ridiculously strong. He gets super hyped, wondering just how powerful they're going to become as hunters later on. He then tells the kid not to look so terrified. He has zero plans to fight them right now. Well, at least not today. He's only here for one thing, killing that kraken. He warns the kids to stay way back, because the beast is about to burst out of the water again. Our guy actually knew Kang way before his regression. Lately, Kang's reputation has been skyrocketing everywhere. But our guy just flat out tells Kang he doesn't care what he wants. Kang smirks, replying he just wanted to see if the hype about his strength was real. Kang challenges him to a brawl right then and there if he's really that tough. Our guy shuts him down, saying he has zero interest in fighting him. He just wants Kang out of his way, but Kang stubbornly insists, if he wants to pass, they have to throw hands first. Reluctantly, he accepts, and the two clash. He notes that Kang was always trying to pick a fight with him in his past life too. Anytime there was a chance, Kang challenged him, and no matter what strategy he tried, he could literally never beat Kang. The more they fought, the stronger Kang got. Trust me, you're going to want to see how he handles this battle monster next. Alright, stick with me here. We're diving right back into the chaos, as that kraken absolutely demolishes the bridge. Kang realizes he can't go all out fighting this monster while protecting the kids. Suddenly, a helicopter rolls up. A girl drops down, using her magic to create temporary pillars. Kang watches, honestly impressed by her perfect timing. She's Jerem, one of the 12 sovereigns, and she immediately roasts him for calling her Holy Mother. She totally warned him not to rush into stuff like this. She literally planned a clean helicopter pickup, but nah, he just had to do things his own way. Kang just shrugs, saying he had to step in no matter her plan. Jerem rolls her eyes, telling him to shut up. She's got zero patience for his reckless stunts, but gets him prepped anyway. Backup is coming, but right now, Kang needs to step up and handle this giant squid problem. Jerem hits him with a huge magic buff, boosting his stats. Kang tries refusing, but she forces him to take it. Kang grudgingly agrees, tossing her a look and leaving the kids entirely in her hands. Jerem suddenly senses a weird energy coming off Yuna. She recognizes the vibe and nods. Meanwhile, the kraken explodes out of the water. Seeing this, Kang steps up to the plate and dives straight into the ocean. He channels his raw power, wrapping his entire body in blazing flames. The kraken violently whips its massive tentacles from every angle, but Kang just smirks. The tentacles literally burn to a crisp before they can even touch him. Kang stares down the giant beast, silently laughing at its pathetic weakness. Now watch closely, this is where it gets epic. He draws his sword and unleashes a massive fire wave that completely roasts the screaming creature. Kang unleashes 100% of his power, turning the heat way up. One final, lightning-fast sword strike, and it is game over. As the monster burns, Kang drops his skill. Little No, standing nearby, watches the entire thing in absolute awe. He is totally hyped seeing the beast fall. Jerem regroups with them, saying relax, she's ready to use her top-tier healing magic on both. But when she walks over, she gets a huge shock. Neither of them actually has a single scratch on their bodies. Jerem puts 2 and 2 together. That mysterious magic she felt earlier already completely healed them. She definitely didn't expect a miracle like this. Feeling super emotional, she reaches out to comfort Yuna. But before she can even blink, No blocks her, demanding she keep her hands off his sister. Jerem is totally caught off guard. She literally feels pure killing intent coming from this tiny kid. His intense aura completely takes her by surprise. She's left wondering how a little kid can radiate such dangerous energy. Just then, rescue choppers finally touch down. Jerem instantly realizes everything is locked down. She nods, telling them the backup squad is officially here. Time to hit the hospital. Later in the ward, the TV is blasting updates about the insane incident. The anchor confirms the kraken is officially toast. Rescue ops are wrapping up, and everything is completely chill. No isn't even looking at the screen. He's just watching Yuna sleep, knowing her total exhaustion comes from completely burning through her mana. If he had snagged a mana potion earlier, she'd be fine. But sadly, that ship has totally sailed. You and I both know the craziest part is that nobody died. He's relieved, but then he turns and spots his parents. They rush into the hospital looking absolutely frantic. Their eyes are locked straight on No, visibly panicking. Seeing their faces, No's stomach drops. He thinks he's totally doomed. His mom softly asks if he's hurt, but he instantly shakes his head no. Then his dad asks about Yuna. No explains she's just passed out from 0 mana, but the potion they gave her is working perfectly. Hearing that, his dad sighs in relief, but then the vibe completely flips. He starts demanding to know why No ran away and disobeyed them. No feels totally sick to his stomach, quietly muttering a quick apology while lying there. He thinks back on the whole mess. Honestly, zero regrets. His family survived, and that's what actually matters. But looking up at his parents' angry, tearful faces, it hits him. He starts deeply rethinking his reckless choices. He realizes they aren't mad about his secret powers or the fight. They're just terrified. He put his own life on the line. The thought of losing his own family terrifies him, making him realize their fear is 100% real. He never really considered how much pain his actions caused them. With a heavy, breaking heart, No bursts into tears, completely admitting that he messed up. He promises never to do it again. His mom pulls him into a huge, comforting hug, and his dad joins in, holding them both tight. They tell him no more dangerous secrets, reminding the kid just how much he absolutely means to them. No just listens quietly, feeling total peace wash over him. Next morning, they talk about the discharge papers. His folks say they'll handle all the boring hospital paperwork. No happily agrees to just chill with Yuna. He's sitting there stressing about how he totally broke his parents' trust, when a shiny chocolate bar catches his eye. He takes a bite, finding a little comfort. Searching for more to distract himself, a random hand suddenly offers him a second chocolate bar. No mutters thanks, but when he looks up, it's Kang. And trust me, you're gonna want to see what happens next. Let's dive into something crazy together. No just stares, stunned, while Kang unwraps a chocolate cookie, casually asking if he hates sweets. Kang hands it right over. When No refuses, he seriously starts wondering if this dude is on his deathbed or just completely out of his mind. He quickly decides Kang has probably been insane from the start. Then, out of nowhere, Kang asks No his age. No tells him he is 6 and his sister is 10. Curious, Kang leans in. He asks for a name. No tells him, and Kang looks a little shocked. Then he asks if No wants to join an academy. He even offers a recommendation. No's brain goes into overdrive. Is Kang trying to train him into a player so they can fight later? Maybe battle him when he is older. He wonders if Kang is just bored without any real rivals. Then, Kang heads for the door. Before leaving, he tells No he is young with plenty of time to decide. He promises to remember his name, then steps outside the room. Yeren is waiting outside. She marches right up and demands to know if Kang is seriously just walking away. She says surviving that bridge was an absolute miracle. A miracle like that has never happened in Korea, but honestly, Kang could not care less. He firmly states miracles do not matter. The only thing that matters is pure strength. Frustrated, Yeren yells, calling him an idiot. Kang shoots back that he is way stronger than her. Now watch this next part closely. He reminds her she is one of the 12 sovereigns, so she better watch her mouth. Kang warns her that if this gets reported, the entire world will be watching them. And if that happens, Yuna's normal life is completely ruined. Zero peace ever again. Yeren obviously does not want that for her friend. Yeren goes completely speechless. Seeing her stunned face, Kang tells her to stay out of it. Then, he casually suggests grabbing some sweets at a cafe. Shocked by this sudden sweet tooth, Yeren stares at him in total disbelief. She literally asks if he has completely lost his mind. The day after the Kraken incident, No's family arrives at his grandma's place. Pulling into the driveway, she spots the kids knocked out in the car. She immediately realizes how totally exhausted they are. Later on, No wakes up trapped under his sleeping sister. Gently pushing her off, he notices his mom and dad tangled up exactly the same way across the room. Seeing this, he wonders if his mom always had this weird sleeping habit, and if his sister totally inherited it from her. After tucking his sister in a cozy blanket, No quietly sneaks out. Outside, his mind starts racing about everything. Sitting alone, he realizes his mana has spiked massively. He wonders if this weird new power is some kind of special gift. Memories of his past life flood back. His old gift was called Berserker. It cranked up his physical strength and magic the more mana he burned. But there was a massive downside. Burning that much mana slowly destroyed his sanity entirely. Yet this time, despite using all his mana, he stayed completely sane. He realizes that without that crazy penalty holding him back. You and I both know that makes this power absolutely broken. Still, the true nature of his gift remains a total mystery. Suddenly, his grandma appears right in front of him. She asks why he is awake so late. He blames it on sleeping in the car. Wrapping him in a shawl, she reminds him that growing boys need sleep. No smiles inside, realizing she has always been his guiding light. He asks why she is up. She replies it is because he is not sleeping yet. Right on cue, Mom walks out with warm milk. No happily drinks it, super grateful for the love. While he sips, his mom tells Grandma how completely terrified she was receiving that phone call earlier. She admits she was worried sick, but feels relieved now. Grandma suddenly brings up a super dramatic neighbor, reassuring her that everything will be fine. No starts thinking about how Grandma slipped on those stairs. But she insists it was not a bad fall. She claims she was just distracted and is totally fine. She mentions seeing a vision of his grandpa, waving his hands to stop her from climbing. No thinks hard about this crazy dream, wondering if it was an actual warning sign. Meanwhile, his mom just keeps happily chatting away. No, lost in deep thought, quietly finishes his milk. Suddenly, his mom asks what he wants to be when he grows up. Hearing that question, a dark shadow falls over his face. Past life memories violently flood his brain. Endless monsters slaughtered, bloody battles won. He remembers every brutal detail, and it brings zero peace. Instead, he feels totally lost. Mom catches his blank stare, asking what is wrong. No quickly brushes it off. He admits he has no clue about his future. Sensing his stress, Grandma tries comforting him. She says he is young with plenty of time left. She encourages him to live fully, to make friends, fight for his beliefs, study hard, and just play. She reminds him he can figure it out himself, and not having answers right now is totally okay. Life will guide him, so he should live it up until he finds his path. Knows Mom. Mom hugs him tight. What do you and I learn here? His future is completely in his own hands. Stick with me here. We are jumping into some pure wholesome magic. She tells No-yoon his name means universe, packing infinite potential. Whatever he wants to do, he can. She has his back forever. His grandma nods along, adding she will also be right there by his side. Then Yuna suddenly pops in, randomly mentioning she wants some milk too. No-yoon suddenly remembers something. He quickly hands his grandma the paper carnation he made in class. She smiles, thanking him, and promises to proudly display it right on the shoe rack for absolutely everyone to see. No-yoon feels this incredible warmth, knowing he actually made something super meaningful for her. Just watching his sweet grandma, No-yoon reflects on all the amazing, wonderful memories he is about to build in this new life. I know what you are thinking, this is almost too sweet. He feels insanely grateful for this supportive family. Her happiness totally fills him with joy, silently thanking her for everything. A few days later, No-yoon's parents drop some seriously epic news on him. They are having another baby. His mom explains they will soon welcome a brand new sibling into the family. Meanwhile, little Yuna, overhearing them, gets completely hyped. She starts rambling excitedly about how pumped she is for a new sibling, but No-yoon's mom notices he is acting unusually. Quiet, she steps closer, asking if something is wrong. But nope, he is actually just overwhelmed with pure joy. Smiling right through his tears, he simply thanks her. He says it is literally the best moment of his life. We all felt that one, right, hearing this. Let us dive right in. His dad cracks up, joking that anyone watching would totally think he is the actual father. Fast forward 1 year later. Our boy No is 7 years old, stuck at kindergarten, and absolutely swarmed by a bunch of little girls. Their giggles totally fill the room. Meanwhile, poor No is trapped playing pretend as a dog, while the girls swarm in to pet him. He is super annoyed but tries playing along to keep the peace. Enter Minji. She is standing way back, totally keeping her distance. She starts poking the bear, asking why everyone thinks he is so cute. She even says they should just toss him out. Hearing that, No gets absolutely furious. He knows Minji loves pushing his buttons. Her whole vibe just seriously ticks him off, so he glares at her. And wow, she just doubles down. Now watch closely. She threatens to snitch to the teacher about him. Trying so hard to keep his cool, No just lets out this low, frustrated growl. He suddenly gets a flashback to his last kindergarten disaster. He had sneaked into a corner just to catch his breath, and his teacher totally spotted him. But did she help him? Nope. She literally threw him to the wolves, the other girls. While this chaotic game of house continues, another kid bounces over, acting like the dad returning from work. While the girls sprint over to greet her, No seizes his golden chance and totally dips out. He heads outside, spots Jun, and strolls over, super curious about her current project. He asks her straight up. Jun casually mentions she has been completely obsessed with Sherlock Holmes lately. You and I both know he cannot resist spoiling it. No casually drops the absolute bomb that Sherlock and Professor Moriarty take a massive tumble down a waterfall. Alright, stick with me here. He suddenly stops talking, and Jung totally freezes up. He just spoiled a huge part of her story, but hasn't fully realized his massive mistake yet. She shoots him an annoyed glare, pointing out how hyped she was to read that part herself. But this guy, zero guilt so far. Instead, he just laughs it off and apologizes, totally trying to play it cool. Then he actually spoils the next book, saying Sherlock Holmes literally comes back to life. Yeah, that makes things way worse. Jung is visibly upset now, tears actually welling up. She snaps that he seriously ruined the whole vibe for her. Now feeling genuinely awful, No apologizes again, then awkwardly shuffles away, leaving her sitting there totally crushed. No wanders into another classroom, where a bunch of kids are having an epic mock sword fight. Right then, Choi easily demolishes another kid. Catching No walking in, Choi flashes this super arrogant smirk. He brags that he was waiting for him. Time to prove who's the strongest in class. The kids around them immediately start whispering, totally hyped up for this massive incoming showdown. They seriously want to see if Choi will actually emerge as the absolute top dog. Sword pointed. Now watch closely because things get wild. Choi claims this spot is only for the elite. He dares No to grab a sword and fight. Raising his blade high, Choi confidently tells the entire crowd he'll definitely finish No with one single, devastating strike. From the back. Someone yells that No won't go down easily. Another kid agrees this match will prove the true boss. Naturally, some girls get incredibly loud, completely catching No's attention. Minji is right there in the screaming crowd, yelling for No to drop dead. He just sighs, fully realizing that she has literally always been that kind of toxic person. He glances over at Jung, hoping maybe she'll root for him. Then it hits him, he completely spoiled her favorite book earlier today. So yeah, Jung glares with pure hatred. No grabs a plastic sword, feeling like a total loner in this cruel world. Choi instantly charges in. You and I totally saw this coming, right? No swings his sword just once, making Choi's weapon go completely flying in a flash. Bam! A direct shot to the stomach drops Choi to his knees. Pouting on the floor, Choi hilariously claims that if his sealed dark powers weren't restricted, he would have totally won. Everyone stares at No in absolute shock. Feeling all the heavy stares, he awkwardly tries playing it cool, saying the battle was pretty fun. The classroom totally erupts into cheers, completely blown away by his crazy skills. One kid practically drags No away, declaring he's the chosen one who can pull the legendary Excalibur. They quickly arrive at the sacred stash. Honestly, to No, it just looks like cheap plastic. He wonders if pulling it will actually do anything crazy. Grabbing the hilt, he yanks it right out. Instant cheers explode around him, but that's where we leave it, meanwhile by a bench. Alright, you and I are diving into an absolutely wild manhwa today. A bloody phone lies on the floor, blasting the news. Rank 7 goblins just spawned, and the knights are clashing on the front lines. Stick with me here, this manhwa gets wild. The news just confirmed 2 goblins actually escaped, and there's a massive chance that even more goblins are hiding out in residential areas. The public is warned to report anything sketchy immediately. Meanwhile, our kindergartners are just playing freeze tag. Meanwhile, No just sits on the sidelines watching them. He is completely exhausted and ready to quit, but these other kids, zero signs of being tired. No watches them keep running around, thinking to himself that he is literally so drained he might pass out. But despite being dead on his feet, he knows he has to keep storing as much mana as possible at every single chance. His mind drifts to the future. To a world where mana will literally dictate everything. He firmly believes that hoarding energy now means insane strength later. After everything that just happened, he knows his mana capacity leveled up big time. So No just sits there, gathering even more raw energy. Finally, the other kids call out, asking if he's done resting and ready to jump back in. Right on cue, their teacher shows up carrying ice cream. Score. The kids totally swarm her, getting hyped and calling dibs on their favorite flavors. No grabs his ice cream, but notices Minji picked the exact same one. They both start tugging on it, stubbornly telling each other to let go. No straight up tells Minji that it is his treat. While Minji snaps back that she grabbed it first, they keep bickering right in front of the teacher, who gets annoyed and snatches it away. She scolds the two of them, telling them they definitely shouldn't be fighting over sweets with their friends. Then the teacher literally snaps the ice cream in half and tells them to share. No and Minji, still super salty about it, decide to settle this with rock. Paper, scissors. No declares it a winner takes all match, but their teacher shuts that down fast, reminding them they need to just share it. Both No and Minji grumble but agree. Right at that moment, Young walks over and asks the teacher where Choi ran off to. The teacher admits she honestly has no clue, but guesses Choi is out in the garden. Minji chimes in, saying Choi is probably out there swinging his sword like always. Minji turns to Young and asks why she even wants to bring Choi his ice cream. If he actually wanted it, he would come get it himself. Jun hesitates, saying it just feels totally wrong for everyone to be enjoying ice cream together while Choi is hanging out all alone. The teacher overhears this and suggests Young should just take it to him if she cares that much. Without another word, Jun grabs the treat and heads towards Choi. Meanwhile, all the other kindergartners group back up, totally pumped and ready to play another chaotic round of freeze tag. Minji walks right up to No and tells him he should join them, but No coldly rejects her, totally uninterested. Minji warns him that acting like a lone wolf means nobody will play with him. No just shrugs, asks why she cares so much, and tells her to go play with the others. Minji admits his sister, Yuna, actually asked her to make sure he played with everyone. No instantly gets annoyed, realizing his sister is being way too overprotective again. The game kicks off with rock, paper, scissors to decide who is it. In the end, No gets stuck being the tagger who has to catch everyone else. He immediately locks onto Minji as his first target, sprinting right at her, but she yells freeze right before he can tag her. Not giving up, No swiftly spins and tags another kid instead, and just as Minji unfreezes to run away. He dodges right past her and tags her on the fly. Minji is absolutely fuming, realizing he completely outsmarted her. Boiling with rage, she decides to target him first. Now watch closely, this is where it gets crazy. She lunges, but before tagging him, No feels a shift and stops. He just stands there completely frozen. Minji, totally confused by his random pause, asks why he is just standing there, but No ignores her. Instead, his entire mind is hyper-focused on that creepy energy. Suddenly, boom, the door bursts wide open, and a rank 7 goblin monster spawns right in front of them. It charges forward, going straight for one of the little girls, but before the beast can actually strike, No reacts with lightning speed. He fires off his mana beam skill to disarm the goblin, sending its nasty axe flying away. The monster, now absolutely furious, locks its sights right on No and charges, swinging wildly. But no, this kid uses crazy quick reflexes to dodge every single hit. You and I both know he needs a weapon, right? His brain goes into overdrive. He notices the ice cream stick, realizing he could channel his insane power through it for an instant knockout. But right as he gets ready to end this, the teachers burst onto the scene. One of them actually uses a broom to sweep the other goblin, temporarily stopping its crazy rampage. The brave teacher quickly signals for No to just stay put, then tosses the broom aside and knocks the remaining goblin out cold with one hit. With the immediate threat handled, the teachers grab No and the girl, rushing them inside. As they sprint away, those two nasty goblins are right on their heels, refusing to quit. One monster leaps forward, totally ready to strike them down. But No acts instantly. He channels a blast of his mana beam, sending the ugly creature flying backward before it can even touch them. Without wasting a single second, the teacher shoves No and the little girl right into the classroom, slamming the heavy door shut behind them. Totally exhausted and panting hard, they take a brief second to recover from the madness. The teacher immediately turns to the kindergarten director, demanding to know where the rest are. The director calms him down, explaining that most kids have already been evacuated. Most likely, the goblins sneaked into the area after that earlier incident, totally drawn in by all the noise. No scans the crowded room, searching hard for any familiar faces. The director mentions she sent a report, so now they just wait for the pro hunters. But suddenly, Minji bursts into the room screaming that Jun and Choi are completely missing. The teachers turn pale as another kid speaks, Trust me, you gotta see what's next. Let's dive right into this crazy story. Someone nervously mentions that Jung and Choi were just out in the garden. Teo instantly decides to go find them, but the principal shuts that down. It is way too dangerous outside right now. They cannot risk leaving the other kids completely unprotected. Panic rips through the classroom. Anxious whispers turn into loud cries, with kids begging for their friends to make it back safe and sound. But our boy No sneaks right out of the room, totally determined to track them down. Meanwhile, out in the garden, a goblin corners Choi. But Jung acts on pure instinct, blasting the goblin back with a sudden burst of mana. That saves Choi just in time. The monster stumbles but instantly recovers. Seeing how bad this is, Choi grabs Jung and sprints for his life. They rush deeper into the garden, desperately trying to outrun the beast, reaching a patch of higher ground. Choi tells Jung they need to climb up to safety. He pushes her up first, but as soon as he turns around, the goblin is right there, closing the distance fast. Jung is halfway up, begging Choi to hurry and grab her hand, but he refuses. He knows he has to hold the line and protect her. Gripping his plastic toy sword, he braces himself for battle, even with his heart absolutely pounding in his chest. He flashes back to a live stream where the fire demon completely crushed the Kraken. Starstruck, Choi imagines himself stepping up as a legendary hero. Just like that fire demon, taking down monsters and being incredibly strong. Staring down the goblin, his bravery suddenly overrides his fear. He cannot let this thing touch Jung. Taking a deep breath, he tightens his grip on the toy weapon, fully ready to throw hands with this monster. Now pay close attention here. Choi swings his toy sword, but obviously it does nothing. The goblin lunges straight for him. Right before it hits, No appears out of nowhere. He grabs the dropped sword and blocks the monster's strike like it is absolutely nothing. Looking back at Choi, No praises his insane courage, calling him a real man. The goblin shifts its focus to No and attacks. Choi screams a warning. But no, in one lightning-fast blur, he slices the goblin's hand clean off. Chopped right in half. A second blinding strike shatters the core, completely obliterating the beast. No casually tells Choi that the danger is totally gone. Overwhelmed with emotion, Choi runs over and tackles No in a massive hug, calling him a genuine hero. Jung, still totally shaken up, runs up to No as well. She clings to him, crying and admitting how absolutely terrified she was. Flashback to earlier. While the class was busy panicking about Jung and Choi, No used the perfect distraction to slip away completely unnoticed. Firing up his mana detection skill, he quickly scanned the whole area and pinpointed exactly where they were hiding. While sprinting over, another goblin blocked his path. No steps up, completely unbothered and ready to throw down, as the monster charges forward. He easily dodges the strike, leaps off a nearby wall and gets behind it. With insane speed, he slashes the beast with his own blade. It tries to fight back, but No is too fast. One more jumping strike and boom, it is finished. The goblin drops dead while No rushes toward his friends. Back to the present. Both kids are traumatized from the attack, hugging him tightly with tears streaming down their faces. Seeing that monster practically froze them in pure fear. Soon, the frantic teachers finally arrive on the scene. They are super worried, checking No for injuries and asking if he is okay. No just nods, playing it cool. Later that night, professional hunters show up. One of them gives No a super serious look, asking if he actually killed that beast alone. No answers calmly. He lies and says the goblin was heavily injured before he even got there. He claims he just landed the final hit. The hunter is impressed. You and I both know the truth, but the hunter is skeptical, noting this was a dangerous rank 8 beast. Beasts like that are not an easy win, especially for a 7-year-old kid. Internally, No knows you need a weapon that can completely shatter a core from the inside. Something infused with heavy mana and pure physical power. Then, the hunter brings up the other detail. The second dead goblin they found nearby. What happened there? No smoothly lies again, saying that one was probably half dead already too. He explains the weak goblin was easy to finish off, adding that the two monsters did not really seem like they were teaming up anyway. The veteran hunter just stands there silently, trying to process this crazy story. Eventually, he just buys into No's logic. Meanwhile, the government ministers in charge of that zone are sweating on live TV. They apologize for the absolute chaos and promise to bump up security permanently. Back at the kindergarten, They literally declare No the hero of the entire day, handing him an awesome certificate for his bravery. His classmates go absolutely wild, cheering and clapping for his epic rescue. While No stands there with his little award, he is secretly terrified about his mom. He imagines her totally chewing him out. Just like she did after that Kraken incident, fully expecting her to scream at him for almost dying again. He pictures his dad making him write a huge apology letter before even talking to him. No feels super overwhelmed, knowing he is totally getting grounded tonight, but despite the dread, he forces a big fake smile for the cameras. Later at the kindergarten festival, Jung is on stage doing a Snow White play. The teachers narrate, talking about a gorgeous princess from long ago. Skin pale as snow with a kind heart. And trust me, you and I need to see what happens next. Alright, stick with me, you and I are about to watch total chaos unfold. Our guy No earned the seven dwarfs' love, and now he's backstage watching the crowd with Choi. Choi is panicking hard, screaming because he totally forgot his lines. No just calmly reminds him his only line is, "You really should not eat that." Still totally stressed out, Choi admits he completely relied on his captain, hoping No would just remember every single little detail for him. No thinks back to that crazy goblin incident, realizing how much things have changed. Back then, Choi literally called him a warrior who could lead and fight. But honestly, after everything they have been through, Choi still calling him captain feels just a little bit weird to No. On stage, Minji pops up playing the evil witch. She hands Jung a bright red apple, hyping up how tasty it is, and Jung totally nods along. But the other dwarfs, they immediately object. He steps up, insisting you should never accept food from total strangers. Another dwarf totally agrees, stressing it could be poison. Then Choi bursts in. He screams, warning the princess to drop the apple, bringing the entire stage to a dead silence. The whole room just bursts into absolute laughter, as Choi's super dramatic warning lands with the live audience. Minji is completely over it. Playing the witch, she gets super annoyed, throws the apple, and basically yells at her to just eat it. Bam, the apple smacks Choi right in the face. He drops to the floor, totally out cold. The panicked teachers scramble to fix the script on the fly. They change the plot on the spot, claiming the dwarf ate the poisoned apple instead, but the queen refuses to quit, forcing the poor princess to eat the leftovers. They aggressively signal Minji to play along, and she totally goes for it with one quick, sudden movement. Minji practically shoves the apple right into Jung's mouth. The scene wraps up with Jung passing out, and Minji sprinting off the stage like a track star. With Choi dragged off stage, Teo turns straight to No. Don't blink because this is where everything shifts. He hypes him up, begging No to save the entire play. When No finally steps onto the stage, the audience starts whispering about his incredibly intimidating vibe. Some people realize this is the exact same kid who took down a literal monster. It is still wild to believe a child pulled that off at City Hall. No's mind instantly flashes back to his past life. Back then, nobody looked at him kindly, he was only ever seen as a complete monster. He was an undead player, a total nightmare people were terrified of, just as that heavy trauma starts bubbling up. His sister snaps him out of it, screaming her lungs out to support him. Seeing his family cheering totally grounds him, and with laser focus, he locks into the play. Ready to nail his role, he stands right over Jung, looking at her with total awe. He even drops a super smooth line about her unbelievable beauty. Then, he gently kisses her forehead, making Jung stir and finally wake up. The crowd goes absolutely wild with applause as the play ends in a massive victory. Everyone throws No into the air, hyping him up for saving the whole show. His parents rush over, beaming with pride and telling him he did an amazing job. No just hits them with a confident smirk, saying of course he did, he is their kid. Then, his mom drops the big question about his future goals. He completely pauses. It suddenly reminds him of that exact same question she asked him a whole year ago at his grandma's house. I know what you and I are thinking, what does an overpowered kid actually want? Looking around, he genuinely wonders if just living a happy life is enough. After thinking it over for a quick second, he looks right at his mom and casually mentions that maybe he will become a warrior. His mom gives a super understanding look, promising she has his back no matter what. Fast forward 1 year later. No steps into his elementary school for the big entrance ceremony. The new principal is dragging on. Now a third grader, No stands quietly while Minji visibly yawns, totally bored. They start throwing a little bit of casual banter back and forth. Meanwhile, Choi. He is absolutely hyped, chatting up a storm with everyone else. The opening ceremony finally wraps up, and later inside their brand new classroom. The kids start doing introductions. Minji kicks things off, bragging about her Doan kindergarten days. Miss Gina has to physically cut her off, saying that is plenty. Minji actually listens, shutting down her super long speech right there. You can practically hear the entire classroom sigh in pure relief. Now it is our guy No's turn. Miss Gina calls him up, and he steps right to the front to face his new classmates. He drops his name and simply says he also went to Doan kindergarten. Miss Gina notices him stop and asks if that is it. He literally just nods. Letting out a tiny sigh, Miss Gina moves right along and calls on Young. She stands up, looking super nervous with her hands visibly shaking. She stutters a bit getting through her intro. No suddenly remembers that time they all hung out at Young's house, with her friends chatting excitedly outside. Her dad catches their chaotic energy, kindly asking if it was a huge pain finding their way over. He offers to whip up an awesome lunch and takes their drink orders. No stares at Young's dad, suddenly hit with this super weird feeling of familiarity. He wonders where on earth he has seen that guy's face. Meanwhile, the other kids are busy screaming out orders. Some want chocolate, others are begging for mango juice. But when Young's dad finally looks at No to ask what he wants, No is so distracted he almost asks for a hot cup of coffee. Catching himself, he remembers he is literally just a kid and asks for a banana smoothie instead. Young's dad brings out this massive spread of amazing lunch dishes. The food looks absolutely unreal. One kid immediately digs in, hyping up the crazy flavor, and the rest totally follow suit with non-stop compliments. Minji and Choi are busy bickering like usual, while No just sits quietly, watching them. He genuinely wonders what makes this food so incredibly special to everyone. The second he tastes it, a bizarre energy hits his body. Trust me, you and I won't want to miss what is next. Alright, stick with me. You and I are about to watch our main character heal his body with food. It literally acts just like a magic potion for him. Like a top-tier elixir restoring his mana. Usually, players down these potions while risking their lives fighting absolutely terrifying monsters in battle. They need them to recharge. Meanwhile, No just sits there, taking in the elixir's effects without showing any reaction. Jun notices his blank face and asks if he hates it. He quickly calms her down, swearing that the food is actually incredibly delicious. Then he drops a random question, asking for her dad's name. She replies that it is Seok-hun. Hearing that name, No immediately gets closer to her. He confidently tells her they should be close friends. Right then, a huge memory from his past life suddenly flashes into his mind. Seok-hun, he explains, is an absolute legend. This guy completely revolutionized the entire potion market back in his previous life timeline. He changed the game using a crazy filtering gift to extract mana from rare materials. His work was so massive that later on, Seok-hun's company becomes one of the top 3 in all of Korea. But wait, No absolutely does not remember him having a daughter. It hits him because he saved Jun from that goblin. She actually survived. In his original past life, she definitely died right there. That dark thought stays with him as he gently pats her shoulder. He promises her that if anyone bullies her at school, just tell him. He will not let anyone get away with it. Jun simply nods. Later in class, she thinks about the past and addresses the room. She tells everyone that she, just like No and Minji, went to the down kindergarten. She admits she loves reading and always gets super awkward meeting new people. Even so, she bravely tells everyone to come chat anyway. After introducing herself, she sits down, really hoping to make some new friends today. Gina calls Siona up next. When Siona stands, it is super obvious she's different, rocking real animal ears and a long tail. Watch closely here because the vibe changes. Students start whispering, wondering if she is a monster. Our boy No knows the term demi-human means mixed monster traits. These kids have totally uneven mana flowing through their bodies, and because of their unique genes, they often show traits just like monsters. People who lost family to actual monsters usually hate demi-humans, seeing them as walking reminders of their trauma. Siona shyly introduces herself, giving her name and mentioning she totally skipped kindergarten. Looking super nervous, she asks everyone to be nice. One nearby kid quietly whispers that his mom warned him to stay far away. They don't get why, but they remember the warning. Now it is Choi's turn, once Gina calls his name. He stands up radiating absolute confidence. He loudly announces he loves swinging his sword and is learning mana from the boss. Hearing this wild claim, some kid asks who the boss is. With a proud, goofy smirk, Choi points right at No sitting nearby. He claims No is their class boss and the absolute strongest fighter among them. He warns everyone not to underestimate him. Choi literally starts chanting for No. The boss is the greatest. Everyone watches, totally amused. But Gina quickly steps in, telling Choi to sit down and act normal. Then she turns to No, asking him to stay after class today. She needs to meet his parents. No instantly realizes the headache coming. Meanwhile, Choi just keeps chanting. The boss is the best. This irritates No so much. He secretly vows to train Choi tomorrow in a brutal way he will never forget. Finally, day 1 ends and lunch begins. Carrying his tray, No walks toward his friends, completely lost in thought. He thinks about how the first-year mana capacity test is finally over. Choi and Siona both scored way above average on their mana levels. Strangely, Jun's mana measurement did not even register at all. So they just marked her as average, which No assumes is a weird glitch. He finally reaches his crew's table and sits down, feeling super relieved. After a little bit, Choi pops up, boldly declaring he is going back for seconds. No just shakes his head. He points out this is literally Choi's third plate already, at this crazy rate. The lunch lady is definitely going to memorize his face. Choi looks confused, asking No how he knows the lunch lady already knows his name. Minji suddenly stands up, announcing she wants more food too. Choi flashes a little smirk and tells her to go ahead, calling her a glutton. Minji gets instantly annoyed, shouting she is not a glutton. She claims last time she just took slightly less food. They keep bickering, getting pretty loud. You and I see where this is going. They spot Siona standing up. Kids start whispering, staring right at her tail. They gossip, wondering why she attends their school. Siona nervously scans the cafeteria, just looking for an empty seat. She spots one near a table full of girls. Walking over, she very politely asks them if she can sit down. But the girl at the table instantly rejects her without even hesitating. Siona just freezes there, totally lost and awkward. One girl named Jin is incredibly loud. She starts attacking Siona, aggressively asking what's wrong with her. The rest join in, scolding Siona for daring to sit there. Another girl mocks her look, asking if she dug her clothes out of the trash. Siona's hands shake as their cruel words hit her hard. She just stands there, nervously apologizing over and over. Minji, who has been watching everything, finally steps up. She glares right at Jin and speaks, reminding her that having rich parents doesn't mean she can treat people like dirt. No watches silently, while the crowd just laughs at poor Siona. That's where we leave it. This triggers No's memory of a man warning him that not all demi-humans are actually friendly. Alright, you and I are jumping right back into the madness. This guy insists there might be nice kids, but most are ruthless. No quietly asks what's next. Frowning hard, the man doubles down. He insists demi-humans absolutely shouldn't get any special treatment just for existing. He tells No to back off if he actually cares so much. No calmly asks if the guy thinks he's a nice person. The man nervously shakes his head, claiming No totally misunderstood. Suddenly, No stands straight up. The guy violently flinches. No rips out his sword and seriously asks if he looks weak. Pure panic hits the guy's face as he throws his hands up defensively. He frantically denies it, stammering and asking why No's so totally hostile. No points his blade right at him, telling him to get lost and go patrol unless he wants serious consequences. The terrified guy agrees super fast and runs away. Flashback time. Deep down in the abyss, someone brutally drops a monster. The demi-human comments on its crazy strength, just like everyone else stuck in this cursed hellhole. Looking down, he completely freezes in pure horror as the beast wildly counterattacks. A razor-sharp limb completely slashes right across his chest. The monster glares aggressively, totally hyping up for another strike. But No dashes in fast, swinging his heavy sword and slicing straight through the giant bug. The beast gets launched back but instantly counterattacks. No cleanly dodges. Gripping his sword super tight, he gets up close and lands one epic, fatal finishing blow. His demi-human buddy Parang collapses, calling out his name. No sprints over and hoists him up. Parang weakly tells him to just keep moving forward. They've come way too far, zero time for hesitation now. A girl gripping a staff rushes toward them, but before No can shout for help, Parang interrupts. Watch closely right here. The girl bites her lip in horror, while Parang tells No he already knows these wounds are completely fatal. Breathing so heavily, he says the only reason they die is to keep slaying even more monsters. Hearing this, No violently clenches his jaw. No desperately asks Parang for his final words. Parang asks if he remembers his old speech, that not all demi-humans are actually good guys, and nobody should get special treatment just for what they are. Gritting his teeth hard, Parang admits there are way more evil demi-humans out there than No realizes, but he still absolutely shouldn't reject them all. Parang's voice starts fading away fast. He admits that in the very end, he really wasn't any different. His hand just drops completely limp. His final tragic words, that he's truly an evil person. No silently stares at his buddy's lifeless body, clenching his fists super tight. Back in the present, No's confused about why that crazy flashback hit him, but his current mission is clear. He stands right up and casually walks over to Siona. He literally grabs her plate, saying there's an open seat waiting. Totally startled, Siona hesitates, then nervously pulls her hand back and apologizes. No easily reassures her it's cool and they walk off. Still feeling super awkward, Siona thanks him, but warns that helping her out might actually ruin his reputation. No just brushes off her worries instantly. Jin watches them leave and sarcastically asks what kindergarten they belong to. Another girl jumps into the conversation, mentioning that it actually is the exact same kindergarten. She playfully suggests they could gather some juicy intel on No's crew if they really needed it. Let's pause for a second, because this is pure strategy. Jin quickly points out that since No confidently brought Siona right to his lunch table, his status cannot be low. No introduces Siona to the whole squad at the lunch table. Jung totally sweetens the deal by offering her a drink, welcoming her like family. The whole friend group seems super hyped about their newest member. She sips the warm tea Jung handed her, eyes still looking a little bit teary. A bit later, the whole squad heads outside to the playground. No announces he's going to teach them all how to completely suppress their mana and turn basically invisible. Siona nervously admits she has zero clue how to control hers. No totally reassures her, saying she definitely knows how to hide her energy deep down. He then tells the gang to practice masking their presence in the open playground, without using the buildings for cover. An epic game of hide and seek begins. No counts to 100 while everyone totally scrambles. The second he finishes counting, the hunt is absolutely on. He busts Choi, Minji, and Yuna super easily. Then he realizes only Siona and Jung are still completely off the radar. Jung is doing an insane job hiding her aura. No can't sense her energy at all, so he casually decides to hunt down Siona first. While searching, No catches a tiny rustle in the nearby bushes. He dashes over fast, but checking the spot, Ghost Town, Siona has already sprinted off. No fully chases her down, shouting her name, but she just keeps zooming. He lunges to grab her, but Siona flips away, yelling she won't stop until he catches her bare-handed. No suddenly notices his 3 captured friends, intensely watching him. Minji, Yuna, and Choi look totally ready to cause some chaos. They know No already tagged them, and now they're just sprinting hard in the exact opposite direction. Super frustrated, No chases them down, insanely determined to catch everybody. Meanwhile, Jung sneaks her way into a random building. She's flawlessly masking her presence, making sure literally nobody can sense her. She's just about to slip back out, but completely freezes when she spots a huge stack of books. Totally intrigued, she walks inside. The room is absolutely packed with them. Her eyes lock onto a bright red book. The shiny title says Alice in Wonderland. She's instantly drawn right to it. Out of nowhere, an old dude walks in, and she's totally startled by his sudden appearance. They just chill there for a super long time, and he starts sharing epic, magical stories, all about Alice's crazy adventures in Wonderland. Meanwhile, No has been searching everywhere and finally tracks her down to this specific room. He calls out to Jung, who's completely zoned out listening to the old man's awesome stories. She doesn't even notice No standing right there. He's been hunting for her for absolute ages, but finally, his crazy search is totally over. No greets her with some serious urgency, explaining that she literally vanished mid-game with her friends, which is why he's been stressing out looking. The old man chimes in, saying if she was busy playing with her squad, she really should have mentioned it first. Jung quickly apologizes, explaining she totally forgot. Hearing that, Choi gets super mad and starts scolding her. But No just gently flicks her forehead, warning her that next time, she definitely needs to give a heads up before vanishing. And that's where we leave it today. Young, almost crying, apologizes. No turns to the old guy, politely apologizing for completely crashing their fun story time. Stick with me here because this story gets wild. The old man brushes it off, saying no worries at all. He admits he's been super bored and invites Young back. Young is hyped, asking if she can swing by tomorrow to finish reading her book. The old dude totally agrees, but No steps in, telling Young it's officially time to head home. Right then, the old man asks if he can give them a ride. He calls a car, and when it pulls up, Choi, Young, and Siona jump in. The ride is insanely luxurious. Watching them leave, No mutters he's never been in a car that expensive, fully admitting he is low-key jealous. A few days later, back at school, teacher Gina suddenly drops a bomb, announcing she is putting No's name up as a candidate for class president. No instantly speaks up, asking why she is writing his name down. Before he can even complain, Minji tells him someone actually nominated him. Super confused, he asks who did it, and Minji points straight at Choi. No is absolutely fuming, but decides to deal with Choi later. Choi tries backing out. But the teacher tells the class he is not the only option for president this semester. She asks if anyone else wants to run, but the room stays completely silent. Jean slowly raises her hand and turns toward No, announcing that she wants to run as a candidate too. A little while later, Jean walks into the classroom hauling a massive box of burgers. She casually mentions her dad already paid for them, and they are for everyone to totally enjoy. She and her friends start passing the burgers out to the whole class. Jean adds that if she becomes class president, she will treat everyone to burgers once a month. Basically hyping the class up to vote for her. No just watches this whole flex from the sidelines with his friends. When Jean walks over to offer him one, he completely rejects it and walks off. Looking around, he notices Choi actually holding a burger. His mouth is literally watering, but after a second, he reluctantly hands it back. Min points out he is not some homeless guy and refuses it, and Young totally rejects it too. Seeing his friends do this, No actually gets a bit motivated, thinking maybe he should at least try. Later on, the class heads out for a big school field trip. Teacher Gina gathers everyone up and tells them to answer roll call when she reads their names. She kicks things off by calling the class president's name first. Jean raises her hand, confirming she is officially the class president for this year. Meanwhile, No, who is now just the vice president, is super frustrated by the results. Later, their teacher guides the students up the mountain for their field trip. She takes them through all these scenic spots, letting everyone explore the area. Finally, they stop for a lunch break. When No opens his lunchbox, he finds a note inside saying, "I love you." Seeing this, Minji instantly teases him, joking about how cute it is his sister loves him so much. No tells him to shut it. Young's lunch definitely stands out as the prettiest one there, making No pretty sure her dad must have been the one to prep it. Meanwhile, Choi casually mentions that instant noodles are hands down the best field trip food. Then, Minji asks if his mom didn't pack him any food. Choi nods, saying his mom told him ramen was way better. No and Minji just look at each other in total silence. No figures Choi's mom just doesn't care, since she didn't even make him lunch. To cheer him up, No totally agrees that instant noodles are absolute peak tier. Deep in the mountains, some guy is getting chased down by literal monsters. He runs as fast as he can, but his foot catches on something, sending him crashing down. Here is where it gets crazy, watch this. He looks up and sees rank 7 monsters closing in, vicious hounds known for pure brutality. Terrified, he stumbles back, screaming his lungs out for help, but before he can even react, an even more massive presence looms right up behind him. Turning around, he is face to face with an even stronger beast, a rank 6 hellhound, the absolute alpha of the pack. These monster hounds don't waste a single second and immediately lunge straight at him. In just seconds, they completely tear him apart and devour him. Suddenly, the hellhound leader barks an order to stop. The rest instantly obey. Then it commands them to head south, straight toward where No's group is hanging out. Meanwhile, the students kick off their little scavenger hunt activity. No has zero interest in joining and would rather ditch, but his classmates literally drag him along. Annoyed, he reluctantly tags along. All of a sudden, a massive scream echoes through the entire area. everyone freezes up and starts whispering about what it could possibly be. No, keeping completely cool, tells everyone to just stay quiet, while they look around. A monster approaches, moving scary fast toward them. When they look ahead, they spot a vicious hound standing right in their path. No already knew monsters would eventually spawn here, but he had no clue on the exact day. Frustrated, he thinks, why did it have to be today? You and I know barriers mean safety, right? Wrong. The Buchan Mountain incident was a massive disaster. Seoul was supposed to be protected by a cocoon-like shield. But for some crazy unknown reason, monsters from nearby districts managed to breach it and enter Seoul. The aftermath was completely tragic, causing countless casualties. The hellhound locks its eyes straight on Minji first. It lunges at her, and Minji totally trips when her foot catches on a rock, sending her falling backward. Right before the hellhound can rip into her, No dashes in and delivers a massively powerful kick, sending the creature flying away. Without wasting a single second, he violently attacks it with his fork, striking over and over until he finally kills the beast. Turning to Minji, he asks if she is all right. Minji nods super fast, but Choi jumps in, saying they really should be asking him instead. He then points out that No's insane actions just a second ago didn't look anything like the boss he normally knows. No simply brushes it off, saying it just took him a little bit by surprise. No realizes Choi definitely saw something he shouldn't have. In that split second when he killed the monster, he had shifted into the undead version of himself from his past life. A hardcore player completely consumed by pure hatred for monsters. He had just exposed a dark side of himself that he never wanted anyone to see. Before he can overthink it, more monster roars echo through the area. The sound gets way louder, signaling even more creatures. That is exactly where we leave it. Alright guys, stick with me here. We are about to watch absolute chaos unfold as Minji screams to run. Our boy No totally disagrees. Escaping first makes zero sense. He knows these nasty hellhounds always travel in massive packs, and right now, a whole literal army is rushing down the mountain. If they all stick together, he definitely can't protect everyone at once. There's literally only one crazy option left. Taking a super deep breath, he tells them to listen up real close. Meanwhile, another clueless student squad keeps treasure hunting. Over there, Jin lays her handkerchief on a rock, chilling like a queen, casually telling her friends to hurry and find the loot. Her friends start whining and making totally lame excuses, saying treasure hunting is way too much work. But then she glares at them. They instantly shut up and get back to grinding. Just then, Jin spots a wild group of students sprinting her way. Screaming in pure, absolute panic, right behind them, a whole pack of vicious hellhounds. The terrified kids blow right past her, leaving Jin totally frozen. Without warning, a massive hellhound leaps for the kill. Boom, a gunshot completely shatters the air. The bullet absolutely wrecks the hellhound, instant kill. Still super shaken, Jin realizes exactly who pulled the trigger. No keeps his weapon raised and glares. He tells her to get off the mountain if she values life. Jin is literally shaking with fear, barely standing up. Looking at her ice cold, No straight up says his job here is done. She can handle herself now. He turns his back to bounce, but before he takes one step, Jin aggressively grabs his hand. She begs him to stay and protect her, but No violently rips his hand away. He warns her to stay out of his lane and orders her out. Flashback, No rounds up his crew, telling them to sprint down the mountain. If they spot other hunters, scream for backup. Choi hesitates, asking if No is ditching them. Shaking his head, No says he has to stay to hunt for survivors. Choi refuses to bail on his bro, stepping up to fight. He learned from the best, and now it is his turn. But No shuts him down instantly. His voice drops ice cold, ordering Choi to drop the hero act and just survive the night. Now pay close attention here, because this survival strategy he drops on his crew of 4 is honestly absolute pure genius gameplay. These freaky hound monsters have an insane sense of smell. To hide. They absolutely have to hide their mana because those beasts track it. While they escape downward, No heads the total opposite way. Climbing way higher up, he tosses Young's homemade food right onto the dirt. Thanks to Dad, it radiates mana. This huge distraction will totally bait the monsters. Pinging his own mana radar, No does a super fast scan of the area, locking onto every single monster's exact location. Smirking, he mutters that his squad has enough time to bounce. Then, he charges the hellhounds. Boom, No spots the big boss hound, hiding out in pitch-black darkness up ahead. It is leaking a seriously nasty aura. He mutters to himself, this boss fight is gonna be way harder than expected. He still rocks half his past life's mana pool, but it's totally not enough for a dragged-out brawl. Thank God he packed Young's drink, a sick potion from her dad. Suddenly, brutal screams completely shatter the mountain air. You and I both know what happens when random hunters rush in, right? Total disaster. They are getting completely overrun. They get absolutely shredded until one guy is left. Before he can even flinch, a hound pounces and ends him. No instantly leaps into the chaos, dropping onto a hellhound. He quickly snatches a short sword off the dead player. Rocking his stolen loot, he prepares to shred this massive swarm. A hellhound lunges, but No instantly snipes its weak spot and stabs. Boom, one shot. He casually tosses the beast's dead body to the side. Another demon attacks. No blurs with crazy god-tier speed, slicing up monsters left and right without blinking. He deletes one hound, and another sneaks up behind. He perfectly dodges, burying his dagger deep into the monster's gut. Dropping it instantly, more hellhounds swarm him from all sides. He pumps massive amounts of pure mana into his blade. Insane, razor-sharp mana needles form across the steel. With one massive swing, he fires them. The glowing spikes blast through the pack, shredding them all together. Sticking the landing, No moves incredibly fast with his blade, drawing a giant, epic glowing star right in the dark sky. The exact second it connects, a massive, screen-shaking explosion goes off, totally vaporizing all the nearby hellhounds instantly. The insane blast fades, leaving absolute dead silence, cutting back to reality. No is now gripping the gun and short sword he looted from those dead hunters. Having totally saved Jin, he turns to dip out. She totally tries stopping him, but he brutally tells her to stay out of his way and leave now. Jin backs off and No walks away like a boss. Jin boldly claims she wants him. No finally reaches the crazy boss arena. The rank 6 nightmare stands there, the boss hellhound. Pitch black evil oozes off it as it locks onto No. And that is where we leave it. Trust me, you're going to want to see how he destroys this boss tonight. Alright guys, stick with me here. Mana-coated needles fly through the air, piercing the lesser hounds guarding their leader. While the smaller monsters drop dead, No moves forward to fight the boss. Right then, 2 hounds try an ambush from behind, but sensing the attack, he quickly dodges, taking down one with his sword and shooting the other with his gun. More hellhounds violently pounce on him. But No moves through them with absolute deadly precision, wiping out every monster in his path. His relentless assault clears the way straight toward the hellhound boss. Tons of hounds still block No. Annoyed, he mutters about how problematic they are. Meanwhile, his friends are busy rushing down the mountain, sprinting down as fast as humanly possible. No had warned them earlier that these monsters have insanely overpowered skills for tracking down mana. To avoid getting caught, they absolutely had to hide their mana. Taking his advice, they keep their auras totally suppressed downhill. They hit a spot where the road splits into 2 paths right in front of them, unsure where to go. Choi turns to Yun and asks her for some direction. But honestly, Yun is totally exhausted, barely even keeping up the pace, despite her heavy fatigue. She remembers No specifically assigned her and Siona as the group navigators. Since they were the absolute best at reading terrain, it was completely on them to pick the safest route. Back in the moment, Yun activates her mana detection skill, picking up a super heavy darkness creeping out from the left path. At the exact same time, Siona trusts her heightened senses, listening closely to confirm no safe sounds are coming from that direction either. With that decided, the squad quickly picks the other road and starts sprinting at absolute full speed. While rushing ahead, Choi suddenly hears a deep, terrifying growl coming from right behind them. He immediately panics, but before he can even spin around, Minji grabs his hand tightly, firmly telling him not to look back. Her mind flashes back to what No said earlier. Nobody should make any reckless choices. She grits her teeth, fully determined to follow his advice. The group keeps running, but Yun suddenly stops in her tracks. A wave of darkness rushes ahead, way stronger than before. Totally alarmed, she warns the others. They see a lone hound monster blocking their path. Now watch closely guys, this one is different from normal hounds. It is a completely buffed, stronger version. Before they can even react, the beast lets out an ear-piercing howl, and in literal seconds, more hounds appear from everywhere, fully surrounding them. Choi remembers No's words. He was the strongest among them. The main damage dealer, so protecting everyone was completely his responsibility. No matter how many crazy monsters showed up, he had to fight. With that exact mindset, he pumps his staff full of mana and gets ready to face these enemies head-on. As the hellhounds lunge right at him, he swings his weapon, smashing one with all his strength and sending it flying backward. A huge rush of pure excitement hits him. But before he can celebrate the win, 2 more hounds jump on him. He quickly knocks them down too. But right when he starts thinking he can actually handle this situation, a hound suddenly slashes his back with its claws. Before he can even recover, 2 more hounds close in fast. One completely snatches his staff away, while the other sinks its claws straight into his side, totally breaking his balance. Everyone else watches in absolute horror while Choi struggles. Siona notices how the monsters are mocking him, basically treating him like a sick form of entertainment. Despite the completely overwhelming numbers, Choi refuses to give up. He clenches his fists, channels a crazy surge of mana into his hands, and when another hound lunges, he delivers a massive punch, sending it flying through the air. He looks at his own hand in shock, realizing what he just did looks strangely like the boss attacks. But before that can even sink in, another hound pounces, slamming right into his stomach and sending him flying. He violently hits the dirt hard. Before he can even move, a hound pins him down, pressing its massive paw onto his chest. The others scream his name out loud, but Choi can only watch as the monster prepares to end him. Siona, totally overwhelmed by pure fear and deep desperation, starts crying as memories of her friends treating her with genuine kindness flood her mind. She begs over and over again for literally anyone to save him. The hellhound gripping Choi tightens its hold even more, getting completely ready to bite, just as Minji and the rest desperately try to step in. You feel that desperation too, right? Siona instinctively triggers her telepathy, sending a desperate SOS signal. Her broadcast travels insanely far, way beyond anything she ever pulled off before. Suddenly, a massively powerful wind barrier forms all around them, forcefully blowing the monsters completely away. Choi and his friends stay safely protected inside the barrier, totally unable to comprehend what just happened. Looking outside, they witness a completely furious tornado ripping through the entire battlefield, completely shredding the hellhounds. Then, a mysterious woman steps forward. Staying perfectly calm, she looks at them and speaks, casually asking them to just close their eyes momentarily. She is about to handle these nasty stray dogs. This woman is one of the 12 sovereigns, famously known as the Divine Tempest, and her name is Shin. Meanwhile, No continues his absolutely intense boss fight against the hellhound leader, surrounded by countless monsters. Feeling totally exhausted, he quickly drinks the potion crafted by Young's dad, which finally lets him recover a bit. Wasting zero time, he violently dashes forward, using his Heavenly Steps skill to perfectly strike down an enemy. However, the monster horde remains totally relentless. Another beast pounces on him, so he draws his gun to finish it. Despite his crazy efforts, this battle is far from over. No keeps eliminating the remaining hellhounds with relentless precision, gripping his heavy sword tightly while activating his violent dance skill. His insane movements turn into a blur, slicing enemy after enemy, until only the hellhound boss remains. All the lesser hounds are toast. Trust me, you're gonna wanna see this. He dashes forward using his skill to stick with me here. He tries closing the gap, but his exhausted body simply will not move smoothly. He chucks his sword straight at the hellhound, but the beast literally catches the blade in its massive jaws. No immediately whips out his pistol, firing multiple shots right at the monster. But the crazy dog refuses to drop the sword. In brutal retaliation, the hellhound charges up a devastating blast of pure hellfire. Sensing the danger, No quickly leaps backward, narrowly dodging the insane attack. Searing flames completely torch the exact spot where he was standing just seconds ago. Without missing a single beat, he unloads his remaining bullets into the hellhound, every shot hitting its mark. The beast staggers from the heavy damage. But right before No can press his advantage, he completely runs out of ammo. Realizing he has zero options left except close combat, he tightly grips his sword for a brutal melee fight. However, he can already feel his mana completely draining away. But hey, he notices the hellhound is looking totally exhausted too. Now it is a pure battle of endurance. Suddenly, the Hellhound starts summoning multiple spheres of terrifying, pitch-black dark energy. Growling in a harsh, guttural tone, the beast violently mocks his arrogance. Watching those spinning orbs, No quickly assesses the deadly situation. Now watch closely with me. These are not your average attacks. This is way beyond some basic tracking skill. The beast launches those dark orbs straight at him. The beast growls that it will literally tear him apart. Instead of dodging, No charges straight into the attack, violently slashing one orb with his blade. But instead of shattering, it unleashes a massive wave of darkness. He braces himself, analyzing the crazy effect, quickly realizing it is actually not poison. He realizes he can just keep slashing them safely. Pushing forward, he relentlessly closes the gap between himself and the huge Hellhound, just as he nears. The monster totally predicts his movement, charging up a truly devastating fire breath. Cloaking itself in total darkness, it suddenly unleashes a massive tidal wave of flames straight at No. He raises his sword to block, but the raw power is just way too overwhelming. The intense heat and crushing pressure blast him backward, violently slamming him into the hard ground. As he struggles to stand, he checks his major injuries. Even after using every last drop of his mana for defense, his body is absolutely wrecked, breathing super heavily. He mutters to himself, acknowledging the insane amount of damage he took. At this rate, he is done for. Cut to a past fight, No's teammates watch his beaten body with deep concern. One guy mutters that No looks practically dead, but another friend quickly corrects him. He explains that No actually possesses a super rare skill called Berserker. Unlike normal talents, Berserker is a broken gift that only activates in life or death situations, violently pushing the user way beyond their absolute normal limits. Back in the present, No's mana pool is completely drained dry, instantly triggering his wild Berserker skill. Despite having zero energy left, his body keeps pumping out mana at an explosive, insane rate. His movements get way faster. With fully renewed strength, he dashes straight toward the Hellhound, closing the distance in a flash. The beast instinctively backs up, but No is already too close. His sword viciously slashes downward, completely severing two of its legs in one epic strike. The Infernal Hound violently thrashes in pure pain, yet it still refuses to drop. Gathering its final strength, it summons a spinning dark barrier to protect itself. No steps right up and swings his blade with absolute max power. The crazy impact completely shatters the dark barrier, leaving the injured beast wide open. Staring dead into his opponent's eyes, No calmly states he already declared its death. He delivers the final, brutal blow, finishing off the monstrous creature entirely. With the battle over, he finally lets himself collapse. Sitting there, he watches the sunset before passing out cold. Meanwhile, we both need a breather, right? Meanwhile, No's friends come face to face with Shin, one of the 12 sovereigns. She calmly tells the terrified kids to close their eyes. Warning them, she is about to wipe out the remaining Hellhounds. Her expression turns dead serious as she totally unleashes her broken skill, summoning two massive tornadoes that rip across the battlefield with absolutely devastating force. In an instant, the leftover monsters get sucked into the furious winds and are effortlessly shredded to pieces. Once the chaotic battle ends, she completely dispels the tornadoes and drops the barrier protecting the kids. Turning toward No's friends, she actually apologizes, admitting she might have looked super scary. She really hopes they do not start crying, mentally telling herself not to panic if they actually do. To calm them down, she softly says there is zero reason to be scared anymore. Choi excitedly interrupts, calling her unbelievably cool. Siona keeps thanking Shin, while Young watches in sheer awe, totally comparing Shin's godlike strength to No's power. Choi, still totally hyped up, shouts that Shin is one of the 12 sovereigns. However, Shin suddenly looks pretty thoughtful. Despite the absolute nightmare these kids just survived, they seem completely fine. She wonders if they went crazy from fear, or if they are just handling everything abnormally well right now. Her gaze shifts to Choi, noticing he actually took the most damage. Deeply concerned, she quickly checks him over for any hidden internal injuries. While examining them, she senses something super weird. Young's mana feels totally different, way more intense and much stronger than everyone else's. Shin hurries over and tightly hugs Young, excitedly asking if she wants to become a player. But before Young can even answer, Choi jumps right between them, boldly declaring that he is the one going to become a player. This reminds Shin of that incredibly powerful punch Choi landed on the monster earlier. Smiling warmly, she hugs both him and Minji, calling them absolutely adorable. Shin then turns to Siona, acknowledging the crucial telepathic message she sent earlier. She praises her for doing an amazing job, explaining that Siona's message was the only reason she could track them down. Hearing this, Siona feels super relieved and proud to have helped, even in just a small way. With things finally calming down, Shin tells everyone to head down the mountain. Rescue is coming soon. Minji hesitates, asking if she is staying. So what do you and I think happens next? Alright, stick with me, we're jumping right back into the madness. Shin promises not to leave them, pointing at the woods to announce that backup has finally arrived. A guy walks out of the trees, glaring at Shin. He whines that she totally ditched him, and the hike up here was a complete nightmare. This guy is Chial, another member of the Ocean Clan, wasting literally zero time. Shin tells the kids to follow Chial down the mountain. But suddenly, Choi jumps in, reminding everyone that their boss is still missing. This totally confuses Shin and Chial. Like, who is this boss? Meanwhile, No is still knocked out cold, lost in a deep dream. Memories of his past life flash by. He's beat up and a girl is healing him. She scolds him to be careful, saying without her, he'd have died 100 times. She calls him crazy reckless for pushing himself just to stay awake, but even during this, No just makes a face and asks why she's so mad. It's his body, right? Young glares at him, snapping back that since she's always fixing him up, his body basically belongs to her. No sighs, apologizes and asks if she's happy, but Young is still not satisfied. She smirks and says if he's truly sorry, he should spend the entire weekend with her. No asks why, but she totally cuts him off, just obey if you don't want to die. Snapping back to the present, No opens his eyes in a hospital room. He checks himself out and realizes he doesn't have a single scratch. As he mutters to himself, Shin walks in. He doesn't recognize her right away. She asks if he hurts. No says he's totally fine, wondering if she saved him. He sounds playful, but his brain is working in overdrive. Now pay attention here. A top-tier sovereign visiting him, she knows something. Shin sits down, explaining she brought him straight here. She asks if his name is No. He nods, then asks for hers. She introduces herself as Shin, adding he can just call her Nuna. No stays quiet for a second, then asks how long he was out and where his friends are. Shin says it's been 6 hours, and his friends are totally safe. Plus, she already called his family and they're arriving soon. Hearing this, No feels a huge wave of relief about his buddies. But then he panics about his parents. What is he supposed to say, suddenly? Shin gets serious. She needs honest answers for her investigation. She asks what he was doing out there, and exactly who slaughtered all those insane monsters. No chuckles nervously, claiming his memory is blurry. He says he was just running and somehow ended up at that spot. He insists somebody else must have saved him, but Shin leans in close. With that many dead monsters, her gut says he did it. She asks for his thoughts. No denies everything instantly. No way he could kill that many beasts, but Shin refuses to back down. She already dug up his files. Last year he literally won the Brave Child Award. No looks away, insisting it was pure coincidence, but Shin pushes even harder. Was defeating the Hellhounds just a coincidence too? This time, No stops denying. You and I both knew he was busted, right? Shin says his fingerprints are on the sword. No goes dead silent. Excuses are officially useless. This woman already knows everything. Game over. After a quick pause, No looks up and suggests they make a deal. Shin smirks, asking why she'd agree. What could she possibly gain from this? No confidently promises her some massive, top-secret info. Hooked, Shin demands to know what kind of info, but No straight up refuses to drop the bomb just yet. If he spills it now, there's no deal. It's his bargaining chip. Shin takes a second to think. She notices he finally stopped denying the Hellhound kills. Now, she's super curious about what kind of secrets this kid is holding. She asks what he wants in return. No simply replies he wants nothing but a perfectly normal, quiet life. Sitting in her car, she orders her driver to investigate the rich Dangun group heiresses. No had warned Shin to keep a close eye on those heiresses, but more importantly, she needs to watch their connection to the Ocean Clan leader, her own guild. Hearing this absolutely shocks Shin. Was he seriously implying a mega-rich heiress is having an affair with the Ocean Clan boss? Shin warns him not to joke around. She asks if he's ready to take responsibility for this crazy rumor. No confidently smiles, saying if her investigation turns up nothing, he'll literally join her clan. Shin scoffs, reminding him her elite guild isn't for just anybody. But No claps back. Didn't she just accuse him of soloing those hellhounds 5 minutes ago? Shin admits the deal doesn't seem great for her. But No points out she gets to confirm her husband's loyalty, plus score a ridiculously overpowered new talent. Back in the present, Shin tells her driver to dig deep into those Dangun heiresses. Pay special attention to any links with her husband, and also. And that's where we leave it. She orders him to check the Gangnam Monster reports again. Trust me, you guys want to see what happens next. Alright, stick with me here. Before leaving, she drops a major warning about her husband. Never underestimate those Gangnam District monsters just because of their rank. Ignoring them, big mistake. Then she hits him with one last piece of advice. She tells him to report that she wiped out all those recent monsters completely solo. Smiling, she adds this setup totally helps her out. Plus, it lets him keep living his life as a totally normal elementary school kid. Remembering their chat, she mutters that this kid is seriously interesting. Meanwhile, the news reports a massive grade 7 monster and 100 hellhounds attacking Mount Buchan. A player already took down the grade 6 hellhound and is currently investigating the whole mess. Someone scrolls through their phone, showing a tragic report of 34 victims. The entire internet is absolutely blowing up about it. Fast forward a few months. Siona beams as her friends wish her a happy birthday. No smirks, teasing Minji that acting sweet just really isn't her vibe. Then Young cheerfully hands Siona some homemade chocolates. Choi quickly ducks away with a huge grin, whispering to the others that this party will be legendary. No asks if Young's dad actually approved this, while Siona wonders what they're whispering about. Choi sprints off, insisting it's a secret. Minji looks up, pointing out that morning assembly is starting. Watch what happens next. Later that night, a massive crowd packs into Young's house to celebrate Siona's birthday. The kids are all smiles, cheering for her. Siona actually tears up, admitting she totally suspected a secret plot. Then the cake arrives. Minji grins, reminding Siona she's super busy. Then she whispers to No that Jin Sana literally threatened a worker to make the kid's dad show up. No immediately recognizes the Kaka group, an absolute powerhouse, ranking 7th in all of South Korea. They dominate electronics, construction, and ads, though their medical influence is weak. No casually tells Minji to wipe that worried look off her face. He smirks. If Jin was a direct Kaka heir, her last name would be Kim. Since it's Jin, she's definitely just from a side branch family. He tells her to chill out. Annoyed, Minji storms off, telling him to eat by himself. No mutters things are slightly complicated, but totally manageable. He locks eyes on his family, aggressively stabbing his fork into the cake. He swears he'll rip apart anything that threatens them. Meanwhile, Choi screams he'll show off his training today. No says as long as he avoids tripping, he's fine. Choi waves, telling him not to worry, everything's great and he'll do his best for the team. No suddenly senses heavy tension in the air and spins around. A crowd of furious students is gathering, and he asks what's going on. Minji looks dead serious, demanding answers from the kid next to her. The boy explains the teacher promised them nuggets and pizza if they take the win. No glances at the teacher, who is literally in tears regretting her life choices. Feeding this army of kids, completely impossible. Another teacher raises the starting pistol, shouting for attention. Choi gets into position, hyping himself up about how shocked everyone will be. Bang, the gun goes off. He sprints forward with everything he's got, while the team chants his name. No just sighs as Choi charges straight for victory. You and I both know what's coming, right? He focuses on Choi nearing the finish line. He reaches out, but his body gets unbearably heavy, collapsing just one step away. The whole team is horrified. The homeroom teacher instantly sprints over to him. She throws him on her back and carries him off. Choi groggily mutters that the sky is spinning. No sighs, he totally saw this coming. Choi completely overdid it again. He realizes he really needs to fix this kid's mindset and teach him how to stay chill. But suddenly, a girl jumps on his back from behind. He spins around to see his sister Yuna, absolutely glowing with excitement. she proudly announces she just secured first place in the 100-meter dash, and No nods. He realizes she literally crushed every single fifth grader out there. Yuna tells him to take care, dashing off to her next big event. Catch you later. No waves goodbye, shouting a quick reminder not to push herself too hard. Minji watches the whole exchange. She thinks to herself, he's not a mama's boy, he's a total sister's boy. Siona walks up to the group looking super frustrated. Was Yuna just way too fast? Brimming with pride, he declares that's his awesome sister. Siona frowns, asking if he was seriously cheering for his sister instead of his own team. No instantly gets defensive, swearing he was only thinking about lunch the entire time. Minji calls his bluff, pointing out he was staring at Yuna non-stop. Turning away, No looks visibly embarrassed before quickly changing the subject to ask where Young went. Siona casually points to the side. Yun comes sprinting over to the group looking hyped. She finds them chilling on a picnic blanket. It's actually No's neighbors. A couple named Julie and Bruno. Young desperately asks for help, grabs the girl's hand, and drags her off running. They reach the competition judge and start talking a mile a minute. The girls share an epic high five. Jun collapses right next to No, letting out a massive sigh now that she can finally rest. No tosses her a water bottle and asks how she managed to get Julie to come along. Popping the cap, she replies that Julie is American. He freezes in shock. He totally thought she was Italian. Julie had told No's mom she could speak English, so now he's wondering if Julie completely scammed them. He looks at her, totally surprised. Back when they first met, she was such a crybaby, but now, she seems sharper, way more mature. Young watches No closely. She leans over to check on Choi, who is finally waking up. And that's where we leave it, trust me, you're gonna want to see what happens next. Stick with me, we are diving into some wild drama. The speakers call everyone to gather post-lunch. No just hopes Choi will not end up like Young. No walks up to Young and Siona, who are chilling with unknown ladies. He hands out fruit and snacks from his mom. Dropping his voice, he whispers to Young, asking who they are. The ladies giggle, and Young explains his aunt is a new regular customer. No strolls past a shop flying a British flag, getting massive déjà vu. Nearby, Jan is just kicking back at a table with the guards. She asks if he is hungry and offers him some tea, but he totally ignores her and keeps walking. More focused on remembering what was for lunch. Suddenly, Jin runs after him, pointing him out. Her dad's face turns rock hard, asking if No is the punk who bothered his daughter. He flexes as the CEO of KK Pharmaceuticals, but No just brushes it off, calling his company completely pathetic. That insult hits deep. Young's face goes super dark as he winds up for a strike, but he freezes right in midair. No blocks it with a single finger, his stance completely unbroken. Young hesitates, then clenches his fist and throws another wild punch. Bam! Sudden movement interrupts the fight. No's eyes go wide as Young stumbles back with a bloody nose. No's dad is standing there, shaking his fists. He demands to know how Young dared to lay a hand on his kid. He grabs No's shoulders, frantically checking if he is hurt. No brushes it off, saying he is fine but annoyed by the rescue. Meanwhile, Young is absolutely furious that some random guy punched him. Guards rush in as the director orders them to drag No's dad away. No grits his teeth, totally ready to handle this mess himself. Now watch closely, here is the twist. His dad steps right up, blocks him and says everything is handled. No just hangs back. He trusts his dad to handle this. A huge crowd gathers around them. Finally realizing who he is dealing with, No's dad adjusts his glasses and hair. He asks Young if he remembers him now. Young shudders, jaw dropping in pure shock. No's dad casually slides his hands into his pockets. The director yells out, recognizing him as the department head at Sirius. Young grits his teeth, scrambling to figure out why a Sirius VIP is here. No is just as shocked. He literally cannot believe his own dad holds a massive, top-tier position at Sirius. Sirius is South Korea's second biggest company, famous for supplying hunter cars and tech. Young, still completely shaken up, points at him, demanding to know what he is doing here. Sirius frowns, and Young quickly apologizes, backing down and saying he was just super curious. No realizes his dad is not just some big shot. He literally oversees all device production for the entire company. Sirius pats his son's head, explaining he just came to watch his kids perform, though it looks like Jin has a serious beef with his son. The director's face twists with rage, but he is totally helpless. Companies like KK aren't even remotely on Sirius's god-tier level. Sirius is not just an executive, he is a legendary core developer. The director instantly bows down, practically begging with rushed, sincere apologies. Realizing he messed up big time by provoking a Sirius VIP, Young immediately barks at his daughter to apologize. Jin is totally paralyzed and hesitating. She looks around confused, scrambling to process this. Two nearby guys whisper, wondering what this crazy drama is about. They figure Jin and No had beef, but she took the massive L. They laugh, saying she totally deserves it for always bullying people. You love to see some instant karma, right? Jin hangs her head while those guys warn everyone to look away. She tries to apologize but her voice shakes. Crying, she just straight up sprints away. Sirius puts a hand on No's shoulder, saying it is time to bounce. They consider the punch even. Young bows deeply as Sirius walks off, telling him to take care. No starts worrying about the fallout, but Sirius spins him around, kneeling down to say he shouldn't handle things solo next time. Instead, he needs to ask for help. Sirius smiles, reminding No he is still super young and leaning on his parents is totally normal. No looks at his dad as Sirius holds his hands. No says thanks, promising himself he will never forget this warmth. Meanwhile, on the top floor of a sketchy ruined building, a suited guy is smoking. He asks the young guy on the sofa if meeting way out here to hire him was really necessary. The client mentions a huge business deal, but some annoying people are blocking his path. He needs them eliminated. The young guy checks his phone, then straight up asks about the cash. Boom, an employee drops a briefcase right in front of him. Inside, stacks on stacks, 100 million up front. Plus more when the job is done. The kid eyes the reward and reaches out. Suddenly, a wild blue mana vortex erupts from his hand. He accepts the payment, and instantly, the cash vanishes into a pitch-black portal. The employee just stares, super confused about where the money went. He looks at his boss, stuttering in disbelief. The boss just smirks, tosses his cigarette, and laughs out loud. Back at a department store, Juna is glowing with hype while No tags along. Julie sneaks up, grabbing his shoulders. He hasn't hit a mall in forever. But the exhaustion is still insanely real. She leans in close, mentioning they literally just got here, and hoping he isn't burned out yet. Bruno apologizes to No, who just asks for some tasty food. But then, No's gaze locks onto Bruno. Something feels totally off. This guy has zero visible mana. No wonders how a basic office worker hides it perfectly. A blue light flashes in No's eyes as he intensely focuses. Trust me, you will want to see what happens next. Bruno catches him staring, so No quickly fakes looking for the girls. Alright, stick with me here. The mall is totally packed. Bruno says the girls bolted to the 5th floor, so finding them won't be easy. No sighs, remembering his sister can hide her mana now too. But Bruno pulls out his phone and says chill, they have a way to track them. No's eyes go wide. On the screen, their exact location is tracked in real time. Bruno casually slides the phone into his coat pocket. When No asks if Julie knows, Bruno just says it's a secret, clears his throat, and says let's move. As they stand, a hooded guy walks right past them, flashing a creepy smile and muttering. Let it begin. They walk separate ways, but No glances back. Blue flames are literally flickering around the hooded dude. A dark tattoo flashes on his arm. No recognizes this guy from his past life and totally clenches his fists. He remembers that smirk. It is nameless. Bruno asks what is wrong. No hesitates, trying to process things. Something feels way off and he warns his uncle. Suddenly, he senses 3 people nearby giving off suspicious mana. No isn't shocked, but quickly realizes. The energy is not from Nameless. It is from 3 totally different people. One in a baseball cap, one bald, and one rocking a bucket hat. He summons 3 tiny mana spheres and launches them at the trio. Direct hits on everyone, locking in their exact locations. He knows these 3 are expert hunters. The marked guys start looking around, totally confused. 2 of them seem super nervous, scanning the area trying to figure out exactly who just hit them, but the 3rd guy, the one in the bucket hat, he stays completely frozen. Bruno finds this weird. The other 2 suddenly split in opposite directions. Suspicious, No shadows the bald guy. Now watch closely here. No tracks him pushing through the thick crowd, and then suddenly, the guy reaches into his pocket and quietly drops a mana stone. No instantly pieces together exactly what is happening. These dudes plan to cause total chaos. Before he can react, creepy blue lights start popping up everywhere. The crowd totally freaks out as the eerie glow spreads, everyone instinctively backing away. And then, a massive black portal materializes right above them. Pure confusion sweeps through the crowd as they stare in disbelief, whispers filling the air. Some wonder if this is the rumored mana distribution. But suddenly, a totally bone-chilling scream rips through the air right behind No and Bruno. Countless monster hounds pour out of the portal in an overwhelming wave. These beasts go full aggro, attacking the terrified shoppers one by one. Even more monsters start invading the mall, literally flooding every single floor. The emergency announcement system immediately blares into action, urging every single visitor to evacuate right now. But before the message can even finish playing out, a monstrous figure leaps forward and instantly silences the announcer. Meanwhile, Nameless is still chilling on his phone call. The operation is moving exactly as planned. Anyone who dares to interfere gets taken out on the spot. Panic hits No hard. We all know this mall attack was never supposed to happen, right? Somehow, the timeline completely shifted. He realizes that saving his parents during that insane Kraken attack totally rewrote the entire future. Suddenly, a monster hound lunges at him from behind, but Uncle Bruno reacts in a flash. He punches the creature's head with insane force, sending it crashing straight into the floor. Without wasting a single second, he grabs No's shoulders, forcing him to snap out of it. They need to reach Julie and Yuna before it's too late. No regains his cool, his mission totally clear. They have to save Julie and Yuna, no matter the cost. No and Bruno sprint toward the escalator, pushing their way through the totally terrified crowd. Bruno checks his tracker. The girls are still stuck on the 5th floor. His anxiety skyrockets with every passing second. Just as they hit the top of the escalator, a shady figure suddenly blocks their path. The mysterious guy slowly lifts his head, locking his eyes dead onto No and Bruno. The dude smirks under his bucket hat and casually asks them where they think they're going. No quickly scans his stance, feeling out his aura. This guy is easily C rank or higher. Getting stalled right now is literally the worst-case scenario. No wastes zero time. He gathers his mana and forms a blazing energy sphere. But before No can even move, Bruno strikes first. In a blur, his fist absolutely connects with the guy's jaw, sending him crashing hard straight into the floor. Blood drips down his face as his hat flies off. No just freezes in pure shock. He never expected his uncle to be that strong. No combat gear, no enhancements, and he just one-shotted a pro. No's suspicions were dead on. Uncle Bruno is far from just an ordinary guy. Bruno steps right up and grabs the dude by the head. Real mana surges around his hand for a follow-up strike, but before he can land it, No steps in fast, delivering an absolutely brutal kick right between the guy's legs. The dude groans, totally crumpling over in sheer agony. Bruno glares but just lets it slide. Killing him now would only make things way messier, he knows from experience. Last time he killed a nameless member without getting answers, things got seriously bad. He is definitely not making that mistake again. No yells that they need to hit the 5th floor right now. Bruno follows, muttering about how terrifying kids are today, claiming he only meant to knock the guy out. Meanwhile, moments earlier on the 5th floor as the alarm blares. Trust me, you and I need to see this next. All right, stick with me here. Yuna drops her clothes by accident, while Julie looks around totally confused. Still trying to process everything, Yuna wonders if there was some kind of crazy, uneven mana distribution. Needing answers, she instantly triggers her detection skill. Closing her eyes, she focuses hard as her mana field violently expands outward, scanning the entire area. Yuna quickly counts 6 massive monster hounds up on the 5th floor. One wrong move, they are totally cornered. She opens her eyes, ready to promise Julie she will protect her, but suddenly, Julie screams. Yuna snaps her head around. A monster hound leaps straight at her. Before Yuna can even react, Julie grabs her hand and violently yanks her aside. Julie grabs a clothing hanger from a nearby rack and pumps pure mana into it. She tightens her grip, reinforcing it with unbelievable power. With one crazy fast swing, she smashes the hound, sending it flying. Yuna just freezes. She completely assumed Julie was a normal human. But seeing her handle mana like a pro changes everything. Julie is actually a player. Checking out the busted hanger, Julie sighs. She will replace that later. Right now, she tells Yuna to sprint straight to the evacuation point. Bruno and the guys are probably waiting. As they push forward, more monster hounds start spawning behind them. The numbers are exploding. Keeping Yuna close, they move super carefully to dodge detection. But these hounds have insane smell tracking, making escape pretty much impossible. In seconds, the monsters pick up their scent. Sprinting through the mall, Julie starts blasting raw mana orbs at the chasing hounds. Each hit slows them down, but she knows the dark truth. These beasts are way faster than expected. At this rate, her mana is draining. She badly needs a real weapon that saves energy. Up ahead, Yuna spots an escalator. Julie screams at her to stop, but Yuna keeps running. Now watch closely, this is where it gets crazy. She looks up, and a hound is already midair, lunging right at her. She freezes completely. Its glowing eyes lock onto hers. But instead of sheer terror, a weird calmness washes over her. That Kraken fear from before, completely gone now. Pure mana energy surges through her body so naturally, as the attack closes in. She jumps left, barely dodging the strike, then spins in midair. With absolute flawless control, she raises her right leg and kicks. The impact is totally devastating. The monster hound is blasted right off the 5th floor edge, vanishing into the abyss below. But as Yuna exhales to stick the landing, her foot slips. Julie slides in and catches her just in time. Heart pounding, she holds Yuna tight and quickly asks if she is totally all right. Yuna smiles and swears she is totally fine. But suddenly, more hounds crash in from absolutely every direction, fully blocking their escape. Julie scans the zone and locks onto that escalator. She turns to Yuna, asking if she can make the massive jump. Yuna nods. Mana power violently pulses through both of them as they launch off the ground. One crazy agile jump later, they land safely right on the escalator. Julie doesn't even pause. She yells at Yuna to get down fast. 2 savage hounds on the upper floor are absolutely furious their prey slipped away. Julie tightly clenches her fists. No combat gear, no real weapons. Fighting here is going to be brutal. She desperately needs something super solid to swing. Nearing the bottom of the escalator, a monster hound suddenly drops from the sky, aiming a deadly strike right at Julie. She literally grabs a nearby mannequin torso and swings it with insane strength. Brutal impact. The beast goes flying, crashing into the metal stairs and vanishing. She keeps moving. 2 more hounds lunge straight at her while she wields that plastic torso. She swings again, wrecking both creatures in one perfectly smooth move. Yuna just watches, completely amazed. You and I both know this mall is a disaster zone. Meanwhile, No and Bruno advance cautiously. No stops, picking up a dropped lipstick, rolling it smoothly. With 0 proper weapons left, this has to work. He whips the lipstick straight at a no-name minion. The guy easily deflects it, exactly as No planned. Hitting him was never the goal. The second that minion gets distracted, No dashes right at him. A brutal kick to the shin makes him stumble, but he somehow stays up. Bam! No delivers a devastating punch right to his head, bruising his face instantly. No then quickly drops an update to Bruno. He asks if Bruno finished his side. Bruno confirms it. They just need to climb the stairs, but right before Bruno moves, No totally stops him. He thinks a quick pause will let them sense their targets way better. After one brief second, No accurately pinpoints their exact hiding spots. Before he can even react, a hound rushes down from the upper floor with 3 more following. No and Bruno instantly look up, scanning the chaotic area. Seeing Julie and Yuna are safe, they relax, grab weapons from dead enemies and rush upstairs. As they advance, Bruno quietly asks if they need any protective gear. No thinks about it, but feels completely secure with just that looted short sword. He suddenly freezes. His grip on the blade becomes crazy tight. Bruno spots the shift and asks what is wrong upstairs. A guy in a black jacket stands perfectly still. They instantly recognize him. It is the exact same dude from the ground floor. His life energy is spiking, radiating this intense aura. No demands to know if he caused this small chaos. Bruno confirms it. He tells No to go find his older sister right now, but No flat out refuses. Trust me, you'll want to see this fight. Meanwhile, 2 no-name minions corner Julie and Yuna, totally shocked to see a foreigner here. The other guy just smirks. Stick with me, this gets wild. They slowly start creeping up on Julie and Yuna. Julie instantly steps in front to protect her. Those thugs will have to back off soon though, since backup is coming. But before that happens, These creeps decide to have some fun. Julie looks totally disgusted while Yuna trembles behind her. Julie desperately tells Yuna to go find a hiding spot. She promises they will meet up later. But Yuna straight up refuses. She insists she can fight too and begs Julie not to worry. Before they can even argue about it, the hooded guy suddenly yells out, declaring they will never let the kid escape. Almost instantly, his buddy pops up behind Yuna, blocking her only exit. A massive chill runs right down Yuna's spine. She totally freezes up as cold sweat drips down her back, right before the man in black can even lay a single finger on Yuna. Julie grabs a whole mannequin torso and swings it with all her strength. But just as the massive hit is about to land, the hooded dude pulls a gun and fires. The gunshot completely blasts the mannequin right out of Julie's hands. The guy in black flinches hard, grimacing in pure pain while holding onto his ringing ear. That hooded guy smirks super arrogantly, warning Julie not to try anything stupid. He tells her to just cooperate. If she refuses, she is going to face some brutal consequences. The man in black steps closer. He suggests a quick one-on-one fight before the Sela clan arrives. He actually picks Yuna as his opponent. Pure panic hits Yuna as she stumbles back, leaning against a pillar. The guy gives this wicked smile, reaching his hand out toward her. He tells her not to be scared, insisting he is not the bad guy. His fingers get super close, but right before he touches her, Yuna snaps her head away, barely dodging him. Without wasting a single second, she ducks down and completely bolts. But watch closely, because trying to run away is completely useless. With a quick mana burst, the guy moves in a flash, grabbing Yuna's right arm before she can get any farther away. Yuna's eyes go absolutely wide with pure shock at his insane speed. Acting purely on instinct, she channels mana into her palms and unleashes an attack. The blast actually forces the guy to jump back. In response, they both summon barriers, their energies clashing violently in midair. The man in black looks visibly shocked. He never expected a little girl like Yuna to handle enough mana to launch an attack and create a barrier simultaneously. He cannot believe he is being forced to fight a simple kid, but his patience is officially zero right now. Reaching right into his pocket, he pulls out a dagger. He knows catching this girl means getting stupid rich. He lunges at her, slashing the barrier with lightning-fast attacks. Yuna grits her teeth, bracing herself as every single hit slams against her shield. The barrier holds strong, but his relentless assault just will not stop. The guy keeps striking, his dagger clashing against it over and over. With every single impact, the blade gets duller. Now it is almost half its original size. Yuna watches his expression change, wondering if she finally made him give up. But before she can even react, he suddenly pierces right through the barrier with his bare hand. Absolute terror hits her as his fingers lock tightly around her arm. A super sinister smile slowly creeps across his entire face. Meanwhile, down on the ground floor of the mall, Sela clan backup finally arrives. Their priority is evacuating all civilians before fighting the monsters causing absolute havoc everywhere. As they move to control the situation, a super weird creature materializes right in front of them. The squad freezes at this rank 8 swamp slime. I know what you're thinking, run, right. But the leader smartly calls for long-range attackers before jumping into battle. But one of the melee fighters boldly steps up. He insists there is zero need to call for backup. He can totally handle it alone, wielding his massive axe. He charges in at full speed, his weapon radiating mana. To him, all monsters are exactly the same. You just chop them up until nothing is left of them. With that confident thought, he swings his axe straight into the slime's body. The exact moment his weapon makes contact, the attack stops dead. The slime starts moving. Its massive, fluid body completely shifts over and totally engulfs him. In mere seconds, he is devoured whole. The entire squad watches in absolute horror. Their leader reacts instantly, screaming a desperate warning to the team. Physical attacks are completely useless against this swamp slime. They have zero choice but to report this insane situation directly to the mages. Back upstairs, the hooded guy smirks smugly, totally pleased the monster arrived at the perfect time, thanks to the absolute chaos downstairs. He and his buddy have plenty of time to deal with these two girls. He turns around and straight up orders Julie to wrap this up fast. Julie stays totally silent, leaning back against a pillar. She shoots him a quick glance. Not far from her, Yuna's panic screams loudly echo right through the air. She still cannot understand how the guy in the black shirt managed to pierce her barrier. The man just responds with total indifference. If he could not even pull that off, he would not deserve to be called a player. Before he can say anything else, a massive fire blast erupts behind him. He summons a barrier right in the nick of time, shielding himself from the incoming flames. Julie stands tall with one arm raised high. Her fingers shaped like a literal gun, while mana-infused fire still violently flickers at her fingertips. She shoots again, screaming for Yuna to run, realizing he absolutely cannot fight both girls at the exact same time. The guy shifts his focus to blocking Julie's attacks, which finally gives Yuna a solid chance to escape. The hooded guy turns toward Julie and totally slow claps in amusement. He really did not expect her to pull off a powerful attack like that. Julie, with absolutely nowhere to run, leaps backwards and unleashes another huge blast of fire, but the hooded guy sees it coming. He instantly throws up a barrier, rendering her flames totally useless. So what do you and I make of this creep? He calls her a cute little doll, saying fighting is completely useless when they could do something way more interesting. Alright, stick with me here. Juna keeps running, leaving Julie completely alone. His words, sparking pure rage. She kicks off her heels, totally tears her tight skirt and glares daggers at him. She absolutely refuses to be treated like some helpless doll. Channeling her fire magic again, she's ready to burn him down, but honestly, this guy doesn't look impressed at all. Her attacks are way too predictable, but right before she finishes, his eyes snap wide open. He instantly throws up a defensive barrier, but the second it forms, boom, it shatters into pieces. He casually brushes the burning embers right off his shoulder, staring her down like she's a puzzle he's figuring out. That crazy power surge, that sudden massive jump in sheer strength, it only means one thing. She's rocking an amplification gift. Meanwhile, the guy in black keeps up his relentless chase while Yuna sprints through the mall, totally gasping. He tracks her straight into a toy store. Yuna backs up against the shelves, completely trapped with zero escape routes. Pumping pure mana into her legs, she leaps onto a nearby shelf. Grabbing a toy box from below, she chucks it right at him, but he reacts in a flash, popping a barrier that deflects it like nothing. Getting frustrated, he kicks the shelf hard, making the whole thing shake violently. Yuna totally loses her balance and starts falling, seeing her big opening. She channels raw mana into her hands, aiming to cripple his legs so he can't run. Right before she even hits the ground, she triggers her own barrier, slamming it straight into his. That sudden heavy resistance catches him totally off guard. Now he's seriously struggling to hold his defense as her strength spikes. She starts counting down in her head. With every single second, her power just keeps skyrocketing. When she finally unleashes that pent-up energy, the shockwave explodes. Using her barrier as a springboard, she launches toward another shelf. But before she even lands, he attacks again. But she's fast, dodging it with absolute perfection. Right then, she remembers Julie's epic fire attack from just a bit earlier. Totally inspired, she decides to copy it, forming finger guns. She focuses all her mana into her fingertips. Locked in, she fires. Now watch this. Her glowing mana bomb technique shoots out faster than he can even process. It hits him dead center with absolute force. A massive explosion completely wrecks the whole area. A super thick smoke cloud swallows up everything. Outside the toy store, the hooded guy is watching, absolutely stunned. He never expected his partner to get taken down by some random kid. Yuna comes sprinting out of the shop, gripping a baseball bat and shouting for Julie. The hooded guy hesitates. Fighting right now, super risky, but backing off means all their hard work was totally for nothing. Julie spots Yuna running over and immediately screams at her to stay back. She's getting ready to unleash her full power, but before she makes a move, the hooded guy moves first. A magic circle flashes right under her feet, and chains shoot out, violently wrapping around her legs. While she desperately struggles to break free, he steps up. Zero interest in a fair fight. He grabs her from behind, completely pinning her. But his grip is rock solid. A super creepy smile spreads across his face as he pulls a dagger, whispering that she totally didn't see this coming. Yuna watches in absolute horror, realizing Julie is trapped. She tries to step forward, but the hooded guy tightens his grip and brings the blade even closer to her. Making it crystal clear, one more step, and Julie gets seriously hurt. Pure fury boils inside Yuna, making her want to scream. But before she can even blink, the guy in the black shirt reappears and smashes her head into the floor. Yuna is left totally speechless. You and I both know that blast should have killed him, yet he's standing there, completely unharmed, smirking arrogantly like he's reading her mind. He mocks her, saying a little girl could never kill a real player. Pinned to the ground, Yuna is helpless, completely unable to reach her friend. She watches Julie crying out her name. Just when everything seems completely hopeless, a sudden, massive wave of energy erupts from Yuna. Her mana explodes out of control, violently cracking through the air. The black shirt guy actually stumbles backward. He never expected this kind of insane power from a kid. If this keeps up, she might literally blow up the entire block. Still standing, Yuna desperately screams for Julie. Meanwhile, Julie fights the hooded guy's hold, screaming right back. Annoyed, he warns her to stop resisting, but she flat out refuses. Super pissed, he literally jams the dagger's hilt right into her stomach. The brutal impact knocks the wind out of her, and she totally collapses, out cold. The hooded guy orders his partner to deal with Yuna while he takes Julie away. The dude in the black shirt scoffs, asking if she seriously has a death wish. Not even waiting for an answer, he throws a brutal punch, smashing into the side of her head. The impact totally shatters her barrier. Her mana scatters, and her vision gets super blurry. She fights so hard to stay awake, but the heavy darkness completely swallows her up. Unconscious, Yuna floats through a weirdly familiar void. Deep memories of a past encounter in this exact same dark space start flooding back. A deep, mysterious voice had spoken to her once, offering raw power. She remembers no strict warning to never listen to that voice. It was way too dangerous. Nothing actually happened back then, but if things were different the next time around, nobody could even guess the wild outcome. No had literally promised to help her get stronger the right way. He begged Yuna to just live normally, to completely ignore that dark voice forever. Sealing their pact, Yuna pinky swore with No, locking in her promise. But right now, waking up and coughing up blood. All she feels is massive regret. She whispers a quiet apology to No in her heart. This time, there's no other choice. She has someone to protect. Her friends, her family, they deserve absolute peace. And if breaking that sacred promise is the only way to get it, then so be it. Her hands shake. But her eyes turn ice cold as she locks onto the guy in the black shirt. He just smirks arrogantly, watching her struggle to even stand back up. He throws a killer punch to end her, but before it hits, trust me, you're gonna want to see what happens next. Stick with me, guys, because boom, a massive hit from behind sends that dude flying. Bruno's punch totally flattens the guy in black, letting Yuna finally breathe and exhale. Seeing how exhausted she is, our big guy Bruno gently drapes his coat right over her shoulders. He praises her brave fight, and totally promises he will handle the rest himself. Standing there like an absolute giant bear, Bruno's insane presence totally terrifies the hooded guy. With just one single step, he completely closes the gap. Before his opponent can even blink, Bruno grabs his head and slams it straight into the dirt, all while scooping up Julie's unconscious body with his free arm. That crazy impact literally shatters the solid ground beneath them. Right nearby, the hooded guy's drop dagger rolls directly over to the guy in black. He hesitates for a split second before grabbing it. His eyes lock straight onto Bruno's trembling hand as he holds Julie. Deep, nasty wounds cover her entire body. Gripping the dagger super tight, the guy in black forces himself up and lunges right into an attack. He charges forward screaming that Bruno absolutely has to die, but Bruno does not even flinch. His fist swings in a devastating arc, smashing the dude's face and sending him flying. Bruno's fury officially hits absolute peak level right here. His voice drips with pure rage as he swears to make them pay for hurting Julie and Yuna. Raw mana violently surges through his entire body as he steps up. Sprawled on the ground, the guy in black desperately begs for some mercy. But Bruno is totally consumed by rage and tells him to settle his business down in hell. He gathers his remaining mana and finishes him off with one brutally epic strike. Ending it, now rewinding a few days before that mall attack. Deep inside a super remote forest, two guys are arguing inside a creepy old cabin. A subordinate is heavily protesting the insanely extreme orders given by a guy named Nameless. This very same shadowy group literally forced Vice Lord Kim Kyung to step down, completely frustrated. Now pay close attention here. The lackey readies his spear, swearing to take out Nameless and Jailongjun. He unleashes a lightning-fast flurry of strikes, but something feels extremely off. No matter how many times he wildly attacks, his target stays untouched. Suddenly, before reacting, a blade pierces right through his stomach from behind. Pure panic instantly sets in as he realizes the horrifying truth. Nameless has a broken disorder ability that completely warps reality and perception, making him practically impossible to ever hit. Nameless just calmly watches the dude's strength fade entirely away, whispering that he honestly talks way too much, holding a sword and a thick heavy rope. Nameless wraps the rope right around the squirming lackey's neck and hoists him straight up to a high beam, while his victim hopelessly kicks and desperately gasps for air. He chillingly promises to take real good care of the guy's family, especially his wife. He lets out this dark, twisted laugh as the struggling finally starts slowing down. His legs violently twitch a few times before going completely still. Nameless sarcastically thanks him for all his hard work and just casually walks away. A few days later, local authorities finally discover the poor lackey's dead body. Inside Vice Lord Kim Kyung's creepy abandoned cabin, they find a fake suicide note, making them totally believe he actually took the extreme way out. Back at the mall's logistics warehouse, 6 shady figures are standing around waiting. Nameless arrives, his sharp gaze perfectly scanning the room as he asks if anyone else is coming. A bowl-cut dude steps right up, reporting that the Shingyua clan members are already here. Worse, their own guys stationed out there earlier have completely lost all radio contact. Given the situation, they decide to retreat immediately. You and I know something wild is about to drop. Before leaving, the bowl-cut guy suddenly asks Nameless about the mystery kid standing directly behind him. Completely confused, Nameless turns around to see. Pushing up his glasses, he is totally shocked. Our boy No is just chilling behind him, cheerfully saying he is super glad Nameless finally noticed his presence. Nameless is just completely mind-blown, wondering who on earth this kid actually is and exactly how long he has been lurking there. Even the bowl-cut lackey never expected his captain to not recognize the weird boy. Assuming it is probably just some lost child, the minion seriously asks Nameless why he looks so incredibly tense right now. Since Nameless stays totally silent and frozen, the bowl-cut minion decides there is only one real way to handle this mess. He is gonna kill the kid in one slash. He boldly warns No that children should never recklessly follow strange adults, or scary things happen, as he aggressively winds up to attack. No just calmly slips his left hand into his pocket, heavily channeling mana into something inside. The exact split second the lackey swings his sword, No whips out a deadly dagger. With one clean slash, he effortlessly slices the minion's neck, killing him instantly. Blood violently splatters the floor. The 5 remaining guys absolutely freeze in place, just staring in pure, unfiltered shock. Dropping the minion with literal zero effort, No stares blankly at the body, realizing he really should not have killed him so fast. Meanwhile, Nameless, who is standing super close, instantly leaps backward and screams at the remaining 5 guys to stay on absolute guard. Realizing the kid standing there is absolutely not normal at all, they frantically draw their weapons. No easily catches their hesitation and just drops a smug smirk. Straight up mocking them, he laughs and asks if they are seriously terrified of a tiny knife held by a little kid with zero actual combat experience. Tilting his head with this super playful smile, he completely roasts them, calling them massive cowardly chickens. That stings hard. 4 furious guys charge at him simultaneously. Exactly what No wanted. He grins and activates Heavenly Steps. In a single blurry flash, he effortlessly slices right through all 4 of them. They drop totally dead before their brains can even process the speed. Now it is only Nameless left. No casually points his bloody dagger at him, jokingly asking why he is just standing around. If he refuses to make a move, No will absolutely bring the fight to him. Nameless is completely short-circuiting. A random kid just folded 4 advanced players in literal seconds. Reckless attacks are pointless now. He channels purple mana, and trust me, you guys will definitely want to see what happens next. Charging at full speed towards our MC No, but No just watches with a totally bored look. The second No Name swings his sword, our boy easily dodges, raising his leg high. He channels mana right into it, and lands a devastating kick on No Name's left arm. The massive impact sends the guy staggering straight backward. No just stares at him with pure disinterest. Compared to the absolute beasts he is going to face later, No Name's strength means literally nothing. Then, He mercilessly drops the truth. Nobody knows No Name because he is completely irrelevant. Hearing that massive insult, No Name gets consumed by pure rage. Mana erupts wildly around him as he unleashes a relentless storm of attacks. No gets bombarded by No Name's slashes, but not a single strike even grazes him. No Name starts freaking out, wondering how this kid dodges every hit so easily. But No, still effortlessly dodging, calmly states that he has already experienced all this. No Name's special ability turns out to be completely useless against him. No counters immediately, sweeping No Name's leg with a lightning-fast kick that trips him up. He leaps forward and unleashes a furious flurry of slashes. As his blade slices through the air, he tells No Name to just chill out. Assuring the guy he has zero intention of killing him, No raises his sword high, and soon the entire room is soaked in blood. After taking down the last enemies, No and Shin walk right out of the mall. All around them, officers are super busy cleaning up the mess, removing the bodies of both the terrorists and the innocent victims. Shin stares at the devastation, struggling to believe these terrorists actually caused this much chaos. Hearing her, No asks if she managed to capture them. Instead of answering, Shin looks him dead in the eye and casually claims that he now owes her a massive favor. No completely agrees, promising to pay off his debt later. He asks Shin to watch over No Name. Shin nods and starts walking over to the guy. But wait, watch closely here. As Shin approaches, No suddenly hesitates. Something has been seriously bugging him forever, and this is his one shot to uncover the truth. He stops Shin in her tracks, telling her to hold up before reaching for No Name's sunglasses, totally determined to finally see his actual face. No Name immediately starts panicking and literally begs him to stop, but No just completely ignores him and snatches those glasses right off. The second his hidden face is finally exposed to the world. Both No and Shin recoil in absolute horror. No struggles to even look at him for a split second. Shin, standing right behind him, looks way worse. She is barely holding back the urge to puke. They quickly realize they just cannot keep staring. No lets out a heavy sigh. He shoves the sunglasses back onto No Name's face and turns to leave. But just as he starts walking away, somebody calls out to him from behind. He turns around and spots Yuli standing there with Bruno carrying Yuna. He feels so incredibly relieved seeing them safe. Overwhelmed with pure joy, he sprints straight toward them. Soon after, the whole mall incident blows up into massive breaking news, covered by literally every major network. A TV reporter announces that on December 17th, at exactly 3 p.m., a massive terrorist attack went down right inside the shopping center. The epic clash involved summoned monsters and hired players totally going off against the terrorists. The leader of the bad guys, identified as No Name, was officially captured. Shin played a super crucial role in taking him down. According to the latest reports, the death toll hit 23. In response to this awful tragedy, the Heavenly Maiden government drops an official statement, sending their absolute deepest condolences to all the victims involved. Meanwhile, some mysterious guy is watching the news on his TV. His eyes stay totally locked onto 4 specific people showing up on the screen. A slow, incredibly evil smirk creeps across his face. He has finally tracked them down. Let's pause a second, because you and I know they need to talk. Inside Young's dad's cafe, a magic barrier hides them from normal people. No and Shin sit face to face. No says he wanted to thank her, but there is totally another reason for this meetup. He asks about the No Name group. Shin drops a bomb. The entire squad got sentenced to execution. It is literally the first death sentence since the Heavenly Maiden government was established. No immediately asks about the mysterious person who actually hired them. But Shin just apologizes, saying she is absolutely not in a position to leak that intel. Seeing that Shin is standing her ground, No completely backs off. Shin then asks if that was all he wanted to know, but No also wants the inside scoop on what happened to the Saveok group. Shin explains that Chairman Lee Jun has returned, forcing the group's heirs to step back from everything temporarily and strictly focus on social welfare services instead. Shin gets ready to leave, saying she has other sketchy business to investigate. The second Shin walks right out of the cafe. Young's dad walks over and lets No know the rest of the crew is arriving soon. He then asks if No still plans on waiting around here. No thanks him and totally decides to stay. Back in the day, the group's massive succession war blew up between 3 sons, with the eldest taking the win. But now, everything is different. No realizes the insane butterfly effect he has caused. He saved his entire family from that brutal Kraken attack. He straight up stopped those kindergarten kids from dying, kept the mountain incident casualties super low, totally crashed the mall terrorist attack, and even completely prevented the group's entire massive succession war. The future is definitely not set in stone anymore. For the first time ever, he feels totally free from the dark fate that previously killed off his comrades, including Pering and Li Zhang. By nightfall, No is home eating dinner with his family. Taking a deep breath, Yuna suddenly announces she wants to become a player. The absolute second she says that, No violently chokes on his food. The entire family just stares at her in pure shock. A heavy chill runs down his spine as he realizes this is another crazy, unexpected change to the timeline. Naturally, No instantly rejects the whole idea. He slams his hand on the table, straight up telling Yuna that becoming a player is nothing but a totally reckless move. That dangerous life is absolutely not for her. Yuna completely refuses to back down, arguing he will never understand unless she tries. So, are you and I ready for what happens next? No just tightly clenches his fists. Let's dive right in. He can't deny Yuna's crazy potential but never trained her to be a player. Just taught her basic mana control. Let's dive right in. He just wanted her living a long, safe life far from danger. But Yuna, she absolutely refuses to back down from what she wants. Her parents stay dead silent. Frustrated, he demands to know why she is so eager to toss out a perfectly normal life. Being a player isn't glamorous or respected at all. It is literally just blood, sweat, and endless suffering. Even after hearing all that harsh truth, Yuna stands her ground. No matter the cost, she wants to save people, not just sit around being totally protected. Watching helplessly from afar while others fight, the argument drags on until her mom finally steps in. With a heavy sigh, she tells Yuna to just go for it. No absolutely loses it, screaming out in pure frustration. His yelling completely terrifies their little brother, who bursts into tears. Mom immediately scolds No for shouting and tries to comfort little Yuna. With tear-filled eyes, the little kid glares right at No and whispers that she hates him. No spins back to their parents, demanding to know if they are seriously okay with Yuna becoming a player. Mom explains that even if they do not get how dangerous a player's life is, they will still support Yuna's dream. Dad totally agrees with her. Believing in Yuna's skills and trusting her to make the right choices, hearing they approve. Yuna jumps up and hugs them both, thanking them for believing in her. No just watches silently, since his parents decided he cannot really argue anymore. The meeting room is packed now. The chairman calls Seo Jong up to present the gathered facts. He begins by explaining that the mall terrorist attack was not just some random outside hit. It was actually a massive internal conflict. Right inside the Seok group itself, then he lays out the current group hierarchy. Watch closely here. The power struggle is all about Chairman Lee Yun's 3 sons. The youngest lacks backing, while the real showdown is between the oldest and second sons. The eldest, Li Bong, is completely ruthless, but tons of people doubt he is a legit heir. Thinking just being born first does not automatically make him a worthy successor. The second son, Li Zhang. Total opposite, well-educated, insanely good at business and seen as way more competent. Based on this, they figure the terrorist attack might actually link back to Li Bong, who probably ordered a hit on Li Zhang's business. An elder asks if the chairman knows all this. They confirm that the chairman came right back from exile into management right after the attack. Seo adds that Li Bong used his money to hire gnomes mercenary players, probably contracting the Ocean Clan. Just dropping that name sends huge shockwaves through the room. Records show 92 hounds were caught during the Buchan incident. They locked down 70% of the magic stones from those monsters. But 30% hit the black market. Investigations prove those exact same magic stones were used by the terrorists in the recent mall attack. Seo Jong's breakdown makes the leader think that these guys purposely waited for the magic stone market prices to skyrocket before pulling off their insane plan. Seo Jong replies that raw, unrefined magic stones are super easy to get. The leader then asks if the Ocean Clan bought and weaponized the leaked stones. Seo Jong says his own clan tracked the market flow thoroughly. If the Ocean Clan got them, it was definitely through some shady secondary source, which means their info might still be incomplete. Dead silence hits the room before the leader speaks again. You and I both know drama hits hard. In April, Shin found her husband cheating with a Dangan group heir. Now, his real intentions are totally clear. He needs to cut ties with Dangan and commit entirely to Seok. That is why they are meeting today. The elder asks if they are preparing for war. The leader hints that war might not be the worst option. But another guy nearby drops a massive reality check. Divine Tempest is also in the Ocean Clan. A bald guy jumps in, arguing the Ocean Clan is not the only one with 12 sovereign members. They have the Thunder Emperor. But someone else argues that might not be enough. The Thunder Emperor is still way too young, even as a total genius. Matching Divine Tempest would be tough. The leader stops the war idea, but refuses to let the Ocean Clan off unpunished. Instead, she makes a bold announcement. They will fully support Li Zhang as the legit heir. And set a meeting to teach the Ocean Clan a lesson. Meanwhile, it is year 4 of the Heavenly Maiden's rule, and she still hasn't passed 2nd grade. Angie hates that all 5 are still together. Siona agrees, though initially worried they might separate. Despite that, No really hopes he won't have to see Sina again this year. That way, he can finally relax, knowing he won't deal with her drama anymore. While No is totally lost in his thoughts, Choi, sitting right beside him, leans over and whispers. He points at 4 guys 1 table over, just glaring at No and his crew. Their faces alone scream absolute trouble. Choi considers fighting them, so what happens next? Trust me, you are going to want to see this. Stick with me, we are diving right back into the academy drama. Hating unnecessary trouble, he tells her to ignore them. He glances at the 4 guys, but the second their eyes actually meet, they instantly look away. Their reaction is super sketchy. But before No can even process it, Minji brings up that huge misunderstanding they still have not cleared up. Wild rumors are flying around that Choi's dad absolutely beat down Siona's dad, the big boss of KK Pharmaceuticals. Because of that crazy gossip, the whole school is terrified. They literally will not even make eye contact with him. No has zero idea how he and his dad ended up looking like the bad guys here. Siona looks super worried, but No totally brushes it off, telling her the rumors mean nothing. Honestly though, what really shocks No is Choi's massive glow-up. The dude used to be short, but now he is totally towering. He asks what on earth Choi has been eating to get so huge. Choi just shrugs, saying he has been training hard under the boss. Plus, he chugged that special juice Young's dad makes as part of his daily routine. Hearing that, No is absolutely dumbfounded. He remembers telling Minji and Siona to drink that stuff because it was a cheat code for getting their mana back fast. But he had zero clue it actually worked as a massive growth hack. Now he is the shortest one there. Super frustrated, he promises to chug a whole glass of that juice daily. A minute later, heavy footsteps echo through the room as the teacher finally walks in. Now pay attention, this gets wild. He introduces himself as Dohun, their homeroom teacher. Just feeling his insane mana aura, No instantly knows this dude is definitely not ordinary. Later that afternoon, the wise old man in the library asks his assistant to give him a full rundown on all the recent drama. The assistant reports that the crazy parents who tried getting Jin Siona expelled just for being a demi-human got totally kicked out of the school themselves. Everything went down exactly as the boss ordered. Looking smug, he praises the fast work. But his mind shifts to KK Pharmaceuticals and their totally pathetic attempt to rig the class rosters and split the squad apart. Thanks to his team grinding behind the scenes, they blocked the corporate meddling entirely, keeping Jung locked right in the exact same class as everyone else. He asks about KK Pharmaceuticals. Elder Minjun finds it completely ridiculous that they would go to such insane extremes just to target a kid. A kid he values just as much as his own flesh and blood. Minjun checks in with his assistant again regarding the homeroom assignments. The assistant explains they assigned a former player who had to step down after a brutal injury. Despite that bad luck, he promises Minjun the guy is still totally top tier when it comes to teaching. Minjun asks about his past record. The assistant drops a major hint, saying the dude actually used to be part of the elite regulators agency back in his prime. If this guy was running with an organization that elite, then he must absolutely be reliable. Glancing down at the official files in his hands, the elder verifies the teacher's full name. The old man flashes back to asking Jung who she wanted to be grouped with for her 2nd year. She just smiled and said she wanted to stick with her friends. But since her dad warned her it might be super tough to pull off, she basically accepted whatever wild fate threw her way. Since that was her one wish, Minjin promised he would make it happen, gently closing the thick book. He thinks about how wild this situation has become. He used to read alone, but now he has a kid he treats like his actual granddaughter. You and I both love a wholesome grandpa moment, right? Meanwhile, at some creepy abandoned building, No and Yuna are waiting for Shin. Yuna is totally shocked to realize No barely even knows her. Acting a little shy, she explains they got close after hanging out in the cafeteria. Suddenly, a weirdly gentle breeze picks up, signaling that Shin is finally here. Flexing some major wind magic, Shin twists the breeze into a mini tornado to clear out the area. A few seconds later, the whirlwind fades out and distant footsteps echo. Shin sticks the landing right in front of them, apologizing for the delay. No, clearly annoyed, snaps back that they waited way too long. Shin calls No totally demanding, joking that thousands of people would literally beg just to meet someone like her. Meanwhile, Yuna bows politely to Shin. Shin waves it off, telling her to drop the flashy titles like 12 Sovereigns or Divine Tempest and just call her Big Sis. Right then, Shin secretly pops her detection skill. Instantly, she senses something absolutely mind-blowing. Yuna's mana reserves are completely off the charts. Even though she is suppressing it, the raw power hiding inside her is insanely abnormal. Shin quickly realizes that the second people figure out Yuna's true potential, every guild will rush to claim her. And yeah, that includes herself. No asks Shin to hand over the special item he requested earlier. Shin just gives a quick nod, confirming she secured the bag. Out of the loot she brought, there is a storage device and a glowing mana stone. Inspecting the stone super closely, No notices it is in absolutely perfect condition. Turning to Yuna, No asks if she is really ready to become a player. Yuna replies with absolute total confidence. Seeing zero hesitation in her eyes, No finally stops trying to block her decision. He pulls a massive, long sword out of the storage gear Shin provided, but before she can even swing it, he declares she has to pass a test first. Yuna accepts without a single flinch. He warns her to be super careful handling the device, and Yuna confidently swears she totally gets it. Watching this play out, Shin just smiles at how much No secretly cares about her. No channels his mana straight into one of the stones, making absolutely sure it is fully charged before yeeting it into the distance. The rock starts glowing with this intense blue light, illuminating the whole area. Thick black smoke billows from the glowing stone, and out of the shadows pops a tiny monster. It lets out a high-pitched screech, its long ears twitching while its pink skin dimly glows. Despite its edgy entrance, the creature is actually adorable. It is an 8th-class beast called Porori. That is where we leave it, trust me, you will want more. Let's dive into a manhwa where looks kill. Yuna shakes, totally confused. It looks way too adorable to be a real monster, but No confirms it is summoned by Ori. No matter how harmless it looks, Yuna's mission is to kill it, but staring at that innocent face, she totally hesitates. No knows she is dead set on becoming a player, but he also needs her to understand this path is full of absolute agony. Yuna steps up carefully as the tiny monster hops over. Completely hypnotized by its cuteness, she starts thinking it is not a threat at all. No screams at her to stay alert and sprints over. Yuna just stares, clueless about the danger. Suddenly, that adorable monster's vibe flips completely. Its mouth unhinges unnaturally wide, flashing rows of razor-sharp fangs right as it lunges straight at her. Right before it reaches her, No delivers a brutal kick, sending the thing flying across the room. The impact is so massive, the creature is instantly wrecked. Yuna is still in shock while No scolds her. Judging monsters by their looks will get her easily killed. She drops her head, completely silent. He asks if she wants to keep going. She doesn't answer right away. Instead, her mind flashes back to all those times No and Julie shielded her from real danger. She refuses to be the girl who always needs saving. She wants enough strength to protect others, too. Finally, she answers. She wants to continue. She refuses to let fear win. After taking down another monster, her sword is left dripping with thick purple monster blood. Watch what happens next. Her grip weakens, the weapon slips out, and her shaking legs finally give out as she collapses straight to the floor. Shin watches from the sidelines, totally stunned that Yuna actually pulled it off after 15 rounds. Meanwhile, No rushes right over to her side. Yuna sits on the ground, gasping for air. Her hands are shaking wildly as she stares at them covered in blood. No hugs her instantly, giving her some comfort. Seeing this, Shin remembers her own past and the harsh reality of leveling up as a player. She knows better than anyone how brutal reaching this tier is. Ultimately, a player just has to stay exceptionally strong. A few days later in their third-grade classroom, the homeroom teacher walks in carrying a box of milk cartons. The teacher tells the class president to step up and grab the exact amount needed for everyone present. Once they finish drinking, they are supposed to toss the empty cartons right back into the box. The kids get it, and the class president quickly lines them up to hand out the milk. Every single student grabs their carton, including No, who politely thanks the class president. This whole routine instantly reminds him of Beak Lean, who also hated drinking milk. Back then, No made it his mission to hype Beak Lean up, telling her to drink it so she would grow taller. He snaps right back to reality when Choi whispers and secretly slips something into his hand. No looks down and realizes it is a magic item that transforms boring regular milk into chocolate milk. He asks Choi where he got it. Choi replies that he secretly bought it earlier that morning while hitting up a general store. No hesitates, asking what happens if the teacher catches them. Choi confidently reminds him of what he has always taught him, that they should never be afraid of getting punished by teachers. No nods quietly, realizing he might have accidentally influenced Choi's whole way of thinking. You and I know rules are meant to be broken. He grabs Choi's item, ready to mix it into his milk. Choi grins and hypes him up, but right before they take a sip, Choi spots a printed ad on the carton. No glances at it and freezes completely. The message is a request asking kids to pray for the safety of their fellow citizens suffering in Italy. This instantly reminds No that this must be the exact year when people in Italy were going through some incredibly dark and hard times. Later on during recess, No walks alone toward Yuna's classroom. As he heads up the stairs, his thoughts drift right back to the crazy events of yesterday. He still feels pretty guilty about making Yuna cry. He just hopes she is not too depressed. Turning a corner in the hallway, he bumps right into someone. A blonde upperclassman, who was busy joking around with his crew, glares at him angrily. The older student snaps, asking what he is doing there. Pointing out that he is clearly not a sixth grader, his buddies quickly step up from behind, fully backing him up. No, already totally sick of useless drama, just sighs. He brushes it off as another ridiculous hassle, which only makes the blonde upperclassman even more furious. One of his friends barks that since No bumped into their boss, he better be the one apologizing. Another older kid mocks No, calling him arrogant before demanding to know what class he is in. No takes a hard look at the blonde guy. He looks oddly familiar. If his memory serves him right, this is Lee Kang-hyuk, a player notorious for running the back alleys in the Seongbuk district. Despite not having crazy top-tier talent as a player, Kang-hyuk had an insanely sharp eye for reading people's weaknesses, letting him manipulate his underlings with zero effort. His entire organization controlled all the shady information running through the Seongbuk district slums. Kang-hyuk grew up in Seongbuk since childhood. No wonders if that is exactly how he managed to build an entire intelligence network here. One of the goons shoves No from behind, sneering that kids these days are way too full of themselves. The blonde upperclassman grabs No right by his shirt collar, lifting him slightly off the ground. A whole crowd gathers around to watch the showdown. People are hyping up Kang-hyuk, telling him to put the arrogant kid in his place. Unsure how to handle these tough guys, No briefly thinks about threatening them. Right at that moment, a massive wave of pure blue mana erupts from behind him. Just as the senior pulls his fist back to strike, that blue energy condenses into a sudden massive force, fully ready to blast him away. Trust me, you'll want to see what comes next. Before the attack hits, a familiar voice shouts out. No instantly recognizes Yuna rushing over, stopping Hyuk cold. Stick with me, Yuna yells stop. Kang-hyuk stammers an excuse but no, he is suddenly boiling with absolute rage. This punk actually has a crush on his older sister. Just the thought makes him see red, even considering ending Kang-hyuk right there. The two upperclassmen behind No step up, claiming he rudely bumped into Kang-hyuk earlier without even saying sorry. They say they were just teaching him a lesson. Yuna fires back, asking who gave them permission. Hearing her say younger brother makes Kang Huk freeze completely. Annoyed, Yuna steps right up to fix No's messy collar. Classic protective sister. With everyone staring holes into him, Kang Huk nervously scratches his head, forces a super awkward laugh, and apologizes. He tries playing it off, claiming they weren't thinking straight today, and promises it will never happen again. He keeps apologizing, asking if No is hurt. His fake concern just makes Yuna madder. She grabs No's hand and walks off. Kang Huk shouts to have a great day, threatening anyone who messes with No. Which honestly just annoys No even more. Once they are totally out of earshot, he bluntly asks if she likes that guy. Yuna is super confused since he didn't use honorifics for a senior. But No isn't joking, he seriously wants to know if she likes him. Yuna stays quiet, just walking in total silence. Then she suddenly stops, turns, and smiles. She tells him the guy she likes most is actually No, so no other dude is taking her away. After saying that, she happily offers to walk him back. Flashback to a few days ago. Grandma is walking through pouring rain, carrying fresh veggies from the market. She is heading home alone. She thinks about how it has been ages since the kids visited. Seeing them grow up makes her so happy, especially 3-year-old Yunai. Walking past a super sketchy narrow alley, she hears someone coughing. She stops, totally confused, wondering if she actually imagined it. Then it happens again, much louder. Looking into the alley, she cautiously approaches a dumpster and opens the lid. Now watch closely, this changes everything. Inside is a blue-haired demi-human kid with animal ears. She drops the lid in pure shock. Someone actually abandoned a kid here. She kneels down, gently reaching out her hand. But the second she touches him, she jumps. The poor kid's skin is completely freezing cold. Feeling a human touch, the kid remembers the sick thugs who caught him. They wanted to sell him or use him for punching practice. When he became useless, they dumped him like actual garbage. Terrified, he smacks her hand away and scrambles to escape the dumpster. But he is way too weak. He trips and crashes onto the pavement. Grandma looks completely heartbroken. She steps closer, but he spits out hateful words, screaming at her to just stay away. She takes another step. Panicking, the kid covers his head, fully expecting to get beaten up again. But then, he realizes the rain stopped. He slowly opens his eyes to see her holding an umbrella over him. With a shaky voice, she kindly offers to take him home with her. Back in the present, the family arrives at Grandma's house. She is waiting by the door. Mom sighs, feeling a bit jealous that No still acts like a baby with Grandma despite acting tough at home. Hearing that, No forces a super awkward laugh, playing dumb. Grandma chuckles at her daughter's obvious jealousy. Then Grandma jokes with the dad, saying living with her daughter must be totally exhausting. Meanwhile, Yunai clings to Mom's leg. Grandma kneels, softly saying hi and reminding her they met last year. Yunai is confused at first, but slowly remembers her. With the warmest smile, Grandma asks her how old she is now. Yunai lets go, runs over, and holds up 3 tiny fingers. Beaming with pride, she announces she is 3. She giggles, loving all the praise. Watching them, No smiles to himself. Grandma invites them inside for some fried chicken. They agree instantly, but entering the yard, No senses weird mana. You and I know peace never lasts, right? He activates his detection skills. Right before they go inside, he stops Yuna. He senses some unknown energy nearby. At first he thinks it's a monster, but it feels way different. It is way too calm, maybe a burglar. No quietly puts a finger to his lips. If someone broke into Grandma's house, they gotta be careful. He peeks through the door and spots a creature inside, weirdly small compared to its massive energy. Its ears twitch, sniffing the air. Seeing it distracted, No knows this is his chance. He kicks the door open and throws a punch. Boom, the impact echoes through the house, making all the adults outside jump in total shock. They rush inside. No demands to know why this kid is here. Trust me, you need to see what happens next. The confused kid stares and asks if his chicken finally arrived. No instinctively takes a step back. Then, recognizing him, he mutters the kid's name, Jean Parang. Later that same night. After Grandma explains everything in detail, No's parents finally wrap their heads around the whole situation. Grandma says she planned to tell them once they returned from the city, which is why she hid it until now. Meanwhile, Parang and Yuna chow down on fried chicken at another table. Watching them eat, No suddenly remembers Parang actually lived around this area, but he never imagined their connection would start like this, with his grandma just deciding to take Jim Parang in and letting him stay. Catching No staring at him, Parang gets totally annoyed. He angrily demands to know why he's being watched while he eats, making it crystal clear that the fried chicken in his hands is his, and he ain't sharing a single bite. Grandma immediately scolds him, reminding him to watch his mouth. Parang shuts up, but No keeps glaring a hole through him. She promises the kid that if he runs out of food, she'll get more. Parang mutters under his breath, calling her an old witch. No clenches his fists in pure rage. Watch closely here. Seeing him disrespect Grandma, he's somehow worse than in his past life. No decides to fix his rotten attitude right now. No casually grabs a soda from the table and politely asks Grandma if he can take Parang outside to play. Parang just stares at him, completely confused as to why No suddenly wants to hang out. Sounding totally suspicious, he demands to know exactly why he has to play alone with him. Before Parang can even finish his whining, Grandma cuts him off and gives No permission, thinking it's a really great chance for the boys to bond. As No and Parang get ready to head outside, Yuna excitedly asks if she can tag along. But before she can even take a step, No tells her to stay. Nope, he steps right up behind Parang and orders him to walk. But despite No practically pushing him, Parang flat out refuses, making it crystal clear he has absolutely zero interest in playing with him. Totally frustrated by his stubbornness, No grabs the back of his shirt collar and shoots him a deadly, threatening glare. He tells Parang to drop the lame excuses and follow him outside right this second. Losing his patience, No literally drags him out of the house. Once they're far enough away, No suddenly tosses him right into the middle of the street. Parang whines from the hard hit. When he finally recovers and opens his eyes, he sees his precious fried chicken totally ruined on the ground. His face twists in pure despair. We both know what's next. No says people don't avoid bothering dogs out of respect, but because they fear getting bitten. With that said, he snaps his fingers. A glowing, magical barrier instantly forms around them, trapping them inside a dome. Parang's eyes go wide, staring around in absolute pure shock. The reason for the barrier is super simple. No just doesn't want to be interrupted or heard by anyone outside the dome. Alright, let's dive into this. No doesn't even look at Parang. Says he isn't a dog, sure, but after disrespecting Grandma, he doesn't act human either. He's about to teach this kid some actual manners. Hearing this, Parang snaps back, asking if he wants to throw hands. He already hates the guy and this just makes it worse. But no, he does not care. He dashes at incredible speed. Parang cannot dodge in time. Direct hit, Parang screams out in pure agony. That plastic bottle looks completely normal, but to Parang, every impact feels like catching actual cannonballs. Between these absolutely relentless attacks, No forces a harsh lesson in respect. He reminds this brat to show gratitude to the sweet lady who saved him. She fed him, gave him a bed, and even healed his wounds. No finally pauses, letting the battered kid gasp for some air. Parang collapses to the floor, barely able to twitch, but No is still absolutely furious. He hasn't forgotten him calling Grandma an old witch. Now watch this closely. His mana totally explodes. He dives right back into the brutal beatdown. Parang screams bloody murder for help, desperately praying someone hears him. But no matter how loud he yells, his voice won't ever escape this place. No coldly reminds him the barrier blocks out all sound. Nobody is coming to save him. He totally mocks him, saying if he wants help, he should try using telepathy to call the adults. Parang just freezes up. He cannot use telepathy at all. He is only 10 years old. Way too young to learn advanced skills like that. But then, No remembers a funny detail. Parang once bragged about using telepathy at age 10. Waving that dreaded bottle again, No casually asks if he deserves another massive smack for lying. The cold sound of his voice. His epic strikes and those screams stay trapped. Fast forward to the next day, you and I gotta see this. Parang is awkwardly kneeling, still feeling the insane pain from No's hidden strikes. When the parents ask his age and school grade, the kid nervously admits he never went. Parang hesitates big time, forcing himself to finish his sad sentence before totally shutting up. No actually remembers hearing how Parang got totally bullied back at the academy. He steps up, casually dropping a heavy hand on his shoulder. He offers to let Parang join his own class, confidently insisting that second grade would be a perfect fit. No basically pressures him into it, while Mom sweetly asks his opinion. Totally unable to refuse, he reluctantly agrees. Which makes No super happy. Grandma warmly points out how fast these boys bonded, and Mom totally agrees. No turns back to Parang, who is desperately trying to avoid eye contact. Grabbing him right by the collar, No aggressively drags him along, suggesting a nice little walk. Parang complains, but it is way too late now. Meanwhile, Heavenly Maiden Gil sits chilling at a table with two tough guards nearby, right across from her. Italian ambassadors Albert and Jenko plan to send thousands home, but Albert has one condition. So, what do you and I make of this? They gotta kill the North Atlantic monster first. Alright, stick with me here. We are looking at the strongest rank 1 monster alive, literally powerful enough to wipe out an entire nation. The Leviathan. Meanwhile, Gil just calmly sips her tea. She casually asks if they'd be fine just supplying potions to the frontline soldiers. Albert totally admits these potions are insanely effective and super easy to use. Then he confirms they already agreed to trade Mediterranean mana steel for them. Alright, stick with me here. You're about to see Gil agree it's useless, while Jenko literally smashes the table with an energy-infused kick. Gil tells her guards to stay ready while Albert panics, begging for help against the Leviathan for his people. But Gil, totally chill, she just asks for a napkin to dab her lips after her tea. Albert warns Jenko not to push his luck, but this dude absolutely refuses to back down. He claims he is spitting facts since Gil is not denying it. Then he actually insults the South Koreans, saying that all they care about is kimchi. One of Gil's guards clenches his fists in pure rage, but she stays completely unbothered. Suddenly, a massive, crushing pressure fills the entire room. With just one sentence, Gil forces both ambassadors to their knees. Jenko completely faceplants, while Albert desperately grabs the table just to stay up. She actually accepts Albert's terms, promising to help rescue the trapped South Koreans over in Italy. In exchange, she promises full backup, deploying the Divine Spear, Namgung, and 2 other elite players. Decision made, she's absolutely not messing around. Gil just snaps her fingers, lifting that crazy heavy pressure. Both guys, completely drenched in cold sweat, stay glued to their seats in pure shock. Albert slams the table, angrily accusing her of going way too far. But she calmly fires back, if they got complaints, go ahead and vent. She warns she will report their shady behavior to the International Mana Administration. South Korea is totally done putting up with their absolute disrespect. Jenko totally loses his mind, whips out his device, and summons a massive longsword, screaming that he is gonna wipe out all the South Korean reps. Watch closely, Albert tries stopping him, but instantly, a freezing wave of mana explodes right in front of them. Jenko's right leg is instantly locked in solid ice, pinning him to the floor. Absolute terror hits him, his instincts are screaming that one wrong move means instant death. The insane source of this power stands right there, seeing Jenko totally paralyzed by fear. Gil roasts him, saying at least he is not entirely stupid. She shuts the whole meeting down and kicks them out, as the huge doors slam shut. Jenko is fuming, but totally powerless inside the blue house. The maiden's personal guard warns her to play it safe, reminding her she is no longer just some famous actress. She is South Korea's celestial maiden now, and needs to act like it. She glares at Park Sang-in, asking if he's talking as her bodyguard or her old manager. Sang-in just stays quiet. Meanwhile, another guard completely roasts him, mocking the dude for having zero clue about women. The goddess immediately spins on the blonde guard, Lee Young-yun, warning him to back off and stop making fun of his buddy. Especially since he totally forgot to submit an important report. She demands it right now. Young-yun quickly apologizes, hands it over, and says the Italians gifted them a Maserati Gran Turismo. The goddess has zero clue what that is, so Young-yun explains it is a super flashy luxury car favored by Big Mama. It is supposed to symbolize this big friendship between Italy and South Korea. He hints Big Mama might actually be way cooler than those annoying ambassadors. The maiden and Sang-in stay quiet, deep in thought. Then, she straight up orders Young-yun to return the Maserati and drop a heavy message. She doesn't need that kind of bribe. He hesitates, trying to change her mind, but she completely ignores him. She has never met Big Mama. But all her intel says this woman is ruthless and definitely hostile. Those 2 clown ambassadors from earlier, total proof of that. I know what you're thinking, and yeah, Big Mama is either plotting something evil or just flat-out disrespecting South Korea. So, she orders Young Yun to put their absolute best agents on the Italian ambassador. Any shady moves must be reported instantly. Young Yun gets the memo and dips. Once he is gone, the maiden walks over to the huge window. Sangin, standing right there, breathes a massive sigh of relief that negotiations went so well. She agrees. Honestly, it was all thanks to those crazy Alice Pharmaceuticals potions. They owe that company big time, especially this one engineer, Young Soo-hun. She's planning a massive reward for him once this Italian drama ends. Sangin agrees to pass it on, but warns poking the Italian ambassador is super risky. Gil just glares, asking if that is the bodyguard talking again. Sangin stays quiet. She totally brushes off his worry. Right next door, the divine spear is fully ready. If things go south, it is the ambassador's fault. Meanwhile, Julie is walking home, totally glowing. She hit the hospital earlier and just got some absolute life-changing news. She is actually 6 weeks pregnant. Completely overwhelmed with pure joy, she looks up at the bright blue sky, spots a plane, and instantly calls Bruno. At the exact same time, not too far away, Junjo and his crew are crossing the street. Hearing Julie so hyped, Bruno gets super confused and asks if she ate yet. Julie is dying to drop the news, but wanting to see his face, holds back. The second she hangs up, Julie is literally vibrating with excitement. She absolutely cannot wait to see Bruno's reaction when he finally finds out. But right as she is staring at her phone, some random voice drops her full name, Julie Valentine. She completely freezes, looking up in shock. It is Jenko. He is standing right there, casually strolling up. He smirks, tossing out a creepy compliment about how gorgeous she has gotten. Julie steps back, but before she can bolt, Albert and 2 huge guys block her path. Jenko instantly slaps a hand over her mouth. Their plan is obvious, dragging her straight back to her cage. A little bit later, Julie's phone calls Bruno again. Gut feeling screaming something is horribly wrong, he hesitates before picking up. This time she just thanks him, saying not to find her. You and I both felt that heartbreak. Bruno jumps up, screaming Julie's name. Terrified, Julie clutches the phone with violently shaking hands, struggling to even speak. Sitting right next to her, Jenko casually brags that a princess must ditch love for the sake of a normal life. Meanwhile, No and her friends visit an ice cream shop. Alright, stick with me on this one. Jun suggests chilling at his dad's cafe for that awesome air conditioning, and Siona is completely hyped for it. But No and Minji decide to hit up their own houses first. Minji warns No not to waste time gaming and end up being super late again. He still remembers how annoying it was when No totally lost track of time. Walking home, they spot something super alarming. Julie is being forced into a car. At first, No is just confused, but looking closer at the sketchy guys surrounding Julie, he suddenly recognizes them. One face totally stands out. The orange-haired guy, Jenko. He wonders why someone like that absolute monster is even here. He remembers reading about the wild diplomatic relations between Korea and Italy months ago. That assigned mission was a super high-ranking Class 2 operation. The epic goal was taking down Leviathan and rescuing trapped Korean citizens in Italy. To guarantee success, Maiden's government even deployed 3 of the 12 mighty sovereigns. Korea suffered a ton after that brutal mission. Their strongest player, Divine Spear, returned missing his entire left arm. Railgun Shin Mong was permanently disabled from the crazy aftereffects of Berserk Mana, but the absolute worst fate belonged to the florist, Bang Jianji. Officially, he was declared dead, but the truth was way darker. He was taken prisoner in Italy by Jenko, the exact guy who visited Korea as ambassador. In secret, Jenko completely tortured Bang Jianji just for his sick entertainment. When that leaked, global outrage exploded everywhere. Big Mama stepped in, having Jenko publicly executed. But watch closely here, guys. No is totally frozen right now, because that dead man is with Julie. He shoves his bag at Minji, telling her to stay put no matter what. Super confused, Minji asks where he is going, but No just repeats, "Stay here, do not follow me." No tightens his shoelaces, ready for action. He plans to trail the car and hit up Shin or Bruno once he knows the destination. Mana absolutely surges through his legs as he sprints at full speed. Minji barely reacts before No vanishes into the busy streets. He tracks the car's path, stopping dead in his tracks when he sees it parked ahead, like they were waiting. Albert is stunned seeing a kid approaching. Jenko, who totally sensed someone earlier, looks super disappointed. No is equally shocked, realizing these guys knew they were being followed. Jenko steps out of the car, instantly closing the gap. With zero warning, he throws a brutal punch right at his head. No blocks just in time, but the massive force sends him stumbling backward. Firing up his mana, he stabilizes before hitting the dirt. His fierce gaze locks onto Jenko. Jenko definitely did not expect a random kid to wield mana this easily. Muttering to himself, he wonders if all Korean kids are actually this insanely skilled. Albert quickly shuts down Jenko's wild guess, warning him that the kid standing right there is definitely no ordinary child. Jenko smirks like he finally decided what to do, planting his feet. He lunges forward, totally determined to end this with one single kick. No barely manages to dodging away as the crazy attack whizzes past. He gathers intense mana around his legs, boosting his movement, and launches a fierce counterattack. He aims a powerhouse kick right at Jenko's head, but he predicts the move and dodges at the very last second. Spinning around, Jenko lunges straight for his throat. Dodging midair is basically impossible, but No makes a split-second choice. He channels even more mana into his legs, unleashing a massive second kick to send that guy flying away. Right before impact, Jenko throws up a solid barrier, but No uses it as a crazy foothold. He launches himself into the air, gathering mana into his hands to form a powerful sphere. He blasts it right at the barrier. Jenko pulls back, barely reducing the crazy attack's impact. The wild mana sphere barely grazes him. No lands, breathing super heavy. Jenko flexes his wrist, now fully aware of the kid's absolutely insane mana control. But he is still just a kid. You and I both saw this coming. Jenko completely erases his presence, vanishing and instantly reappearing right behind him. Before he can even react, Jenko's hand locks around his throat, lifting him straight off the ground. He never expected fighting a literal kid would be this wildly entertaining. No gasps, struggling to break completely free, channeling mana. But before he can even make a move, the grip tightens, cutting off his air completely. Jenko reminds him he is not the only mana user here. No's vision quickly starts blurring. If he does not break free right now, it is game over. He forces himself to keep fighting, desperately clawing at the hand. Right before he totally blacks out, someone screams. Julie bursts out of the car, screaming at Jenko to stop immediately. She reminds him about their strict deal not to hurt anyone she actually knows. Jenko hesitates, but then he squeezes No's neck even harder. Albert quickly jumps in, firmly telling Jenko to stand down and back off. For a tense second, Jenko hesitates before finally dropping No, tossing insults at Albert and Julie. No collapses, coughing hard, as Jenko swaggers back to his car without looking back. Julie rushes straight over to No, super relieved that he is actually still breathing. She thanks him for stepping in, but warns him to never get involved again. No totally ignores that, demanding to know what is actually going on here. Julie stays completely silent before sliding a shiny ring off her finger and handing it over. She tells him to take it straight to Uncle Bruno and pass along an apology to her husband for her. No hesitates at Julie's crazy sudden request, but before he can even answer, she speaks up first, claiming she is perfectly happy with her marriage to Bruno. She turns away and walks straight toward Jenko. No shouts her name, but she completely ignores him. Totally frustrated, he lunges forward, screaming at Jenko to back off, but before he can even react, Jenko grabs his head and savagely slams him right into a dumpster. No hits the ground super hard. Then Jenko hops in the car with his crew, driving off and leaving No behind. Lying there beaten, No stares blankly at the ground. In this new timeline, he literally saved his family and protected his friends. Everything that was supposed to happen has completely changed. He slowly sits up, clenching his fists tight. He fought way too hard to escape the dark future he was destined for. Julie is part of his happiness. He grips her ring tight. Trust me, you and I definitely want to see what happens next. Meanwhile, Young Sukun is completely dead on his feet at his cafe after a brutal shift. The government slapped him with a crazy potion quota, and he is honestly wondering if he can even pull it off without giving up sleep entirely. His wife walks over handing him some water. When she asks if something is wrong, he plays it cool and reassures her, even though he's totally overwhelmed. Suddenly, his phone starts buzzing. Seeing No calling, he picks it up. No apologizes for the super random call, but Sukun says it is no big deal. No quickly drops a bomb, saying something terrible happened and begs for backup. Meanwhile, Yuna and Shin are busy training together. Shin channels mana straight into a tree, making it grow rapidly, while thick roots tear right through the dirt. Then, with just a snap of her fingers, the roots twist and shoot toward Yuna like living vines. But Yuna is fast, smoothly dodging every single strike from the tree roots like it is nothing. Shin watches, genuinely impressed by her upgrade, but decides to crank up the difficulty. She summons a literal tornado while Yuna is still dodging those relentless roots. A sudden blast of wind slams right into her. She gets sucked into the violent storm, fighting hard to break free. Seeing this, Shin actually starts doubting if she pushed too hard. But then, instead of totally panicking, Yuna focuses her mana, literally forming a glowing surfboard right underneath her feet. In a flash, she is literally riding the storm, gliding effortlessly through the raging winds. Yuna yells out at Shin in pure frustration. Shin stays completely chill, explaining that real training has to feel exactly like a life or death battle. Deep down though, she is hyped. Escaping that tornado was seriously no joke. But now she is super curious to see how Yuna handles this next curveball. With zero hesitation, Shin instantly cancels the tornado. Yuna totally loses her balance and tumbles off her mana board. But she acts fast, gathering mana below to form a bouncy slime cushion that completely absorbs her fall. Wasting absolutely no time, she pops up and charges straight at Shin. Shin immediately fires back, shaping her raw mana into a bullet and taking the shot. Yuna reacts on the spot, summoning her jelly shield just in time to block the hit. Shin is blown away. Yuna was literally using her mana in such crazy, creative ways. Now watch closely, here is where it gets wild. Showing off epic imagination, Yuna drops her shield right as she reaches Shin, thinking she won. But suddenly, her entire body just freezes up. She thrashes around totally confused, as those thick tree roots wrap tightly around her leg, lifting her right off the solid ground. Hanging there completely helpless, Yuna looks down at Shin, who admits she improved but still keeps things super strict. When Yuna finally takes the L and asks to be let down, Shin flat out refuses, reminding her that escaping is a part of training too. Suddenly, Shin's phone rings, and she is totally shocked by the caller ID. She immediately wonders if he messed up again. By this time, the city streets outside were already pitch black and completely empty. Back at his place, Tabi is casually packing heat. He tosses in a handgun, some brass knuckles, and a super sharp knife. After giving the gear one last check, he snaps the briefcase shut. Tabi stands up, sharply adjusting his collar. He is rocking clean white dress pants and matching white socks. Then he rips his shirt off, staring at his insanely jacked physique. But he is actually annoyed, thinking he went soft and doesn't even deserve his nickname anymore. This triggers a flashback to his younger days, just strolling down the block with 2 ice cream cones, when he suddenly heard Molly yelling that some creep groped her. 2 random thugs had the guy pinned, locking his arms right behind his back. Tabi walked right over, casually handed Molly her ice cream, and hit the creep with a deadly death glare. The guy panicked, swearing he didn't do anything and just came to chill, but Tabi literally could not care less. He tossed his jacket aside, straight up accusing the guy of hurting her. The creep absolutely froze in pure terror. Even so, the guy gritted his teeth, trying to act tough and stare him down. Big mistake. Tabi sent him flying down the literal street with one single punch. Blood splashed right onto Molly's ice cream. The whole crowd instantly started hyping up Tabi's insane strength. Molly sweetly thanked him for the save, which honestly just made the big guy totally embarrassed and super shy. I know what you are thinking. Where is this going? Well, cut to a Sicilian mafia meeting. Big Mama's underlings are sitting around this massive table as her rise to total power gets officially announced. The other bosses absolutely hated this setup. Nobody wanted to be a lackey taking orders from someone else. The room blew up with angry yelling about how completely unfair this whole power grab really was. Then the chairman demanded absolute silence. He dropped a wild plan to marry off the kids of the rival mafia bosses. The mobsters instantly pushed back hard, but he just smoothly listed all the insane perks of this political marriage. He claimed it was just a temporary alliance where both sides could seriously cash in. After a heavy, dramatic pause, the boss broke the news to Molly in person. He straight up ordered her to marry some other Don's kid, and she instantly exploded in pure rage. She desperately begged her dad to rethink this nightmare, but he gave zero response. Meanwhile, that other boss's spoiled son was just chilling at some club, shamelessly hitting on random girls. Her dad kept aggressively pushing her to marry that guy and have his baby. Molly was totally disgusted by the whole idea and made her feelings loud and clear right away. The Don insisted this marriage was necessary to breed a kid who would inherit both families' insane abilities. Even the tough mobsters in the room totally shuddered, just imagining how absurdly overpowered that baby would actually be. Then the Don added that the absolute strongest child would be claimed by their side. Hearing that twisted logic just made her blood boil even hotter. Tabi just watched her in dead silence, while everyone else tried to calm her down. They kept telling Molly to think about the family's future and just take one for the team. The crew backed him up, totally hyping how godly this future heir could be. Her dad took it even further, guilt-tripping her to just accept the guy if she genuinely cared about their mafia family at all. Molly shot up from her seat, completely disgusted, and straight up refused, but the Don coldly ordered her to do whatever it takes for the sake of the family. The entire room started pressuring her to pop out a worthy heir. Totally desperate, Molly locked eyes with her brother. But he stayed totally silent, hiding his own misery. That alone crushed her last shred of hope. So what do you and I think? Total heartbreak. Defeated, she lowered her head and reluctantly said yes. Everyone files out of the room, leaving Millie alone at the table while Tab stays standing right behind her. Neither of them says a single word, but they both completely understand. Later that night, heavily armed guards are posted right outside her room. Standing by the window, Tabi begs her to explain everything, pleading for her to share her true, honest feelings. Mel just looks down, totally defeated, so Tabi kneels right beside her and gently takes her hand in his. Let's dive right into this wild story, guys. Right then, Melly totally broke down crying, screaming that she was done. She lost control, bawling that she refused to be treated like some cheap object or let her kid be used either. Tabi just grabbed her hand, looking her dead in the eye. He planted a kiss right there and begged her to run away with him. Melly just stared back through her heavy tears. For the first time ever, you could see actual hope lighting up her face. The window sat wide open, curtains blowing wild in the wind, while Tabi's crazy promise kept echoing around her. Hope was real. He already tracked down her phone. After stashing the device, he swore he would save Melly, then cracked the door open and stepped right inside. Waiting right at the entrance was Matthew. Tabi glared at the kid and instantly threw his guard up, facing him down to read what he was really planning here. Matthew flat out said he wanted in on the action. The car sped down the dark highway while both of them stared out the windows. Tabi knew this kid was way stronger than most players. But they were heading straight for the threads, and he didn't want to drag him into something so deadly. He glanced over, warning the kid it wasn't too late to back out now. Because where they were going was absolute bad news, Matthew just replied that he already knew. When Tabi tried explaining it again, Matthew just cut him off. They made their choice and were going together. Annoyed, Tabi turned back to the road and stopped trying to change his mind. Checking the tracker location, Matthew asked if Tabi actually knew where she was holding up. Tabi said yeah, his phone was leading him straight to her doorstep. Matthew pointed straight ahead, calling out that it was Alice's hotel. Tabi asked if he wanted to gear up, since rushing in without armor was a total suicide mission. Checking his knife and potions, Matthew said he wanted to, but the armor was just too small. Nothing fit right, and all that bulky gear would only slow him down. Tabi watched him inspect the little bottles, double-checking that the deadly shadow spider poison was still inside. Now watch closely, things are about to get crazy. For Tabi, this felt like marching into total war, but Matthew seemed weirdly chill, just touching the ring hanging around his neck. Matthew casually mentioned he brought the one Tabi gave him. Tabi asked if he even knew how to activate it. Pure mana instantly flowed from the ring as Matthew said yes. He thought a mana-boosting wedding ring was absolutely genius, silently praising Millie for crafting it. Then, Matthew flashed back to that insane mission report from Into the Abyss. The Southern European Alliance actually survived, and the whole world hyped up the squad that beat the Black Dungeon. But everyone's attention was locked on a specific book. Players read through the report, and the contents were absolutely horrific. It dropped a bomb that the Italian vanguard belonged to the Mahon clan, and his mom started that bloodline. While Matthew trained and waited for the next brawl, he remembered the brutal truth. Before the regression, Tabi failed to save Mai and straight up died. Finally, the car slammed its brakes and Tabai announced they were here. Stepping out, he told Matthew not to regret tagging along, just as two guys in suits started mocking them. Matthew clapped back that regret was only for losers like them. The guards barked orders for them to scram from the restricted zone immediately. Tabai asked if he was ready and he nodded. Lightning fast, our duo charged the guards, knocking them out cold instantly. Inside the building, Susan was chilling with a drink, totally confused by the hotel's weird changes. A minion guessed there was a reason, but Susan called it sketchy timing for their meeting day. Mai smirked, joking that maybe the hotel just hated morons like her. Susan fired back with some nasty insults. Then one of Susan's guys pointed out nobody even knew the young lady was going to be there. Susan smirked, recalling the news broadcast about Melly's rescue. She admitted he did not know either, and without that live stream, they never would have showed up here. Then she glanced over at Albert, adding that his own brother actually confirmed she was around. Mai just laughed out loud with her arms crossed, calling it super pathetic that a bunch of grown men chased one single girl all the way to Korea. Then she asked if the Mayhan guys even knew what shame felt like. Can you believe this guy? Susan gripped his bottle, mocked her as princess, and furiously demanded silence, totally trashing her massive ego. He got close, saying their respect wasn't out of kindness. Mai demanded to know what he meant. Susan grabbed her shoulder with a totally sick grin, saying they could have dragged her to bed a long time ago. Mai smacked his hand away in disgust, calling him an absolute psycho. Then she straight up spit right in his face, leaving his subordinate completely stunned and sweating bullets. Susan twisted up in pure rage, throwing out disgusting insults, screaming that she definitely wanted to die. He raised his hand to strike, but a massive blast of lightning magic stopped him dead in his tracks. He turned around terrified at Albert, who was glaring back with pure murderous rage. Susan pulled his hand away, trying to joke that this was some intense brotherly love. Furious, he stormed out of the room. When Albert asked where he was going, Susan mumbled he just needed some air. Right after, a subordinate grabbed his tablet. Albert looked up the second his sister called his name. Mai crossed her legs and casually asked for some store-bought food and bread, saying she was starving. Albert immediately called for Tom. Tom suggested they just ring for the maid instead. Albert glared right through him, asking if he heard that his sister wanted convenience store food. Terrified, Tom quickly nodded. Just as he was leaving, he turned back, asking if Albert even remembered that he was the older one right now. No, Valentine, the guy with glasses answered with a rock-solid glare. Albert told Tom not to sweat it. Tom quickly played it off as a joke, saying it was all good and bolted out the door. The door shut behind him, leaving the siblings completely alone, staring in dead silence. Mai stood up, and Albert quickly challenged her, stating she could not leave at all. Giving him an exhausted look, she asked if he still had zero tact. Suddenly, she yelled she was going to the bathroom and slammed the door, totally deafening Albert. Inside, Melly slumped over the toilet, totally unable to let her feelings out. She flashed back to Tabai kissing her hand, promising to protect her against the entire world and begging her to run away. With deep sadness, she looked up and started whispering his name. She could not finish, burying her face straight into her hands while shaking from the heavy heartbreak. Over in the men's bathroom, Susan was handling his business, whistling a tune and saying he was going to call the servants right back. Then out of nowhere, something made his blood run cold. He spun around, feeling pure killer intent. Matthew lunged straight at him, gripping a sword with zero hesitation to end his life. Susan barely managed to block the brutal strike with his bare hand, but his legs totally gave out. He slammed hard into the wall behind him, hitting the floor and stretching his neck. Wild right, Matthew says he got lucky today. The guy recognizes him and screams. Matthew brandishes his sword, ordering him to get dressed. You gotta see this wild fight. Ready to strike, he claims only seconds remain. Hours earlier, our guy casts an acceleration buff for max speed. He stands right in the middle of a glowing magic circle while she stacks buffs on him. First up, strength, pumping up his muscles and raw power. More magic wraps around him, defense, healing, mana regen, and magic resistance. Then she stops the ritual. He thanks her, but honestly, he is super worried the hotel guests might get caught in the crossfire. She just laughs it off and tells him to chill. The government already ordered a full hotel evacuation. He smirks, tightens his belt, and says, that definitely settles it. Uncle John loaded him up with tons of potions. The buffs are totally active, and he is pumped. Back in the bathroom, Matthew faces off against Susan, thinking this is his absolute best chance. Susan is completely unarmed, trapped in a super tight space, totally biting her lip. Matthew hypes himself up, knowing he cannot waste this golden opening. But Susan finishes fixing her zipper and launches at the kid, screaming she will destroy him. She charges mana into her fist and throws a wild punch right at Matthew's face, but Matthew dodges it like it is absolutely nothing. Susan's hand smashes into the wall with crazy force, completely shattering it. Matthew quickly pushes off the broken wall. He aims straight for her head, reminding himself he has way enough potions and stacked buffs to pull off a win. Pure fear and absolute rage wash over the face of Susan, and Matthew basically asks if she really wants him to go all out. In response, Susan throws up a glowing magic shield. Matthew charges right at her, his heavy sword already swinging hard. The massive blade slams into the magic barrier, and huge cracks instantly spread across it. Now watch closely. Stumbling back, Susan realizes this is definitely not the same scrub she fought on the street earlier. 3 whole layers of her shield, completely gone. Matthew moves in from the left and casually asks why she is just standing there. Then he lands a heavy kick, sending her flying across the room. Coughing up dust, Susan violently hits the wall and frantically throws up another shield. Matthew keeps the crazy pressure up, bashing the magical barrier over and over. Susan quickly realizes this bathroom space is way too tight. Zero room to dodge, and brawling in here is a total disaster. As the shield starts completely cracking, Matthew follows up, hurling a fast dagger right at her head. Susan knows she desperately needs an exit, so she drops the shield, ducks, and makes a run for it. Once she gets some distance, she aims her gun right at Matthew. Matthew instantly throws up his own shield, bracing for the gunshot but opening his eyes. Something is super off. Susan is literally sprinting out of the bathroom, looking absolutely ridiculous. Matthew yells out, asking why the heck she is running away. He raises his heavy sword and unleashes a massive slash, sending a wild energy wave straight toward the exit. The crazy blast slams into Susan's shield right as she dives out the door. The magic barrier completely shatters, and glowing shards instantly dig into her furious face. Susan sprints full speed toward the hotel exit. Matthew is barely managing to keep up with her crazy pace. Matthew curses himself for totally missing that trick, wondering how someone like her could belong to Tracy. Susan whips out her gun again, glances back over her shoulder, and literally calls him a bad boy. Then she just starts blasting while running, screaming that she is going to end him. Matthew dodges the flying bullets like a total boss, smoothly saying today is not his funeral. He grabs a yellow elixir from his belt, totally aware the clock is ticking and his epic buffs will fade soon. In one slick move, he downs the whole bottle. Susan stares at him, super confused about what he just chugged down. She remembers Albert having tea with Amanda, wondering if that is one of those legendary potions the goddess keeps hyping up. Smirking hard, Susan thinks this kid is way too cautious, and definitely should have died during their last showdown. She also realizes there is zero time to reach the 18th floor. Suddenly, she spots kitchen knives behind a glass wall and decides she needs a new weapon. Trailing right behind her, Matthew notices the shattered glass. She rushes toward it, spinning forward. Suddenly, a flying knife zips past at insane speed, and she barely manages to dodge the hit. His eyes instantly sharpen in focus. Another flying knife violently clashes with his heavy sword, and an explosive power shockwave goes off. The raw force literally sends everything around them flying. I know what you are thinking, this kid is built different. Susan stares in pure terror, wondering what Matthew even is. Matthew stays totally chill, saying he is her executioner. Another heavy hit forces Susan to backpedal, and Matthew charges right back in. But this time, the magic shield actually holds up. Susan smirks, sensing Matthew is finally running out of gas. She grabs his arm, violently pulls him close, pins him down, and raises her hand right over him. Then she totally snatches his sword away, sneering that she should have killed him earlier. Sword in hand and looking completely unhinged, Susan mocks him, asking if he needs a weapon. Out of nowhere, dark energy erupts right under her feet. Matthew summons restless spirits, trapping Susan inside a pitch-black magic circle and forcing her to step back. The creeping darkness surges up and literally eats Susan's magic. She desperately tries shaking it off. She realizes it is literally draining her mana. She screams at the creepy, worm-like black threads to get off her. Then, she looks up and spots something crazy. Matthew is using heavenly steps. Matthew launches himself at crazy speed. He lands a massive sweeping slash, constantly pushing her back by chaining wild hits all over her body with a maniac dance. Susan barely manages to block, frantically screaming to know what he is doing. Boom! Another heavy strike knocks her back again, absolutely smashing and flipping tables and chairs everywhere. They finally break apart, both completely ready for round 2. Susan gives a hungry smirk and says there is something off about the kid. His attacks are getting way weaker. Matthew just smirks right back, totally questioning Susan's sudden confidence. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Albert waits outside a locked door and tells his sister that this is all for Valentine. Nobody answers from inside. Turning the corner, he casually mentions he will be gone a bit, and if she needs anything, just hit the intercom or ask Tom for help. Then he steps out and waits behind the door. Eyes closed in total silence, he adjusts his glasses and mutters that it has been a really long time. Suddenly, Kate walks right up to him. He lifts his head, his eyes absolutely burning with killing intent, and demands to know where his beloved is hiding. Albert meets her with a cold, absolutely furious glare. He steps away from the door, slowly walking forward, and asks if Kate knows the heavy price for stealing Maylee. He answers that it is death, but he will give her one chance. Albert raises a hand and strictly tells her to go right back to Valentine. But before he even finishes, Kate smashes him straight through the wall. Trust me, you are going to want to see what happens next. Kide cracks his brass knuckles and says he is done waiting around. Albert gets the memo instantly, grabbing his gun. He takes aim at Kate, who is already hyped and ready to brawl. You and I are about to watch Kate get absolutely destroyed here, but let us pivot back to Matthew and his insane showdown. Wiping his mouth, Matthew asks Susan what she meant about him losing his nerve. He chugs another elixir, smirking that his courage is still fully loaded, which absolutely pisses her off. Tossing the empty bottle behind him, Matthew taunts her. Where did all her flashy arrogance go? Is she already running out of steam? Susan just answers with a totally furious smirk. She swings hard, sending a massive energy wave right at Matthew, who barely manages to block it. Then, raw power starts surging straight up the blade of his sword. The hit launches Matthew flying backward through the air, but somehow, he still manages to land right on his feet. He looks up in pure shock as giant wolf monsters completely surround Susan. She taunts him, asking if that little energy drink actually made him weaker instead. The beasts dive straight at Matthew, while Susan tells him to go play with her dogs. Jumping up, Matthew counters by firing off a literal storm of needle-like attacks at them. When that fails, he wraps his sword in another thick layer of energy. Mana twists around the blade, forming a massive energy spear. Using his breaking point skill, he launches himself like a rocket right at Susan. The crazy dance kicks off again as he spins around her, dropping hit after brutal hit. Susan finally takes a blow when Matthew twists his mana-coated blade and just rams into her. Suddenly, Susan whips out her gun and fires 2 quick shots. For a split second, the bullet literally seems to just hang suspended in midair. A shield pops up around him, but the bullet rips right through Matthew's defense and tags his shoulder. Now they are standing at totally opposite ends of the hallway. Matthew grabs his bleeding shoulder while a panting Susan says she can finally take a breather. Raising both her sword and gun, she proudly declares this is her territory now. A massive grin spreads across her face. Turns out her actual class is a ranger. She suddenly summons this huge cluster of glowing purple energy arrows. Now pay close attention to this wild attack, because her malicious smile says it all. Matthew sees the nightmare coming and just freezes completely for a second. Then he moves fast, dodging the shots as they smash into the floor and tear through it. More arrows gather above Susan, who calls Matthew a slippery little brat. She dares him to dodge these too. The arrows blast out at lightning speed, all converging on a single spot right in front of him. Matthew plants his foot. Then he unleashes a flurry of rapid strikes against the incoming volley. Still, one sneaky projectile slips past his guard and slices right across his hand. Blinded by pure rage, he attacks again like he completely lost his mind. Another shot pierces his leg, but he still manages to swat down more incoming projectiles. After blocking them all, he somehow stays standing. The whole floor is totally wrecked from their fight. He glares forward, completely exhausted but furious, as Susan aims at our hero. She says she is ending this right now. Suddenly, the dogs rush in and bite down on his legs, making him wonder when Susan even set that up. Then he spots a massive chandelier right above. With zero time to jump back, he channels mana into his sword and preps a crazy move. The chandelier crashes down behind him as he breaks away using his blade and snatches up a gun. The dogs let go of his legs. No charges straight at Susan, knocking the beasts aside as he rushes in. He clashes right against Susan's sword, and she barely blocks him in time. Staring down our main character, Susan demands to know who he thinks he is. Boom, a single brutal strike throws our hero completely aside, landing him right on a glowing purple seal. Looking around, he sees more seals covering the entire floor. His face shifts into pure horror. A massive explosion erupts, and No realizes way too late that it was a giant magic trap. Shattered glass flies everywhere. Smoke rises up from the rubble. Our hero just ends up sitting in his own blood, heavily gasping. He wipes his face with his sleeve, totally realizing he cannot keep fighting like this. So, he pulls out another elixir and pops it open, knowing he needs serious healing. I know what you are thinking, game over, right? Susan sneaks up with a hungry smirk, snatches the potion, and asks if he plans to share, while No hides his major frustration. Susan playfully spins the bottle, bragging about how the potions from her country can quickly restore both mana and stamina. Meanwhile, the hero stands up, deciding to bail using his heavenly steps, but Susan is already right on top of him, attacking before he can escape. The main character tries to block with his sword, but the impact sends it flying from his grip. The blade slides away, and Susan mocks him for trying to leave so easily. Then, Susan delivers a crushing blow right to Matthew's chest, telling him he is not escaping. The brutal force throws him aside, as she adds that a quick death simply is not enough. He skips across the floor like a stone over water, triggering magic trap after magic trap. A massive explosion follows, and Susan just watches while standing among the broken roof debris. Susan taunts that a dog only wakes up after taking a really good kick, sporting an arrogant smile. Susan asks how a guy like him ever thought he could sneak up from behind. As the smoke clears, blood starts pooling across the floor, looking away from the fiery explosion. She narrows her eyes, gun still in hand, muttering that the kid did not die that easily. A sudden movement distracts her. No tosses a bottle, saying he should have done this sooner. Then he walks straight through the smoke towards Susan. His entire body is now wrapped in a glowing aura. Aiming her gun, she calls him crazy, asking how much he drank already. Wiping his face, No smirks, claiming it is just a fruit blend. What is the problem? Susan stares in absolute terror while reading his insane aura. Even though he almost died, his mana and stamina are fully returning. His momentum never stopped, and his magic power is spiking like crazy right now. Susan. Susan blurts out, demanding to know if this is some kind of special cheat skill. In response, he holds up the necklace and ring in his hand, saying it is way more than that. He has got this gear too. Yeah, Susan goes completely pale once she realizes exactly what it is, as our protagonist activates the huge stat buff. The ring glows with an intense yellow light. Shocked, Susan throws both arms up and wonders just how much stronger this kid actually got. But then she smiles, looking back and thinking there is still a chance. Seeing no swords, she figures his aim is trash. Trust me, you and I know she is super wrong. Alright, stick with me here. Susan flares her aura, prepping both sword and gun, totally convinced she's still winning. But our guy just reloads and takes aim. Susan sidesteps, laughing it off as a rookie mistake. She thinks he aimed way too early. In her mind, this is the perfect opening to take total control. But Matthew bursts forward at god-tier speed. He completely breezes past her and snatches his sword. Susan turns around in pure horror, brain barely processing the blur, before she can even fully face him. Noah's already drenched his blade in a massive aura wave. Calling her an absolute idiot, he swings hard and cleanly chops off her hand. Staring at her severed hand in absolute horror, Susan coughs in pain, screaming while clutching her bleeding wound. Pointing a mana-charged hand right at her, he drops a cold line. This is nothing, we just started. Magically lifting his sword, Noah mocks her earlier trash talk about kicking a sleeping dog. The blade whizzes past Susan, snapping right back into our hero's grip. Susan is practically boiling with bloodlust while he flat-out tells her he's no dog. Resting the heavy sword on his shoulder, he calmly tells her she's the real bitch here. Meanwhile, in a quiet hallway, a gunshot shatters the absolute silence. Tad pops up, brass knuckles slamming into the ground. he triggers Fierce Beast 3, completely obliterating the floor ahead. A massive wave of destruction charges straight for Albert, who whips his gun up and turns around. A blast of mana fires at him. Albert pushes off the floor, leaping sideways to dodge Tad's strike. He touches down super smooth, taking 0 damage. But Tad hits the gas. Bouncing off walls and the floor like a pinball, he rockets straight toward his dear brother with a level 10 attack. Now pay attention, things are getting wild. Both launch absolute hell at each other's faces. The punch whiffs, and Albert calmly notes his opponent has changed, grabbing Tad's arm and aiming point blank. Albert coldly admits he's super disappointed Tad couldn't meet his expectations. Then, bam, shoots him right in the gut. The fight freezes. Tabi stands completely still while Albert pokes the gunshot wound with his pistol. An empty shell hits the floor. Albert mocks him, asking if his grand plan is playing statue. Blood starts dripping straight from Tabi's mouth. But suddenly, a level 2 gladiator shield pops up around him. Flashing a totally psychotic smile, he swings another brutal punch at Albert with renewed energy. Albert watches the incoming punch, stating Tad will lose for 2 reasons. Dodging swiftly, he gives reason 1, his strikes are way too predictable. Aiming dual pistols, Albert hits him with the second reason. Tabi's mana is basically completely drained, and the buff potion is wearing off. 3 bullets slam the shield, which is barely holding on. Albert explains that without the potion's juice, Tabi can barely move, relying entirely on defense magic. The barrier noticeably cracks. Complaining about his own mana, Albert says Tabi totally trapped himself. The shield shatters. He preps the final shot, but Mai runs out, screaming to stop. She yells that this was never the deal. They specifically promised not to touch her close ones. Pointing a gun at his sister, Albert asks how she dares bring up promises. Aiming at her head, he says they're almost done and orders her to stand perfectly still. Instead, Mai steps right up, pressing her forehead against the barrel. Grabbing the gun, she dares him to shoot. Albert's face instantly twists in pure rage. She turns to her lover, saying it isn't worth it. With the gun still aimed at her, she reminds him that besides her brother, Susan and Tom Moran are here too. Does he actually think showing up like this helps anyone? She tries discussing what he wants and needs to do. Then his promise hits her. He said he would protect her. Bent over in pain and exhaustion, she says one word from her is enough. But Albert interrupts, commanding her not to move. Tad totally ignores him, stepping forward. Albert coldly pulls the trigger. Melly screams in absolute terror. Tabi raises his bare hand toward the bullet. Albert spots something and totally freezes. We both knew this was coming. Wrapped in flames, Tabi literally catches the bullet midair. Dropping the crushed lead, he declares his girl's word is enough, even if the whole world turns against him. Looking forward with insane eyes, Tabi tells the shocked girl he needs her. She softly whispers his name back. Throwing a punch, Tad demands an answer. The strike unleashes a massive power explosion. Albert sees it way too late. Absolutely horrified, he barely dodges, throwing up a shield like his sister's. Surrounded by blazing flames, Albert finally starts panicking. Squeezing his bloody hand, Tabi turns to his girl. Covering her eyes, she desperately begs him to protect her, reaching her hand out. Golden energy wraps around her as she triggers a buff, repeating her plea. Cutting back to Noah, he steps right in front of the heavily wounded Susan. Circling her, he tells Susan to stop acting like the pain is unbearable. The severed hand lies in a blood puddle. Matthew approaches it. He casually lifts his boot over it, asking if she can just heal it again. Panicking, Susan begs him to stop, but right under her absolutely desperate gaze. Matthew coldly crushes the hand beneath his heel. Watching her hand get flattened, Susan visibly shakes. Then she totally snaps. Cursing Matthew, she releases explosive scarlet energy, screaming in absolute rage. A glowing magic circle instantly appears right underneath Susan. Matthew instantly clocks that it's a massive, wide-range explosion. He dashes back from the red aura, assuming distance will keep him safe, but the brutal blast still manages to tag him. Then it suddenly clicks. The energy blast is actually tracking the lingering mana trail from his heavenly steps. The spell explodes, sending scarlet and blue energy everywhere. The shockwave blasts Matthew backward, rolling him across the floor. Forcing a stop, he looks over. I know what you're thinking, it gets crazier. Susan is spamming rapid fire, sending scarlet arrows his way as Matthew cloaks in energy again. Then he violently charges through the arrows with unhinged eyes. Susan flashes that exact same crazy smile, wildly swinging her sharp blade. Stick with me, guys, this fight gets absolutely wild. Matthew knows he has to speed up. He launches off the ground, swinging a huge slash at Susan. The redhead realizes in total horror that another heavy strike is incoming. But suddenly, a blast of red energy rips straight through Matthew, leaving him completely stunned. His body starts violently shaking, and he is just praying this is not game over. His tiny body hit its absolute limit way too fast. Seeing this, Susan smirks and attacks again, thinking the kid is clueless, but this is actually his chance. Suddenly, a cage spawns out of nowhere. Matthew is trapped. It is Susan's signature spell. Prison mode. Matthew is locked behind heavy bars. He throws himself against them, knowing he has to finish this before his body completely shuts down. The kid violently slashes at the metal bars, but his blade just snaps. Matthew grits his teeth as Susan charges him again. Suddenly, the kid's hand glows with purple energy. Matthew slams his palm into the ground, activating a crazy skill called Vengeful Soul. Susan clenches his jaw, demanding to know what he is doing. Veins pop on Matthew's hand. Wrapped in a fierce red aura, the kid screams that he already lost an arm anyway. Boom, the attack smashes into the weapon, sending Matthew and Susan flying away from each other. The kid's arm bones shatter, and Matthew looks down. Susan attacks again, literally wishing him dead. Matthew dodges, but then his leg locks up and he fires a shot. The bullet hits the redhead. Susan's blade glows with a terrifying red aura as he thrusts his hand forward. A burst of scarlet energy grabs the kid's leg, and Matthew hits the dirt. The gun slips. Susan follows up with a brutal punch to the stomach, then swings his fist and smacks the kid right in the face. The redhead opens his mouth wide, spitting another vicious death wish at Matthew. The kid's hand trembles and drops to the floor. Susan stands over him, taking a step closer. Glowing red arrows form above the kid, as Susan claims it is finally over. The arrows stab right into the ground. Susan stares hard at the smoke, then smiles and laughs, thinking he secured the win. But he squints at the cloud, suspecting Matthew might be alive. He reaches out, deciding to choke him himself. Now watch this next move closely. Matthew grabs his wrist, bares his teeth, and literally bites him. Susan curses out loud, punching him and screaming to let go. Matthew gets sent flying straight into the wall. The redhead stands over him, calling him a pathetic bug, saying his efforts just proved how utterly useless he really is. Then Susan declares he is completely out of options. The kid coughs up blood. Wondering how bad the internal damage actually is if he is coughing up this much. While Susan's red aura flares up, Matthew notices the mana glitching. With red energy building in his hand, Susan suddenly drops to his knees. His whole body gets coated in wild energy, realizing it is mana backflow. Gritting his teeth, Susan demands to know what Matthew just did. Matthew flexes a vial full of green liquid, casually dropping that it is grade 6 poison. Opening one eye, he explains it is shadow spider venom. It wrecks your mana flow, makes it explode, and yeah, it is totally lethal. Susan remembers that moment in the smoke, and suddenly gets it. Matthew hid the poison in his mouth. Collapsed on the ground, Susan asks if Matthew plans to die with him. Matthew just smirks, asking if he seriously thought poison was all he brought. Matthew pops the vial open, brings it to his face, and says he obviously brought an antidote too. Susan just lays there, aggressively cursing him. Crouching down, Matthew grabs the gun and brutally mocks Susan's exact tone. Then he aims the barrel right at him. Susan warns that Matthew sounds way too overconfident. He is a Tradisi, and if he dies, the balance of the entire world will shift. Matthew looks down as Susan claims killing him makes the whole world his enemy, asking if the kid is ready for that smoke. You and I both know Matthew does not care. He literally shoves the gun inside Susan's mouth. Looking him dead in the eyes, Matthew says the survivor decides what a life is worth. His finger squeezes the trigger, adding he will decide if the world becomes his enemy. Susan lost, so he should face death with a little dignity. The redhead's eyes snap wide open and he screams. A loud gunshot echoes as both of them sit on the floor. The room is completely wrecked. The gun drops and Matthew slumps down too. Next to some smashed furniture, he says one potion is left, downing it before finding Tade. From around a corner, someone is watching him. A guy holding a bag violently shakes, completely stunned by what just went down. He stares in pure fear, realizing a literal kid just murdered a Tradisi. He sprints away, terrified Matthew might take him out next. Even though he is dying, dealing with him would take way too much effort. Then he remembers the suit guys, deciding Molly is top priority until the Korean players arrive. He clenches his teeth. Nearby, the blonde girl is watching the brawl. Tade's fist bursts into flames while the glasses dude watches the fire. An explosion blasts right next to him, blowing a huge hole in the wall. He wonders if Tade got this incredibly strong from the buff, as the fire-handed man steps up. Albert's pupils instantly shrink down. Both dudes spin around when someone suddenly yells at them to freeze. A nasty knife is pressed against the girl's throat, immediately pausing the whole fight. Tom is standing right behind Mal, warning that if Tade wants her to live, he better drop the mana. Tade looks away and calls out to Mal. She bites her lip while Tom orders everyone to freeze. Tom glares at Tade and Molly, telling Ted to drop his weapon and raise those hands. If he thinks Tom will not end her, he is dead wrong. Tade slowly raises his hands up. Albert adjusts his glasses as Tom says they need to hurry. Susan is already dead. Albert casually reloads his piece while Tade starts talking about the players. Suddenly, Tom's head violently snaps backward. Blood leaks down his forehead. Maylee and Albert stare right at him and the blonde girl looks away. Sweat drips down. Smoke drifts from the gun barrel. The glasses guy smirks, declaring that Tom is finally dead. Albert admits he waited ages to end him. Sweat drops down Tade's face as he stares at the smashed floor. What a completely insane cliffhanger to leave us on. Stick with me here, we are diving straight into the madness. Albert claims his family is wiped out in this country. Shadows creep around his feet as he throws down one final offer for Tade. Standing right in front of Molly, Albert demands they head back to Valentine. With Susan dead, they will crush Maron, rebuild Valentine, and absolutely nobody can stop them. Molly throws her hands up, basically asking if her brother has completely lost his mind. Susan's death doesn't even help them right now. But listening closely, she realizes this is not the guy she used to know. The insane pressure of leading Valentine has completely twisted him. Albert insists they can totally use Susan's death in Korea. Let Maron fight here and lose. Still pointing his weapon at Tade, Albert orders them to come back with him. Valentine gave them everything, so they gotta stick together for the family. Albert turns around when someone asks why they should even listen. A kid holding a knife just steps right up and asks, who does Albert think he is, taking his people without permission? Then he slashes the guy's leg. Albert towers over Matthew, kicking him away hard. Albert grinds his teeth in pure rage. Matthew stabs him right in the leg with that knife, and Albert immediately aims his gun. Matthew grits his teeth through the insane pain as blood gushes from his thigh. Albert reaches out, thinking this is completely pointless, and Tade just needs to die first. His pupils shrink down. Molly hugs Tade tightly from behind Albert. Matthew boldly declares that he is also making the call here. Looking straight ahead, the kid tells him not to go, figuring he just bought them a little time. She smiles back, promising she won't ever leave like that again. No snaps his eyes open and pops a buff. A blue dome flashes in front of Albert. The glasses dude grits his teeth, cursing. The girl smiles, telling Tade he absolutely has to survive. He instantly jumps forward with a nod, his fist bursting into blazing flames right in front of Albert. Blood is totally dripping down his leg. Albert clenches his jaw, flashing back to how the kid wrecked his legs. He had taken way too many hits already. Albert collapses onto Matthew, who hopes Tade remembers him. Then Albert slams violently into the wall. Blood spews from his mouth. The flame-covered dude casually walks right toward him. Watch closely, this gets wild. Blue energy wraps Albert's hands, and he whips out two pistols. The blonde guy uses continuous fire, but Tade blocks it with a flaming fist. His leg stays planted firm, while the dark-haired guy absolutely batters Albert. A brutal punch lands square on his face, sending him straight to hell. The entire wall cracks as Albert gets smashed right through it. Glass shatters everywhere. While falling, Albert thinks there is no way he dies here. He remembers Miley, how he thought he saved her. How he took all that humiliation, and his vow to Valentine about crushing Maron. Then an older memory hits, holding his dad's hand, swearing to bring Valentine back to its former glory. Blood is literally pouring from his mouth, but Albert pumps himself up, declaring this is only the beginning. He completely refuses to die right here. He crashes into the cobblestones, one hand desperately gripping some rubble. Albert drags himself out of the crater, figuring if he is still breathing, he still has a shot. Smoke blurs his vision, and he knows he has to run from Tade. Then the smoke clears up, and Albert spots something crazy. A girl stands over him, calling out his name, the Italian ambassador. The redhead smiles, announcing he is under arrest for planning that massive terror attack on the Alice Hotel. With her arms crossed, she casually drops that things have changed. They simply cannot let his crew become a regional threat anymore. Albert sits in the dirt with his hands tied, while someone asks why they are being treated so harshly, claiming he orchestrated the hotel attack. Albert fires back that he had nothing to do with it, saying they are illegally interrogating an Italian ambassador and restricting his freedom. Amanda just raises a hand, asking what he plans to do about the video evidence. One showing him literally killing Tom, and another of Susan kidnapping an Italian woman. Albert grinds his teeth together. Amanda smirks, asking if anyone would actually believe an elementary school kid killed Susan and masterminded the whole attack. She mockingly asks who would buy that, and Albert just stares ahead. Amanda pulls out 3 snakes. You and I know he's trapped. She studied their politics, claiming they killed Susan for Maron. Stepping on a snake, she declares Albert has absolutely no way out. She also drops that there are other Italian players in Korea, and things could get super ugly. Albert realizes Tom was not the only one watching him, picturing a smiling guy in his head. Looking down, he finally gets it. Maron decided to make moves in secret, sitting across from him. Amanda casually mentions they already took in all the Italians, and now she wants to make a deal. With a bandaged head, Albert asks what she wants. The girl steps forward. Smiling, she says after leaking so many lies, she wants a whole lot. Clouds drift peacefully over the hospital. Inside Matthew's room, someone asks if he is finally gonna listen to his mom. Tracy pulls his ear, reminding him his gnarly injuries will take 12 solid weeks to heal. Matthew totally admits he messed up. Sitting right beside him, she begs him not to push himself so hard anymore. Matthew smiles and agrees. Tracy just stares blankly ahead for a second. Then stands up, promising she will be back soon, and telling him to behave until then. Matthew stares at the door right after it clicks shut. He flashes back to the girl chasing him down when she found out his parents were coming. Scratching the back of his head, Matthew awkwardly apologizes. He grabs the remote, figuring he might as well catch up on the news while waiting. He points it at the TV, and the next day's broadcast pops up. A reporter talks about massive explosions at the Alice Hotel last night, which basically kept the whole town terrified for hours. Then she shifts to talking about the Italian players. The report claims a super dangerous red dungeon spawned inside the hotel because of some wacky mana distribution. Since no civilians were trapped inside, the Italians staying there braved the dungeon themselves, and every single one of them died. Except the Italian ambassador, Albert. Watching the screen, Matthew thinks anyone out of the loop would totally buy that cover story. So, Korea and Italy finally struck a deal. Suddenly the door swings open. Tade and Meili walk in, calling him captain and asking how he is holding up, as Meili gets closer to the bed. Matthew begs them to drop the title, but she says a captain is a captain, and that's where we leave it. Trust me, you guys gotta see what happens next. Stick with me here, we're jumping right back in. He recalled their blushing faces, asking if they felt bad leaving him behind. Matthew just stared, totally confused. They bowed their heads. Meili thanked him for coming back, saying that without him, she would have lived the rest of her life in absolute despair. Tab added he owed Matthew his life. Embarrassed, Matthew told them to stand up, but they stayed bowing. Then Meili started making this super dramatic oath about forging a sacred bond right there in the dark under the moon and stars. Tabe jumped in, swearing he'd give everything to whoever accepted him and fiercely protect his brother's honor. Both placed hands on their chests, declaring that if anyone asked where they came from, they'd say the sun was their dad and the moon was their mom. Meili and Tade just smiled. Matthew looked down, sighing hard, and almost completely lost his cool when Meili excitedly said she'd keep calling him captain, suggesting their baby could be his assistant. Tabe absolutely loved the crazy idea. Matthew, though, felt completely different about all this. Honestly, he didn't want to be a player or some mafia boss. Then he just froze on one word, asking, "Wait, what baby are you guys talking about?" Tabe hugged Meili tight, and she happily announced they were expecting a baby. Matthew congratulated them, saying he was just really glad they were both safe. Meili reached into a red bag and asked him to check something out. Matthew took the cards, totally confused, and asked what they were. Checking the documents, she told him to look closely at the names. 2 cards literally had Matthew's last name. Now watch closely, this is where things get real. He asked what it meant, and Meili explained they wanted a fresh start with his last name. Winking, she said it was just right. Matthew silently stared at the IDs in his hands. Suddenly, a loud scream echoed through the hospital. Books were stacked in the hallway. A man sat there while Tabe mentioned he prevented any leaks and exposure. Tabe bowed to the old man, thanking him for the help. Tabe thought about everything this guy did for them, from housing them in Korea to basically saving them. Smiling, the man said he only pulled strings and told him to look up. He mentioned the dark-haired girl, saying the goddess took an interest in who they were. He added Tabe had no idea how hard it was explaining things to her. Tabe admitted he had 0 excuses and thanked him anyway, standing right in front of the guy with the glasses. Tej listened as he explained it was exactly the same deal with potions, since Alice had fallen behind down and the whole group. The UN group dropped the hotel business, dumping their money straight into medicine instead. The gray-haired man smiled, warning Teji to be extra careful. The goddess claimed she'd stop digging, but that didn't mean her word was trustworthy. Teji nodded. Then he closed his eyes as the man asked if he wanted to be his personal player. Since he literally had no job right then, turning around. The older man added Teji didn't have to accept, and even if he did, he wouldn't need to follow him constantly. Pointing at a photo of an old man with kids, he said even if Teji stayed away, he'd keep protecting those kids just like always. The guy with the glasses smiled and joked that Teji should stop staring so hard or he'd burn a hole right through him. After that, Tej accepted the offer while the photo of the smiling kids stayed clearly in view. The man said he just wanted to keep seeing those bright smiles in the old man's life. Teji finally took the deal. The door slammed shut as the old man thanked him. Looking at the photos, the guy with glasses muttered that he seemed to have gotten old. His reflection showed in the window as he admitted he was getting way too emotional. Holding a red book, he asked what his wife was thinking. Bright sunlight perfectly lit up the photos resting right on the windowsill. You see this coming, right? Epic boss battle incoming. Waves smashed the ship. A kid with a spear yelled it was here. A blue sphere appeared, then lightning struck. A huge monster burst from the water, and someone screamed that it was starting. A massive shadow covered the crew as orders rang out to attack immediately. The Leviathan brutally rammed the ship. Broken pieces floated everywhere on the water. One crewmate tightly clenched his jaw. A second-class Leviathan towered over the wrecked ship as someone boldly stepped forward. The beast opened its massive jaws right as sharp ice spikes erupted in front of it. A man holding a divine spear faced the monster, ordering everyone to push forward. The ice spikes launched straight into the roaring Leviathan. Then the guy leaped over the side, shouting that he'd clear the path. He landed hard on the ice. A dark figure with glowing red eyes waited ahead. Gritting his teeth, he swore he'd do it even if it cost him an arm. A giant iceberg rose before the ship, and the Leviathan opened its mouth wide with a deafening roar. The white-haired man charged straight at it. Raw power wrapped completely around his spear as he activated Plumboot, Frost Current, and Mountain Peak, then unleashed the wild northern storm. He hurled his spear directly at the massive Leviathan. Somewhere else, someone checked the news on their phone, thinking the future they knew hadn't changed much. They didn't picture the white-haired man but remembered that in a few years, he'd literally leave the 12 thrones. On day 2 of the academy exam, a girl called out to her brother right on the street. Jun, sitting in Matthew's arms, begged him to play because she was super bored. He glanced at the exam hall, wondering why his sister wasn't out yet. Figuring the huge number of applicants just made the test run long. Still, he started sweating, low-key worried that something bad might have happened. A few hours earlier, the applicants were in training. Day 2 of the academy exam wasn't about gifts, it was looking for who could be a player. The experts watched closely. The supervisor ordered them to focus on room 2, numbers 39 and 40. An examiner asked about Eva, the applicant with maximum internal mana. Another reminded him her crazy talent was already proven. She was already known as a prodigy. Even before applying, Eva smashed an obstacle and confidently kept pushing forward. As the girls kept going, the main supervisor asked for the name of number 39. It was Anna, sprinting with a super bright smile. So what do you and I think? Red energy exploded behind Eva, magic circles spread out, but Anna insanely dodged every single attack. Alright, let's dive right into this. The examiners looked super confused. Was Anna some top-tier prospect? Nope, just a totally ordinary rookie. Still, the head supervisor said they needed to keep watching both the prospect and our rookie. The bearded guy guessed this round might produce a Tier 3 reserve. Another expert noticed these kids weren't using mana at all. That completely stunned the main supervisor. As the girls pushed forward, panting hard, he realized they were crushing the test with pure physical strength. When it ended, the results dropped. Eva, number 40, finished first in 6 minutes and 36 seconds with a 5 rating, and Anna, number 39, grabbed second place at 6 minutes and 39 seconds. Anna remembered the redhead told her not to use mana during the test. She remembered getting trapped between logs, wondering why it mattered without perfect mana control. But the girl explained that players face crises and must know how to handle them. Anna admitted she was totally right. They relied way too much on mana. Anna's eyes lit up. While Eva drank some water, Anna said she didn't expect anyone else to avoid mana, noting Eva was even faster. Eva glanced over, and Anna happily praised her awesome running form. Smiling, she admitted she never thought she'd pass without mana. The two just stared at each other. Then Eva lowered her head and suddenly looked away from Anna. Nearby, exhausted rookies were collapsing. Anna felt weird about Eva's cold attitude. Then, a guy stepped up to explain the final exam rules. Now here's where it gets interesting. Watch closely. He pointed back, revealing a randomly shifting maze. He even added there'd be snack zones for quick breaks. Weapons, mana usage, and even teaming up were totally allowed if they wanted to. A redhead walked up to Anna and Eva, asking if they grabbed top spots in the last trial. Reaching out her hand, she introduced herself as Layla. Smiling warmly, Anna introduced herself too, saying she was pumped to meet her. As they shook hands, Layla bragged about coming from Yungik Elementary. Near the cocoon, flexing her top-tier school grades and mana control, Anna noticed her massive confidence. Then the pink-haired girl grabbed her hands, asking to team up. Anna pointed out they'd start separated. Layla smiled, suggesting they join forces if they crossed paths inside. She also wanted a solid promise not to fight. Anna happily agreed. Turning to Eva, she asked if she wanted in, but Eva coldly said she'd be fine alone. Anna just waved, saying they'd catch up later. While fixing her hair, Layla asked if Anna was okay, calling Eva out for being way too rude. Another girl guessed Eva probably had 0 friends at school, but Anna brushed it off, saying she was completely fine and didn't need any comfort. Nearby, students complained that Eva acted like she was better than everyone, sweating nervously. Anna thought making friends here might be rough. She pictured Eva wiping sweat away, remembering the intense way they had locked eyes. Anna decided they could still totally be friends. She recalled Eva looking down. A second later, Eva glanced away right as the guy announced the final exam start. He stood before the crowd, pointing straight at the giant doors. Soon, everyone was inside the maze. Anna touched her chin, thinking hard. Hitting a fork in the road, she wondered which way to choose. Closing her eyes, she remembered a crucial tip for when she was completely stuck like this. In her mind, the redhead told her to follow the mana flow. Anna's eyes snapped open. Glowing blue energy was drifting deeper into the maze. Seeing the mana trailing toward the exit, Anna decided to just track it. Suddenly, she turned around as a voice called out. A guy was standing there, claiming she was the absolute first to arrive. Handing her a water bottle, he praised her for making it this far. Anna thanked him. Started drinking, then her eyes widened in shock when he randomly offered her a hint. Anna hesitated, saying this was still an official exam. But the supervisor just laughed, saying it was the final test and insanely hard, so don't sweat it. He pointed down one path, calling it the right way. Anna thanked him and ran. Behind her he flashed a wicked smile. We both know that means trouble. Suddenly, Anna looked back, totally confused. The mana flow was completely gone. She told herself the teacher wouldn't lie to her. Spotting other participants and another instructor ahead, she figured she had to be on the right track. Right then, Layla turned and called out. Anna jogged to the group, waving happily. Layla smiled, saying her timing was literally perfect. They were about to get the true path from the teacher when a girl begged for a hint. The guy curled a finger, asking which way the sun rises. Everyone shouted the answer together, the east. Smiling, they all turned, and Layla told Anna to follow her eastward. Anna turned, super confused. Blue energy was flowing behind her in the complete opposite direction, while the guy rushed the girls down his path. A blue aura flickered right behind her. Sweat beaded on her face as it hit her. The teachers were lying. A guy cheered, saying they were basically one intersection away. Next up, a teacher claimed only one of 3 paths was correct. Rushed for time, they begged for the answer. He scratched his neck, saying he couldn't help, then peeked with one eye. 4 kids dashed off, thinking they were absolutely crushing the exam. Suddenly, someone screamed to stop, making them spin around. Anna pointed the opposite way, saying she didn't think the exit was down there. Blue energy glowed beside her as she explained the mana was guiding her that way. The group glared, arguing back. The teacher already showed them the path. Why complicate things now? Sweating, someone yelled the exit was super close. The bun-haired girl defended the teacher's route. But the short-haired girl groaned she was exhausted despite Anna pushing back. Layla cut in, totally annoyed, declaring Anna was wrong and just making a massive mess. The black-haired guy doubted her. The group mocked her huge ego. But you and I know better, right? Anna just trembled, biting her lip. She explained what she saw, wondering what Matthew would do. He said trust nobody. Did that include everyone, and his? Her brother replied that as a player, she simply could not do that. She had to trust her own instincts. Gripping her belt, she nodded, promising to never forget his words. Let's dive into this wild test together. Anna crossed her arms, wondering why she remembered that right now. Pointing to the exit, the others just told her to go alone. They were going to take the other path. Layla crossed her arms when Anna insisted she was fine. Suddenly, bright blue energy wrapped around Anna's legs, lifting her right off the ground. The others stared in pure shock while Layla asked if she was crazy. Anna just smiled and sprinted forward. The redhead shrugged it off and made them move forward. To her, Anna made absolutely zero sense. Meanwhile, Layla stared at the light down the hallway, completely convinced the answer was there. But Anna picked a totally different path and kept going. Layla smirked, super confident she was finally taking second place. She thought she won, but then her shoe vanished, sending her straight into the maze. Anna stopped by the vending machine near the exit, totally confused about what just happened. Her hand literally shook while pressing the button. The test took way longer than expected, and she figured everyone else was already waiting around. Thinking Matthew and June had to be starving by now, she grabbed a drink, and then suddenly heard a greeting. Eva was standing right beside her, casually mentioning that only 2 people had actually managed to get out. Turning slightly, Eva added that she rejected Anna's team-up offer before the exam for one very specific reason. It was not because she disliked her. Anna just smiled, noticing how super awkward Eva felt, and thanked her for the drink. Popping the can open, she admitted she had no clue about the results and finally introduced herself properly. She handed Eva a drink too, suggesting they should totally be friends if they ever bumped into each other at the academy again. Eva just quietly stared at the can in her hand. They clinked their drinks together, and Eva finally shared her name. Meanwhile, clouds drifted above as Matthew was holding June in his arms. Now pay attention because the scene flips right here. While his parents slept on a nearby bench, he wondered about Anna. Back at school, the third years were sitting at their desks. Jimmy leaned over, covered his mouth, and whispered to the boss. Up front, Bill, who was writing on the chalkboard, suddenly glanced back. Jimmy whispered that Bill was their homeroom teacher again this year, and Matthew added that their whole crew somehow ended up in the exact same class. Smiling widely. Jimmy said he kind of expected them to stick together, but it was still awesome. Sitting right behind them, Claire thought this whole setup was actually super weird. She remembered telling her grandpa exactly who she wanted in her class, and magically, every single person she named ended up there. Claire tapped Matthew on the back, asking if he knew anything about this wild coincidence. He agreed it seemed like a crazy coincidence. Matthew stayed super tense and definitely did not cheer her up. He still remembered hearing her grandpa in the hospital, telling the doctors to take good care of him. Suddenly, Bill sneaked up and smacked Claire right on the head with a book, leaving a huge bump. He scolded her for having the nerve to ignore the new lessons right at the start of the year, and she quickly apologized. He sternly ordered her to stay after school and clean the teacher's lounge. Claire shyly accepted it. She had literally never been scolded like this before and was feeling deeply embarrassed. Then Bill glared at Matthew, adding that he was staying too. Matthew protested, but Bill simply asked if he had not been chatting just now. Matthew hung his head in defeat, accepting the punishment alongside Claire, while Jimmy was practically bursting into laughter. But karma instantly caught up to him too. He jumped in absolute shock when Bill announced he was staying after school too, blurting out "Wait, why?" His friends glared at him furiously. Bill bluntly said it was for laughing. Matthew asked if this was really the time for jokes, and Claire snapped, demanding to know what was so funny. With both of them glaring daggers and sarcastically promising they would have a blast cleaning together. Jimmy instantly realized he was totally doomed right there, adjusting her glasses. Catherine let out a massive sigh, reminding them they were third years now, so why were they still acting like total toddlers? Olivia just giggled. Okay, let's pause for a second and jump over to the Player Academy. Anna threw her hands up, totally hyped, and Eva ran to hug her, thrilled she also passed. Anna patted her back. They would share a class, which was perfect. Everyone else watched in total surprise, and Anna almost suggested heading into the classroom. Suddenly, wild whispers echoed down the hallway, making her wonder if some massive celebrity just walked in. Everyone immediately recognized the woman in white boots. She claimed a throne at just 22. She carried a flashy gemstone cane, and the students stared at Grace with pure hype. Grace just kept smiling while the massive crowd kept whispering, asking if it was really her and why she was even there. She closed her eyes and forced a super sweet smile, but deep down, she absolutely hated being called the Holy Mother. She hated sounding like an old lady. Grace stopped right in front of the girls, fully aware that whatever happened next, this was going to be incredibly awkward. It had been 4 whole years since she last saw Anna after that crazy Kraken incident. The girls looked super nervous. Anna wondered if Grace wanted something from her, while Grace was just noticing how much Anna had grown. She could not even measure how much mana she had now. Then Grace curiously glanced over at Eva standing right next to her. Anna quietly whispered to Eva, asking if this fancy woman was some kind of absolute weirdo. Eva looked totally shocked and quickly muttered that she had no idea. Anna just nodded, while Grace suddenly recognized Eva as Elder Nagman's daughter, absolutely blown away by how much mana had transformed her body. Covering her mouth with her fist, Grace realized that this was actually what mattered the most right now. Anna clearly had zero clue who she was. So, Grace placed a hand right on Anna's shoulder, excitedly asking if she wanted to become her student. Anna totally froze up, as glowing light gathered all around Grace. Grace figured that unless someone was a massive celebrity, a crazy time witch, or some kind of ninja, absolutely nobody else could teach Anna how to handle that much mana. Grace confidently leaned forward. She had to act fast here. Anna just scratched her head and awkwardly mumbled a hesitant sound. Grace waited in pure shock as the girl straight up said no, with trembling hands. Grace desperately asked what she meant, and Anna bluntly explained she did not know her and already had a wonderful teacher anyway. Then, Anna quickly said goodbye and sprinted away. The students quickly swarmed Grace while she muttered, "Wonderful teacher." She was literally crying, asking how Anna didn't know her. Suddenly, her phone started ringing. She stepped aside to answer the clan lord, asking what happened, while students groaned because one almost got an autograph. "Trust me, you and I will definitely want to see what happens next." "All right, stick with me here." Grace frowns, face totally hardened, asking what is going on. She is wanted for the brutal Washan monster murders. Missing posters literally covered the streets. At first, when that very first person vanished, people assumed it was just a normal runaway situation. But soon, ripped-up bodies appeared everywhere, like some wild beast totally shredded them. That is when it clicked. Against a red backdrop, Claude Marx pointed out the truth. A monster. Angry crowds protested outside the goddess palace. To stop the panic, Washan's top clans got summoned, including Kings Regulus and Blades. Down by the reservoir, creepy monsters lurked in the trees. Class 6 Sharp Tails lunged at the warrior. He swung his sword, and massive flames completely devoured those ugly monsters in seconds. One dropped screaming in pain. The hero planted his boot right on it. It was Victor. Leaning in, he asked how they stayed hidden so well. Greg, standing right behind him, replied that a monster smart enough to control a horde, this massive, would obviously be super intelligent too. Another sharp-tailed toad jumped from behind, but Victor caught it with his weapon. He added that the boss probably ordered them to hide from humans whenever danger showed up. He sliced it up. When Victor asked how Greg knew what they were thinking, pointing out that monsters like these barely move without mana. Greg told the fire demon not to underestimate these monsters. Suddenly, they both turned their heads when they heard the painful groans of the wounded. Other players were treating the injured guys, while Greg warned Victor that acting totally reckless would get him killed. Victor snapped back that he already knew. He called out to Grace, asking if that was everyone. She replied they beat almost all, but a few bolted and needed chasing. Smiling, Greg joked, "Picture this, 12 thrones and some still ran away." A shooter dropped from a tree, pointing out that had to be totally intentional. "Now pay close attention here, guys." Leo rested his weapon on his shoulder, explaining that gathering a massive horde means extreme danger, since smaller monsters run back to the boss's hideout. Greg was just about to ask exactly where these monsters were hiding, but the girl hanging above him announced they had already found the sneaky hideout. She started climbing down. Leo held out a hand to help, warning her to be super careful. It was Blair, the awesome florist of the 12 thrones. Once the whole squad gathered up, Greg asked where the hideout was, and she pointed straight ahead. They turned, and Victor spotted the sharp tail's sneaky base. Something suddenly shifted in the trees. Out at the reservoir, a sharp tail landed on a rock, its eyes glowing as it warned that humans were nearby. Out by the reservoir, Blair threw her hands up and literally started draining the water. Everyone was absolutely stunned. Grace just thought it was the coolest thing ever. She knew that no matter how hard she tried, she would never wield magic like that. Grace looked down, accepting her talents were just built differently. She was so distracted she totally missed someone walking up. He poked her forehead. She covered up, and Victor asked what was on her mind. When he poked her again, she yelled. Victor asked why she was looking so jealous. Did she not realize exactly why she was brought along? She fired back instantly that she knew perfectly well why she was there. Backup and healing. Victor flashed a smug smirk, saying he totally believed her. Still annoyed, Grace repeated herself. Victor then asked why she was making such a grumpy face. But Greg jumped in with a huge grin, telling them to stop flirting and look. Grace turned beet red, while Victor finally glanced over. The water level dropped, revealing a massive pipe. The King clan nodded, knowing they had to secure the area. Greg flashed a peace sign, ordering Blades and Regulus to rally up and enter the hideout. He asked Blair about the spell's time limit. She said her mana would last 4 hours. Suddenly, Victor leaped right into action. Greg left some players behind to protect Blair, who was guarding the reservoir. Meanwhile, Victor rolled down the steep slope, plunging even deeper into the dark. He hit the pipe, completely diving inside, yelling that he was going first. Everyone just stared down at him. Grace screamed he was absolutely insane, while Greg just sighed at the hot-headed youth. The rest slid down a rope, sprinting after him and yelling to wait up. Meanwhile, far away, the news reported on the crazy monster situation at the Washan Reservoir. "You and I both know things are about to get messy." Matthew sat at the table with his family, glued to the TV. The broadcast announced the Korean Mana Control Office had summoned the 12 thrones, including Blair, Grace, and Victor. He sat there wondering if this was exactly how it all went down back then. Shifting his gaze away, he stayed completely quiet. Deep down, he knew this specific mission would seriously mess up the future. With a spoon in his mouth, he crossed his arms, thinking deeply. Ultimately, this monster hunt would only end up as a half-success. Back inside, the squad completely froze in pure horror seeing innocent people literally hung upside down. This dark failure was waiting for them. Grace watched in pure terror while Victor growled, seeing the monsters casually toss human bodies into a giant cauldron. Greg, completely shocked, asked if the missing people were all in there. Victor frowned hard, and suddenly the monsters spotted them. Boom! A massive blast of fire shot forward, instantly striking a beast. Totally engulfed in flames, Victor warned them not to expect a quick, painless death. He was beyond furious. Bright blue blood splattered everywhere as the players clashed head-on with the monsters. Strolling past the fallen enemies, Greg yelled for everyone to stop attacking and immediately start searching for any wounded survivors. He approached the lifeless bodies. Blood completely stained the ground. Victor stood with his back turned, his intense bright glow illuminating all the other players. Greg dropped a heavy hand onto his shoulder, telling him to calm down and reminding him about finding the missing people. Victor spun around, clearly ready to start a massive argument. But Greg completely shut him down, saying this was not the place to just do whatever he wanted. He tightened his grip hard, reminding the hothead that he was a pro player representing both his entire nation and his clan. Giving him a stern look, Greg said he seriously needed to gain more real experience. Victor froze. Everyone else just got completely nervous. One guy obviously did not want those two powerhouses clashing, while another prayed they would not start a massive brawl in such a tight space. Victor just stood there completely silent, his mouth hanging slightly open. Then he finally looked away, giving a quiet apology. Greg playfully shook his fist, joking that maybe the big bad fire demon should bow his head to him instead. That is where we stop. Greg returned, telling them to keep searching. They finally found actual survivors. All right, grab a snack and stick with me. Grace walks over to check on Victor. He brushes it off saying, "Why wouldn't I be fine?" Then he nervously scratches his head. Grace is totally stunned. Just a few kind words, and his whole vibe changed. Victor admits there is actually a big reason for it. Standing apart, he knows the veteran players secretly look down on him. He just can't forget Greg's smug face. Greg purposely called him a fire demon instead of using his real name or clan title. Victor clenches his fist tight. He knows he needs to level up, but he's still super mad. Grace grabs his hand, suggesting they train together. Holding on tight, she reminds him that compared to the pros, they are basically just noobs. Flashing a warm smile, Grace tells him that people only level up when someone points out their slip-ups. Victor looks totally embarrassed and mutters her name. Grace blinks in surprise. It's been forever since he did that. Looking up, he admits he's acting weird, blaming it entirely on Grace being so cool. She gets flustered, yelling that she's just trying to help while he's saying crazy things. Victor side-eyes Greg, who's busy healing the wounded, swearing he'll catch up to him one day. Suddenly, a guy points straight at a sketchy door. Greg asks if they finally track down the boss. The player next to him confirms the mana is off the charts in that room. They stack up. Hands behind his back, Greg calls for an attack. Victor smirks. Greg asks if taking orders bothers the demon, but Victor is cool with it if it means max damage. He's visibly hyped, and Greg totally respects it, promising to back him up. Meanwhile, Grace is just amazed Victor bounced back so fast. Glowing buff icons pop up around Grace as she triggers haste, shield, and blessing amulets. The raid party forms up for battle. Here's where it gets wild. Greg orders everyone to hold formation inside, keeping the guides safely behind the mages and archers. They finally push the big door open. Greg draws his blade and shouts to push in. They storm the room. Piercing eyes burn in the pitch black. The massive beast looks up. Victor swings his sword, blasting flames forward. The Sharptail monster shifts to guard its egg. Taking the opening, Victor leaps and smashes its head. The beast whips its tail, slicing the air right in front of Victor. Greg slides in clutch to block the hit, while Victor hits the deck. As the Sharptail spins, Greg totally uses it as a springboard, launching himself insanely high into the air. He grips his sword and drives it right into the monster's spine. The monster thrashes wildly, but Greg perfectly dodges. Victor snaps his fingers, blasting pure fire right into the massive wound. The blade stuck inside the beast ignites, and the whole thing erupts in a massive fireball. Greg looks back, reminding Victor that isn't his sword, so watch the friendly gear. Victor shoots back that they didn't have a choice if they wanted the kill. He laughs, saying you can never underestimate the enemy. Grace throws her hands up, screaming that this boss fight isn't over yet. Stay focused. She slams her staff down, triggering a massive binding spell. Magical ropes instantly coil around the Sharptail's head and legs, slamming it into the dirt. Grace screams for the archers to unleash everything. Leo locks on and calls out a wild shot. Arrows and catapults rain down absolute destruction. When the smoke clears, Victor stares at the monster's scars, completely speechless. Did you guys catch that? It is already healing. The Sharptail turns to them, actually growling, "How dare you?" Victor grips his blade, mind blown that this thing can actually talk. Archers panic and sound the alarm. Suddenly, another Sharptail hatches beside a player and bites him. Someone instantly returns fire, and Greg yells to wipe out the hatchlings. Victor glances back just as a nasty claw stalks towards them. They dodge the swipe with 0 seconds to spare. Greg smirks at the beast lunging for him. A player tosses Greg a fresh sword. He catches it midair, charging straight in. He tells Victor he will handle the little mobs. They split up, and Victor screams at him to watch his back. The boss monster glares down, cursing them all to die. Victor freezes. The beast exhales toxic green smoke. He covers his nose as his eyes burn with intense pain. Definitely poison. From behind the guide, Grace screams for Victor to dodge right. He scowls, leaps, and completely crashes into the stone wall. Reaching back for an antidote potion, Grace tells him to chill. Victor gets ready to strike, and Grace yells at him to just trust her. He dashes forward. The second he draws his sword, Grace shouts she is hitting him with a massive detox buff. Smirking, Victor jokes that it's classic Holy Mother behavior. Grace gets super annoyed, telling him to drop that nickname. The beast strikes, but Victor perfectly dodges every single hit. He rushes forward, taunting the boss, asking if it seriously thought he'd back down. Greg joins the rush, screaming for Victor to finally end this. Victor raises his blade, says he's already on it, and unleashes a massive wave of purple flames. A blinding flash erupts, and the monster shrieks. Grace gestures for the rangers. They blast the Sharptal. The monster leaps away, desperate to protect its future king. It quickly scrambles back toward the main nest. Victor steps up, questioning what kind of freak monster this really is. Greg says it's complicated. He swings his blade, stabbing an egg, but the rest somehow stay perfectly intact. The Sharptal shakes its head, trembling. Greg screams to smash the eggs. Players instantly crush them while the monster can only think about its babies. A broken shell sits by its body. One tiny hatchling sneaks into a pipe, the dying Sharptal praying its king survives. Somewhere across the water, it hopes the little guy grows strong. Sunlight hits the water. The young monster crawls right into a park. Girls sprint across the grass, betting on dish duty. It's been 1 week since the Huangchen monster's epic defeat. Thanks to the 12 thrones, many survivors were rescued and are now recovering at a Gangnam hospital. Olivia tosses the ball to Jimmy. Claire whacks the ball away. Meanwhile, the King's clan wraps up their sweep, officially confirming 0 monsters left around the entire reservoir area. Matthew watches the camp kids play. Jimmy wipes out, screaming. Claire apologizes and Olivia rushes over. That's exactly where we leave it for now. Let's dive right into this crazy story. Annoyed, Jimmy said he was switching teams just to get Claire on his side. Catherine called that super boring, but Olivia wanted Claire too. Claire just wiped Jimmy's nose with a tissue and casually offered a brand new split. The 3 girls teamed up, sticking Jimmy with Matthew. Matthew found it hilarious but refused to play. Nearby, Tate was chopping carrots in a pink apron. Matthew joked they should thank Uncle Tate while his parents swarmed him. They were literally only camping because they dragged Tate along. 0 chance otherwise. Peeling potatoes beside his uncle, Matthew gave him a huge thanks for actually coming out. Tate brushed it off, but he looked totally shocked when Matthew suddenly apologized again for dragging him here. Holding his bowl of peeled potatoes, Matthew asked to bounce for a second to handle some business. Tate said sure, offering to help out. Matthew grabbed a bottle, telling him to pour curry inside. Confused, Tate watched as Matthew also demanded a knife. Heading to the suitcase, Tate yelled the blade was in the bag, and the lock code was exactly the same. Matthew strapped the weapon to his belt, promising he would return today. He told Tate to cover his tracks if anyone asked. Naturally, Tate argued. If things were getting serious, he wanted in. Sliding the sword away, Matthew strictly said no. Tate had to protect the others. Now pay attention, here is where things get wild. Matthew said he had this, confidently stepping right into the glass-walled park. His shoes clicked on the tiles. Feeling eyes from above, he glared at the Lizard King. Unlike his past life, he was not helpless anymore. He turned, looking straight up as Sharptal lunged right at him. Matthew yanked his blade back. Flash. Frowning hard, he glared at the monster while the lizard screeched a terrifying high-pitched roar. That exact scream triggered memories of the Soul Invasion. When boss monsters attacked without the first goddess, players totally froze. Matthew, a fresh academy grad, was meant to be immortal. 4 bosses dropped in. Sarah cried, asking how to win. Heroes watched massive beasts completely flatten the city. Matthew and the crew were totally overwhelmed by the surrounding swarms. One of those bosses looked exactly like the Lizard King, terrifying everyone with its fatal poison. Opening its mouth to flash its tongue, Super Class Tier 3, Lizard King. Matthew dodged, thinking this was absolute madness. Back then, nobody even knew this guy existed until Tier 3. Swinging his sword, he struck. Cracks formed, and Matthew paused, totally confused. The lizard safely backed up. Muttering, Matthew realized it was way tougher than he thought, not fully grown yet. Sharptal growled, calling him human, before fading out. Matthew remembered its crazy camouflage trick immediately. This beast had dealt insane damage using it. Stepping aside and leaning back, Matthew called it absolutely pathetic. He said the monster's killer intent was super obvious. One strike wrecked its balance, and the beast collapsed. Matthew walked up with his bottle, mocking the beast for sucking at stealth. Sighing, he busted out the bottle he brought just to cancel that exact camouflage. He splashed the curry everywhere. The monster scrambled up a tree while Matthew taunted it. Brought that spicy mix just for him. Claws digging into bark, Matthew yelled to enjoy his last meal. Lifting its head, the beast fired green shards from its mouth. Matthew drew swords. A poison bomb, really. Launching off a bench, he charged the lizard. Crossing his blades, he triggered heavenly step, slicing its neck. Blood everywhere. Boom, a massive explosion. Smoke blocked his view while a severed claw hit the floor and caught fire. Matthew called it pathetically weak. Staring at the bright flames, he realized the Lizard King was truly born royalty. Tilting his head, he gave a silent goodbye. You and I both saw that fake out coming, right? The real lizard attacked. Screaming it was just a mana clone, it lunged straight at him. Picking up speed, the lizard realized Matthew knew its skills and completely ignored them. It hit the brakes, knowing victory was impossible right now. It planned to retreat, but Matthew was already right there, swinging his huge blade. The monster looked back in pure panic before getting smashed right through the glass window. Blood splashed. Slamming into a tree, the lizard let out a pathetic groan. Coming down, it asked Matthew how he spotted the clone trick. Sharpening its tail tendrils, the lizard aimed to skewer him alive. Matthew stood completely still, calmly confirming he absolutely knew about the clones. Channeling pure aura, he grabbed a tendril, readied his sword, and took careful aim. One swing severed multiple limbs, making the lizard scream in pure agony. Red mana covered his hands as Matthew unleashed mad dance. Shaking with pure fury and pain, the beast watched Matthew attack again. Using offended soul, he stabbed its stomach. A brutal storm of energy fragments blasted through the monster with absolute devastating force. Summoning red mana, he spun those shards into a vortex. Matthew thrust like a spear, blasting energy waves from the inside out. Choking on its own pain, the lizard somehow asked why he was doing this to him. So what do you and I take from this? Total payback. Matthew kept the sword buried deep. When the beast begged, he just shoved the blade further, unleashing pure raw energy. Stick with me, guys, humans and monsters teaming up. He drops his sword and says absolutely no way. The blade pins the lizard straight to a tree. It gasps, realizing it messed up bad. Matthew summons offended soul, blasting more fragments everywhere. Roaring in pain, the beast begs for mercy, but Matthew stays ice cold. In his mind, there is only one way this ends. After this brutal fight, only one walks away. Him or the lizard. The monster tries to speak, but finally shuts its eyes and fades out. Muttering that it is not over, it screams Matthew will die too. Matthew fires his weapon, admitting he used to think the exact same thing. Remembering the past, he knows players just kill or die. The lizard erupts into flames while Matthew swears this life will be completely different. He refuses to die. He grabs his weapon, remembering his older self killing this exact same boss. The monster's final ashes hit the dirt. Matthew crouches down to check the loot. Skill stones drop from monsters, and their power completely depends on how strong the beast was. Picking up a golden one, he thinks about absorbing it for later. But the mana in his hand immediately rejects the stone. Noticing the bad vibe, he quickly grabs a totally different drop instead. This one glows bright, showing crazy high compatibility. Matthew feels the Lizard King's insane power rushing through his veins. Kids are still playing outside when Matthew hits the camp. He checks his bag, making sure the gear is safe. Cabe asks if he finished. Matthew nods, grateful for the gear. The guy shows off freshly cooked kupagi. The meat and veggies look perfect, so he calls everyone to eat. The kids rush Tate for the best piece. Matthew watches the hungry group eat, smiling as they fight over the absolute biggest sausage. Matthew joins in for his share. Later, at the serious company president's huge house. His family sits at a fancy table sipping tea. Dad asks why Mom looks so nervous, and she admits she feels completely out of place in her outfit. They both say she looks beautiful, making her blush. Now watch the doors closely with me, because whoever walks in next has Matthew's full attention. Chuck, the serious president, walks in with his wife Louis. Matthew's family quickly stands up to greet them. Chuck happily thanks them for coming. Louis casually tells Matthew's mom to just use her first name, since they are basically the exact same age. Matthew and Anna watch the adults, just waiting to be noticed. Then the president's oldest daughter, Tiffany, walks over and says a friendly hello. Anna shakes hands, noting they are the exact same age. Tiffany asks if the player academy is hard. The two girls keep chatting about Anna's dream to go pro, totally ignoring Matthew. They swap socials, and Matthew just stares, amazed at how easily his sister makes rich friends. He spots a girl walking behind him. She sits down, and Matthew casually says it has been a long time. The heavy silence makes things insanely awkward. Then, she gives him a tiny, blunt greeting, catching him completely off guard. Agnes demands a different name. Flashback 2 years. The serious president is throwing a massive hotel party for the company branches. Plate in hand, Matthew watches his sister fit right in with the high rollers, even though it is her very first time there. Dad really wanted Mom to come, but Matthew explained she had to watch Jun. Meanwhile, everyone is greeting his dad as the shiny new department director. John accepts their respect and congrats. Matthew notes that his dad just got promoted at one of the absolute biggest serious branches. He knows John is a great dad, but it honestly makes him worry about the company's future under someone so totally laid back. Let's pause. We both know sneaking off for a quiet snack always leads to drama. In an empty hallway, he spots a lonely girl. Staring out the window, she clearly hates this party. Matthew walks up to Agnes, teasing that she is missing out, which finally grabs her attention. She asks what he means, and he just says, "The food." He plans to eat absolutely everything in sight. Being too young to care about his looks, he casually offers her a bite from his own fork. At first she tries to refuse, but his food logic is undeniable. She leans in, takes a bite, chews slowly, and shyly admits it tastes amazing when he asks. Suddenly John calls out, making Matthew freeze. His dad asks why he wandered off without saying anything. Chuck stands right behind him, asking if this is his kid. Matthew is totally stunned. He recognizes the future serious president while John awkwardly scrambles to explain. Standing up straight, Matthew politely introduces himself, and Chuck laughs, saying he has already heard a ton about him. The boss introduces his daughter Tiffany, who walks up to say hi. Seeing her makes Matthew nervous. He absolutely cannot mess this up. Then Chuck points right at Agnes. Matthew's jaw drops. The random girl he just fed is also the president's daughter, flashing a super sweet smile. She asks to be friends. This breaks his brain since he doesn't remember a second daughter from his past life. She grabs his shoulders, making him panic even more. Agnes reminds him she is 2 years older, totally putting him in his place. Matthew awkwardly asks if he can speak casually, and she agrees. He double-checks if he can really drop the formalities. Agnes instantly calls him out, demanding he repeat himself, which leaves our boy completely baffled. She clearly states her name, telling him to just call her Agnes so there is absolutely zero confusion. With no other choice, he just nods and accepts it. Chuck promises next time he will make sure Matthew talks to his daughters again. Sometime later. Sitting at the giant table, Matthew is in pure shock, processing everything. Louis asks the kids if they like the snacks, and Jun yells yes with zero hesitation. Chuck hands Anna a late gift, asking about the player academy, and that is our stopping point. Trust me, you and I will want to see what happens next. Stick with me here, we're diving right in. Chuck claims this new comms device is just to stay in touch with Anna at the academy. She's completely stunned by the gift. John says thanks, but Chuck waves it off. He says he'll need reliable people down the line and begs them to just take it. Then he pushes Anna to open the box. Totally confused, she points out she already has a phone. But Chuck flashes his own, bragging that this serious model beats literally anything else on the market. He shoots John a look. John nods. Mom nudges Anna to say thank you, so she finally does. Meanwhile, Matthew's just sitting there holding Jun, getting super suspicious. He keeps replaying Chuck's sweet words in his head, trying to figure out what his real game plan actually is. His heavy thoughts get cut short when baby Jun offers him a cookie to try. Over on another couch. Anna and Tiffany are already whispering about hanging out again. Matthew is clueless. How did his sister get so tight with her so fast? Honestly. He can't wrap his head around how someone socializes that smoothly. Out of nowhere, Tiffany throws Matthew an invite to tag along next time too. Agnes shoots him a look, saying it'd be cool if he showed up. Tiffany then tells Anna that her sister is basically a loner who never goes to these parties. Agnes claps back instantly. She tries to defend herself, but she just sounds super hurt and embarrassed while Tiffany straight up grills her about who she actually hangs out with. So Tiffany asks Matthew to join their little squad next time, just so Agnes finally has someone to talk to. Right then, it clicks for Matthew. He figures out Agnes's whole deal. They're literally just dragging her to these fancy events to force her to network and build cliques. And now she wants him in her crew. Normally, he'd hard pass on that. But then Lewis claps his hands, calling it an absolutely wonderful idea. Watch closely here because this is wild. Chuck and Lewis claim they've wanted Matthew at these meetings since he was little. Huge opportunity, right? Matthew knows he's being played. Looking at Agnes, he sees Chuck's true heir, his successor, and Tiffany, she's faking her role flawlessly. Matthew doesn't suspect his dad's company, and he definitely doesn't want Anna alone at these things. So, he reluctantly agrees. Chuck looks thrilled, and the president's family agrees it's good for Agnes. Cut to that night. Jeff is stumbling around, completely wasted and angry. Suddenly, a nasty buzzing hits his ears. He turns and boom, something massive attacks. It's a massive grade 7 mosquito. Glowing red eyes, pure aggression. The monster instantly stabs right through Jeff's shoulder, and the pain hits him like a freight train. His bottle slips, smashing into pieces on the concrete. Jeff is pinned on the ground while the giant bug glares down. Civilians run screaming, and the beast turns to face them. Luckily, it's the players. Their flashy entrance forces the mosquito to retreat. 2 of them step up to help, but their commander, he refuses to waste time on a drunk. The squad insists on following protocol and taking him to the hospital anyway. Meanwhile, a weird blue light starts glowing right out of Jeff's shoulder. Fast forward a bit. A brutal heatwave completely roasts the city. It's officially the start of Matthew's summer vacation after 3rd grade. Right after class, the squad heads to the hospital to visit Mai. They brought her flowers, and she whispers for everyone to stay quiet so the sleeping baby doesn't wake up. The kids crowd around the crib and instantly melt. They're going crazy over his tiny hands and cute face. Matthew asks if the kid actually likes a crowd, and she says yep. Then he asks if it's a boy or girl. Mai confirms it's a boy, sparking a ton of excited chatter about the baby and everyone who has already visited. When Matthew asks for the baby's name, Mai smiles. She picked it out way before he was even born. Vinny, a name meaning dreams, hope, and the future. That exact name instantly locks into Matthew's brain, because before his whole time travel rebirth. You and I both know what's coming, right? He read about the Abyss Dungeon and saw that exact name. Diamond Fist, the legendary raider who totally cleared the Abyss. Matthew realizes this tiny baby is that absolute powerhouse. He wonders why Mai survived this time around. The answer, the kid. Everyone takes turns holding the future legend. Matthew asks if being Jun's brother makes him his brother too. Mai laughs, saying either way, he's got to protect the kid because they are basically family now. She teases that babysitting will be awesome practice for him. Yeah, Matthew wants absolutely zero part of that action. When he asks for the kid's full name, she says it's Navini. That just gives him a massive headache of new questions. Honestly, this whole hospital trip leaves him super frustrated. Later, the gang leaves the hospital, still hyping up the baby. Outside though, the heat is absolutely brutal. They literally cannot keep walking in this oven. One of the girls pitches hitting up the community center pool, and everyone is totally on board. But when she asks Matthew, he hesitates big time. He starts to reply, but then the squad spots a bunch of kids just scarfing down food. There's a ton of them, instantly grabbing everyone's attention. They're wanderers, orphans who lost their families to monsters. Many were born out in the exiled city slums. While the others chat about them and Amanda's barriers, Matthew quietly slips away. Right at that exact second, a massive stack of heavy boxes starts tipping over. A tiny wanderer kid underneath is inches from getting crushed. Matthew launches himself to save him. The boxes miss the kid, smashing into the ground and spilling everything everywhere. Still holding him tight, Matthew asks if he's okay. The little guy just yells out Angel. In pure joy, Matthew is totally lost. The kid explains his mom promised an angel would come help him. The rest of the crew spots Matthew and rushes over, but he waves them off, saying it's fine. The kids ask what happened, drawing the attention of the other orphans. Suddenly, a one-armed boy comes sprinting and yelling. The little kid happily recognizes his big brother. The older brother grabs his hand, yanking him back hard. The orphans scold him for talking to outsiders. They apologize frantically, and the older kid forces his brother to bow down. After doing it, they both say sorry again and run off fast, constantly looking over their shoulders. The girls are super confused by the terrified boys. So what do we take from this? Matthew realizes these sheltered kids don't know what wanderers are. For those orphans, normal people mean pure danger. Claire asks if the wanderers are out today. She actually grew up under the church's care, so she knows a little bit about that rough life. When the others keep asking about those missing kids, Matthew tells them they don't need to know. The kids return under the wanderers' heavy, silent stares. A harsh reminder to leave you with: this world seems peaceful, but it's absolutely cruel. Yeah,